Good morning, everybody. Terence and Mayali. So, Terence and my all Dhamma friends. So, let's start our morning Dhamma discourse for today. As we know, so this Dhamma is about understanding, seeing your mind, how this thought creates an illusion of reality, and they are temporary occurrences. There is something extraordinary about thought. Thoughts never appears wearing its true identity. Thought would never arrive saying, I am temporary, I am constructed the same world, I depend upon conditions, and I am disappearing at the same time. Nothing. We get the total exact opposite of this. So instead, thoughts arrive wearing a disguise. It says, it feels, this is the reality, this is the truth. It feels like a memory. It feels like the future. It feels like a person experiencing everything. And there is this outside world. It feels like a continuous solid life and solid self. And because thought has worn this costume for our entire lives, we rarely question it. And because of that also, we see it as the reality. We feel it as the reality. We suffer because of that, because we have taken something that's not real as the reality. We have become so accustomed to this disguise that we no longer notice the mask, the lie, the illusion behind it. So today we shall investigate this process of this thought, how it becomes this strong to feel it like a reality when it's just simply an occurrence and a disappearance. We're not going to destroy thought, but to understand it, how it gets created, and then we can start to see it. We cannot stop thought. They get created, but we can stop the other steps, taking them as the reality and suffering for that illusional reality that can be stopped, that can be stopped with this deep understanding of this truth, deep understanding that nothing is here, no matter how strong it feels real from this thought. It's just a simple spark, a mental formation and occurrences that appeared and disappeared, not even something continuous. So let's see how this tiny, short time, this occurrence and disappearance creates this whole illusion of the solid world, solid self. So now let's try to observe something. Consider a simple a thought about a tree. When we suddenly say this tree, it is just a sound, isn't it? A sound wave, a frequency going up and down. That's it. Simple sound. Nothing else there, but just sitting there. No, immediately this sound triggers the mind to create the thought. Not that thought from a stored locations onto this moment. It's basically this sense of intent triggers the mind to activate the thought to basically created, gets this thought created. So this birth of thought happens right at this moment. And at the same time, the death of it also happens. So the thought appears and disappears. When we hear a tree, suddenly this sense of contact triggers the mind to activate this thought, to create, to reconstruct this thought of tree. So now, immediately something is experienced. Perhaps an image, a color, a memory, a familiarity to a three-dimensional object. This is the thought, free thought. But where is the actual tree? Did the bark appear? Did the roots emerge? Did leaves enter the consciousness? No, nothing. There is only a representation, a mental construction. In that mental construction, nice, nice, strong, 3D tree. But did we really experience that tree at this moment? We just heard a sound, and in that sound, we believe this sound represents this whole mental image. Not just sound, now even vision works like that. Simple colors occurring, we immediately assume, mistaken, and blindly believe that mental image, that thought is there, is represented by this. So whether there is a vision or sound or smell, taste, any of five sense contact, none of them confirm the thought. It's always the thought that we assume exists out there from that sense of contact. Not any of the sense of contact can confirm it. same process happening each and every time. Whether it's a sound, whether it's the image, whether it's a smell, taste, anything, same process. No matter how strong a vision can be than the sound, still the same process. No real feel at all. One can say tree is sound heard, but in vision we see a tree actually here. No, just like the sound of sound, like a sound frequency. The vision shows just some bunch of colors, not the actual tree. Yet we believe that our mental formation is there in that other sense of contact, this vision. That's how we assume. That's how strongly we believe the thought is out there. But no matter how strong it feels, how real it feels, every sense of contact processed in the same way. Every thought, no matter what sense of contact it is, thought is always in your mind, inside, never outside. It's only a representation, a mental construct from a symbolic appearance. Yet this thought, this representation feels close enough, convincing enough, familiar, that my treats it as though the truth itself has arrived. So the thought has successfully described this representation as real. Look how this thought enters the reality and gives us the feeling of it really exists out there, the greatest illusion of all time. Look, now we don't even have to think it. It happens automatically like it's the reality. To that point, thoughts have, this illusion has become strong, become real. It comes naturally. It feels naturally. There is an object out there, not even as a thought, but as real three-dimensional thing, object, a person, a living being. Try to observe it yourself. Look, no matter how much you know it, when you get the sense of context, how immediately it all becomes things, real object, feels real, feels solid, feels three-dimensional. You can even assume the width, depth, even the weight of it, just by simple appearance. To that point, it has become stronger and real and solid. But we are unable to see. We are doing this all mind work. Mind is seeing the thought. Mind is assuming the weight of it. There's nothing out there, but it keeps something. and believe it's out there. This is the greatest illusion. It's always a story created in the mind, yet assigning everything to us. So suppose someone speaks to you, a sound appears, just a sound. Then immediately thoughts arise. And they might say they are angry, or they are happy, or they respect me, or they dislike me. Notice the difference. Direct experience consists of the sound. Interpretation consisted of thought. Yet, what happens, let's say two occurrences, they like me and they hate me. At both of those times, we only heard just a sound, just a frequency going up and down, a simple vibration. That's it. But we can't take it as simple sound. We immediately start to interpret it, the language, the way it's spoken, the frequency, each and everything. And then we interpret it as then they're happy. But what really happened was just an appearing and disappearing. A sound occurred and disappeared. That's, we are the ones separating those sounds into one as good and one as bad. And then we don't stop there. We believe it. We taken it as the real. This is exactly a bad one. This is exactly a good one. When we blindly believe it, with that comes emotion. With that we start to be happy or feel sad. Yet what actually happened was just an occurrence of sounds. That's it, nothing else. Whether it's good or bad, and being happy or sad, all of those things are done by the mind. Mind interpreting, mind taking them as reality, as something real, as something solid, and then it starts to suffer, be happy or be sad. It's always the mind. No matter how much we know that, when it comes to reality, you have to see this through your experiences. When a sound comes, you just have to feel it as a sound. It comes with a deep understanding of the truth. When you understand the truth, when you see the truth yourself, you immediately know there's this knowing. When a sound comes, immediately you know this is not just a good or bad or but this is just the occurrence of the sound. You feel it, you don't know it, you already know. This is an illusion of a reality. To feel that in that way, you have to understand the truth. Now, this illusion asks me how it is really anymore. It's not hard, it's very simple because of the people are complicated. So thought it's always builds a model, a version, a replica, and soon we begin interacting with those replicas, but don't see them as replicas and consider them as the reality. We never interact with reality itself. If we are interacting with the reality, then we see just a sound occurring, that's it, a vision occurring, that's it. But when we start to create a story based on those, or basically when we start to interpret those, we are using the mind, we are using the thoughts, we are using our imagination. But the thing is, it doesn't feel like an interpretation. It feels like the reality itself. That's the problem. That's the issue here. We can't see thoughts as thoughts. No matter what, anything we know, we believe in, anything we know that is a thought. A thought that we learned at one point in our life. If we never learned about this, the thought of the world, the thought is, world is a thought, anything from tiniest to the enormous thing, you know, everything is thought. Seven thoughts just like real things, objects that exist out there on its own. And it doesn't end there. It doesn't feel like simply objects. It feels like they're solid, real, continuous. They existed through a timeline, but that timeline is also created in our mind. What really happens is just an occurrence right now. It didn't say I came from past or present or nothing. The whole interpretation, including time, is the thought. The thought that gets constructed right at this moment. We are trapped in a whole illusion because of a thought that creates, that get created right now, each and every time. That fresh new thought. This fresh new thoughts carries every timeline, every solid illusion, everything. But the thing is, we're unable to see it. We think everything is real out there. They exist out there. They're continuous out there. But in reality, they are all happening They are all giving us this illusion of solidness, continuous through the thought that the pain right now, right at this moment. That's what happens. This right now thought merges with the previous ones and creates an illusion of continuity. So let's take example 3. Yesterday we thought we create this thought of faith of content, the same thought of faith, and then it's gone disappeared. And today we get thought again. But this thought is a new thought. One thing we imagine to believe because these thoughts are identical, we think this is the previous thought itself. That's one thing. And because of that, we believe from that time to this time it existed. It was continued. Because we always believe thoughts are solid, real objects that exist from there. Because of that, we believe it existed from that time to till this time. That's why we feel like this is the same thing that I saw yesterday. Because we assume that it was there all the time, even without us remembering it. It was there because we always put those thoughts. But what actually happens? There's no real thought, we a solid real object that exists out there. There's no tree to begin with. If we assume it's outside and it existed, even without us noticing, creating it, seeing. This is the mind's illusion. But when what actually happened is a thought of tree was created at that moment, and now another thought was created. This is the birth of the tree. We know and that tree as we know, it's not out there, it's inside mind. It's not continuing inside mind. It's not always occurring inside mind. It occurred yesterday and now today. But if we assign it to outside, we can assume it was there even without us noticing. But in reality, thought is inside the mind. All three-dimensional thought is inside the mind. So it cannot be continued unless we always creating the thought non-stop. It never happened. Thought got created yesterday and now today. So this is the birth of this thought. And this thought, it is not that previous same thought. It is something similar to that thought. But this is a new thought. It didn't exist anyway. It just got created. So it's not something continuous. It confirms it's not continuous. But if we put it to outside, if we assign it outside world, then we can assume it is outside. That's why it makes easy to believe these objects are real and continuous and solid. It has made it easy to believe it's real. But it's the illusion. That's the illusion. That's how the illusion is surviving. But when it comes to reality, there is no real object out there. It's always inside mind. The birth of the thought happens right now. The birth of that tree happened right now. And at the same time, it disappears. Not, it's not gonna exist. Continue in your mind forever. It appeared and disappeared. So whether we see the tree or not, it's always a mind formation, a mental formation, a mental interpretation that we believe, blindly believe that exists out there and feels real, continuous. But if we see the truth of this thought, that nothing is out there but always occurring right at this moment, then it breaks this illusion of solidness, this illusion of continuous world, person, humans, situations, things, time, even the time. But if you assign it to outside, it makes you strong and gives more stronger feeling of solidness. Once you see through the real, this reality behind this truth, thought, you understand this. Nothing is real, nothing is solid, nothing is continuous, nothing is the same thing as we feel. And let that break this solidness of object, this continuous feeling of things, situations, objects, because those are momentary. Each and every time born and die in our mind. And if we, we assign it to outside, then it can easily create this illusion of continuous life. Because now we assign it to outside. And we think if we see it, this is what we see. And if you don't see it, we can't see it. But still see in that scene, it was there always. But there's no object in scene. This thought, this object is in our mind. It gets created in our mind. So if it has to be solid, then mind has to create it, has to create the thought all the time. And that's not happening. And with that, the solidness of these objects, things break because the object is born in the mind, creates this thought appears and disappears. That's the birth of the object, the thing. So how can we say it's solid thing and it's just got born and died? Because the thought is always inside our mind. It's always inside our mind. We love them. And with that, it breaks this solidness of these thoughts, of these objects, of these things. When we stop starting to assign things to outside, immediately starts to break the solidness of these things. Because if there is nothing outside and inside our mind, it breaks the solidness of these things. And even in the mind, it doesn't always appear and disappear. It appears time to time, it appear and disappear. So there is no solid existing object in our mind, just a momentary movement, a mental formation, a mental concept that appeared and disappeared. Nothing else. That's the truth of this thought. And that's how this thought creates this solidness, this continuously. When they are signed to outside, it makes it easy to feel like continuous solid. But when you start to see through the reality, it immediately starts to break all those solidness, continuous, really to feel. So once you see through this, even a simple sticker can easily see that this is not the reality, this is mind's interpretation. Not that you think, but with a deep understanding. You already know this is something like this, an illusion. Illusion that got stronger because we used to it. We used to it like habit since our childhood. So now it comes effortlessly, easily. No matter how easily effortless it comes, illusion is an illusion. So basically, nothing is here. Each and every time the thoughts get created, when the conditions are met, an object arrives, and at the same time it disappears. Conditions made this thought to appear, to get created. Condition triggered this thought to appear. So basically, there were no thought, no object before it gets created, before it appears. An object doesn't exist out there, they exist in our mind. So the mind is empty, there's nothing in the mind. But when the conditions align, an occurrence and disappearance happens. And this occurrence creates an illusion of being solid object. That those are because we used to believe it's real. That was the way we used to see the world. That's why it comes easily, naturally, and feels real. But it's all that habit that creates an illusion of real solid thing that exists out there. But when it comes to reality, just some occurrence and disappear. That's it. Nothing else. Not that existing thought. not that existing object. Just some condition create a thought would appear against someone. So there's nothing here. It's this emptiness here. There's no thoughts here. Just an arising and passing, momentary moments, pure conditions. And if none of conditions happen, no thoughts occurring at all, and then there's nothing. There's the emptiness. Nothing is here. No matter how strong we think the thought is momentum, we cannot stop it. We cannot locate it because they are just appearing and disappearing, just exactly like tiny sparks. Those fire sparks, they appear and disappear, and we get the same spark again. No, it already died, it already long gone. But something similar to that spark can be created. But because of the identical look color, we think these are not too different, but the same thing occurring again and again. That's how what happens in thoughts. Each and every time thought gets created again and again. Not that something, one thought appearing again and again, but something similar appears again and again. If it's one thing, then it has to be stored, located somewhere. But it's not happening. Each and every time when a thought is born, it dies at the same time. Whether it's an object or whether it's a self, thoughts are just frequencies. Those frequencies create an illusion of living things, living beings, living objects, living. It gives a life to these concepts. It feels 3D. It feels living. That's how everything feels real. Everything feels solid. Everything feels existing. But all those thoughts are powered by the mind, by those thoughts themselves. The more power it has, the more real it feels. But there's nothing in this the mental spark. It's just an appearance and disappearance. There's nothing there. It just appear and disappear. But it feels like so real, so solid, three-dimensional. Look at this image of thoughts. How strong those momentary moments, those tiny sparks create a whole world of solid objects, things, people. But there's not even something that exists. Thought is not even existing, not continuous, not real. It's just appearing and disappearing. and some conditions made it arise. It arises and then it gone. It doesn't even stay, but that power, look how that power is the solidness, beyond aliveness. Look how that tiny power creates an whole illusion of unreality. And it doesn't end there. Because we took them as reality, we start to suffer. We get happy, we get sad, we hate, we love. Everything comes. We feel greedy, we feel clingy. For what? Just tiny illusion created by a tiny spark. No matter how strong we feel it, it's the power of that spark, that thought, nothing else. They are all just those illusions, mirages that gets created in conditions when that's the true nature of thoughts, the illusion that created by these thoughts. Basically, there's nothing easier to begin with, just conditions happening, and the result, as a result, thoughts appearing. The power the thought has, the real solid, it feels. So mind can create thoughts as it knows what is how it feels. That's how mind can create illusions, thoughts, even the future. It can imagine, and we don't even feel like it's imagine. We feel like we are really experiencing. To that point, we have the thoughts have become reality for us, feels like a reality for us. That's why we start trying, get anxious, suffer just for a mental formation. Not so the best example is the future. Nothing is happening, yet we imagine and believing it's real. Not that someone is doing it, it happens automatically. So, what do you think the future thoughts are? The ones that not real. Present are right. No, but the same thing is happening. Even it's present or past or whatever thought it is. All are just like non-existing, just like the future thoughts. But we blindly believe they are real. They are solid. They are existing out there. This is a whole tangled up ball of yarn. But when it comes to reality, there is nothing as thoughts, nothing unsolid, just an occurrence that feels powerful and creates an illusion of a real, a solid thing, a solid person, a solid situation, a real something, a thing. No matter how strong it feels, it's an illusion that created in the mind, not even existing out there. So this is the illusion of the mind. Even the self gets created just the same way. No matter how strong it feels, it's just a momentary moment, an occurrence, just some power appearing inside the mind. That's all. Nothing is there. We think there's existing self, but we never remember self. We thought we get in the thought of self, yet we assume it was existed, even without us thinking. This is the illusion of the mind. So when you see this truth, each and every thought is just saying your mind. Nothing is existing here. It is just emptiness. But those conditions create this illusion, these appearances, this mirage that comes with that deep understanding. When you understand this is nothing here, this emptiness space, this nothing solid here, with that deep understanding comes this liberation from this fake reality, from this mind created world. So just there gently. We'll end the momentum of discourse for today. Till on everybody.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I pay my homage at Aran Mahanse's feet, Tilwan Sarnai Aran Mahanse. And as we always say, you have lit a great light and shown us the pathway to go along what Lord Buddha has disclosed nearly 2600 years ago. So, with your simple words, simple explanations, repeated explanations, and the beautiful metaphors to suit the present time, we are capable of uh, picking up the things little by little. So we are ever grateful to that, to our spiritual leader. And may our friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. I want to apologize about the noises which are coming from the background, which is not within my control. Uh, so, as usual, we will start our sermon. As you know, this is a part of this Buddothpado PeoTV English series. which is conducted from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. daily, which includes a session about uh, for discussion actually. Uh, that is for 2 hours from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. Uh, so today uh, I thought of discussing something actually that I heard from uh, R.N. Hanse's sermons yesterday, because some of these facts, the way that R.N. Hanse is explaining is very important, because we know that these facts are there in the sutras, but simplifying and explaining them is very helpful to us. So we will have a little discussion about that. Uh, we know that basically what Lord Buddha tried to say was that uh, everything is a creation of the senses, depending on the ability of the organ. There is some function. So, depending on the ability of the eye, there is a function of seeing. Depending on the ability of the eardrum, a function of hearing occurs. Similarly, depending on the ability of the taste, ability of the tongue, we experience six main tastes. So, similarly, depending on the ability of the nose, the organ called nose, we experience certain smells. Uh, and depending on the ability of the skin sensor, we experience mainly four things: solidity or buttery, that is hard and soft nature, solid nature, in other words, uh, apo nature or the liquidity, that means the moisture, wateriness, um, and the vayu is nature of the air. So we feel the wind blowing, things like that. And the tejo is temperature changes, which again we feel because of the nature of our skin. So, depending on these physical organs, we experience something. But is that the limit of the whole thing? No, it's not the limit of the whole thing. But there are enough smells that we don't feel, isn't it? We know that the dogs can sniff a piece of cloth which belonged to a thief and follow that scent and go and find where the person is. So that is the nature of their organ. So the range of the smell that is experienced, or that function of smell of the dog's nose, is much more, or it's in a wider range than the human being. Similarly, our vision may be confined to like perhaps several meters, but the eagle who is flying in the sky, the capacity of seeing, the function of seeing, is much, much more sharper than we human beings. It can, while it's flying very high in the sky, it can spot a mouse who is running on the ground level. And also, our eye is capable of identifying 7 colors. But we know that some animals, the eye sensor or the eye function is such, they will see everything in one color, or maybe black and white. So this actually beautifully explains why Lord Buddha said Salayatana Loko Loko. That means everything is confined to these six senses. The sixth sensor is called the mind sensor, which is a product of combination of the five senses. senses. So everything is related to the function of seeing, hearing, and feeling the taste, feeling the smell, and skin sensations. Beyond that, you can't comment, can you? We can't say that there is nothing beyond that. We can't say that there is something beyond that. Both are not correct because we have no experience. We cannot experience anything beyond that level. So we have a self created world within this capacity. So it is called the own bubble. Each person is living in their own bubble, own mind bubble. So each of us, if we have, uh, I'm just telling you as a figure, this is, may not be correct. So if we have 800 million people in the world, each of us do have a world of our own, which is created with the function of the senses. Actually, the word sensor is used to explain the function. It's not something material, not something physical. So the sensor function or this function is creating something, and knowingly or unknowingly, this created confined world is felt as really existing. So that is where the things are going wrong without exactly knowing whether this is true or not. We assume that this is true, and that assumed world is the one which gives us the happiness, sadness, all kinds of things that we think that is coming from outside world. So it is something that we have been actually practicing from the time of our birth. Actually, it goes beyond that, isn't it? It goes beyond because the samsaric journey is so long, you cannot give it in numbers. We don't know when it started, how it started, and where it is going to end. It is a subject of uh, the Lord Buddha. It's something which is coming under his super wisdom. Those topics actually Lord Buddha didn't want to talk. He said the facts that I have explained is quite enough for a person to uh, escape or have an ending of this samsaric journey. You don't need to know everything that I have understood. He once took a handful of leaves from a tree, which is part of a huge forest of the same type of trees grown. He just took a handful of leaves and said that what I have disclosed is equal to this amount of leaves, and that is enough for you. That is enough for the humans to understand this Dhamma. So he said, do not try to explore beyond that because it will really make people mad. That is the word he used actually. So you and me are very fortunate because we have to understand a very small uh, area. And Lord Buddha reassured and very clearly said that if you understand, if you have a deep realization of these facts, that is going to be enough for you to attain Nibbana. So, uh, the correct vision is the most important thing here. Sammaditthi, or the correct vision. That is the beginning of the noble, eighth noble pathway. The Sammaditthi, or the correct vision, is the most important thing. Drushti, getting rid of the wrong concepts. So, what is samadhi or the correct vision? Correct vision is that understanding that the world, this material world, is not true. Material world is something created as a thought in the mind. So it's a bit difficult to believe, isn't it? Because we are not used to that. From the time that we remember, if you talk about this birth, from the time that uh, we can, we were old enough to remember, the repeated data that was received was that things are real, the world is real, people are real. So the repeated uh, bombarding with this data or this knowledge has made us to feel that it is really existing, because we call this process learning or teaching. To the child, the parents or the elders might say, he doesn't know these things, he doesn't understand about the world, and he has no idea what the world is. He's very innocent. I'm sure you may have heard such comments, but actually, is it true? He doesn't know about the world. That is the sentence I want to pick up. What what does he know about the world? He is being fed with all kinds of ideas that the world is true, which is exactly the opposite of what Lord Buddha explained. The world is not true is the data that we have to use now. That data has to gradually replace the previous data, which says the world is true. Now, if we believe what Lord Buddha very correctly said 2600 years ago, Salayatana loko loko, chittena niyati loko. Those what it explains is that world is a creation of the mind, or world is a creation of the six senses. So, do you think you know better than Lord Buddha? Certainly not. Certainly not, because our wisdom, so called our wisdom, maybe you can't tell a proportion actually compared to the wisdom of a Buddha state. So, therefore, we have to look at this uh, golden phrase: world is created in your mind. World is a creation of the six senses. So, looking at this sentence now, and the metaphors that I mentioned earlier, which were mentioned by Lord Buddha and also simplified by Avaran Mahanse, the fact that everything is instantly created in the mind. You can't talk about an outside world. In that case, what happens is the projection of this thought to the outside. So, what was constructed in the mind as a thought is projected outside, assuming that this is what is there outside. So, that is a complete mishap, isn't it? You are fallen into a big pit without knowing. You are just groping in the dark, and you have fallen into a large pit of ignorance or avijja. So, Sammaditya, as I said, means the basic knowledge, the world is not true. And there is no myself. That is the Sammaditya. Why do I say there is no myself? Myself is also a construct of the five senses. Now, just think about this. The little baby didn't have the myself. He didn't have that concept of myself. We know that when they are talking, when they are just toddlers, when they start talking, they are a bit confused. Who is this myself? The elders will start, they will use the son, daughter, baby, or any kind of pet names. After a while only, the baby realizes that this is related to this so-called myself. So he is wondering who this myself is. And that level again, the data that is fed by the adults, maybe showing the baby in front of the mirror, or showing the body parts, or pointing out towards the baby and say, this is baby so and so. Little by little, this wrong concept, this wrong mithya drushtiya is being built up. So you and me immensely helped the small ones to build their mithya drushtiya about the self. So this is what we are trying to reverse now. So the samaditya is as a knowledge, as a thought, recognizing or understanding that world is simply a creation of the mind, and the myself is also yet another thought only. And here what happens is there is no self, but a system is functioning. When you realize this part, that where there is a system functioning, the the thoughts or the stimuli which are formed uh, along with that fire, with that feeling that it is real, that is the one, that fire about feeling that it is real, that is the part which is getting faded off. So this is called patisotagami, or sotapanna state, where you have turned by 180 degrees. You are going, you are reversing against the current. The current is anusotagami, where you feel that everything is real, the world is real, and myself is real. Whatever the material things or people that you can think of, who are part of your world, now is felt as simply thoughts created in the mind. So actually, you come to the uh, correct vision that there's nothing permanent called world. Instantly, it is created with the help of the senses then and there. And even the concept of myself is also created in the same way. So that understanding is called samaditya, or that state. The no more thoughts are coming to say that this is myself, this happened to me, and these are the things I like. That sort of thoughts, that concept of myself coming as a thought is the one which is cleared. So that is actually the knowledge, I would say. It is knowing about darshana. Having a clear understanding about the darshana is the way to reach this sotapanna state. For a person who has reached this sotapanna state, fully convinced that everything is in the mind, everything is a thought, myself is a thought, and you can't to now feel that world or any part of the world is real. So simply, this is what is called the uh, self weave is broken. This is actually has been attained even 7-year-olds during Lord Buddha's time. The lady called Vishaka is a well-known character. She has attained Sotapanna state at the age of 7 years. So 7 years is an age uh, that you can explain this concept in clear and simple words. Just see that everything is created in your mind. Everything is a thought. So even yourself is a thought. So that is the uh, explanation. That is the description that you can give even a 7-year-old child. So what is experienced here? What is experienced here is that uh, the whatever the stimulus is instantly coming up as a thought. We have discussed about how the thoughts are formed. If I briefly mention for somebody who is listening to this for the first time, thought formation is a collective function of the five senses. The five senses are like self power generating units, I would say. The five senses are non-stop functioning except at the time the person is in deep sleep. So continuous functioning of the five senses. Well, the actually in sleep, the sixth sensor which is functioning, mind sensor. You call it seeing dreams. And when you are awake, the five senses and the sixth sensor, all six are functioning. And Lord Buddha said that at any given time, one sensor is functioning. But there is a rapid changing from one to the other, like changing the button in a relay running. So, very quickly, the button is being changed from person to person, like that. The thought is changing from sensor to sensor. At one time, it may be seeing, next time, it may be hearing, and another, it may be even feeling. You can see now when you are eating sometimes, when you are eating a food, you are listening to a Dhamma sermon. You think that all five senses are working at the same time. No, it is not. One at a time only. So you hear the sound, you feel the taste of the food, you feel the texture of the food, you feel the smell of it, and sometimes if there is any sound while munching the food, hard pieces, you hear the sound also. And of course, you see the food. So you feel that all six senses are functioning. And not only that, you recognize what you are eating, isn't it? So that is your mind sensor. So all six are functioning at the same time. And you think that I'm doing so many things at the same time. That is how you feel. Because of the speed of the sensor functions, you tend to feel that all six are functioning at the same time. So, as I mentioned, the mainly the five sensors, they are responsible for the sixth sensor, which is a mind sensor. And and the beautiful example given by Aaron Haas is the solar panels. If you have fitted 5 solar panels on your roof, it will be non-stop creating an energy, a current, and that will combine and come to the main pool of the current to the battery or whatever if you have a storage battery. So it's something like that. The current, there is a current even at each sensor level. Combination of this will form a different type of a current, which we call the thought, and the thought has a power. And the thoughts, when occur repeatedly, the power becomes stronger, and that is how the thought is felt as real, itta sanyava. And this is what is happening at the layperson's mind, not the arhat's mind. the itasanya means always there's a self. I am experiencing the thing. So that is how the final product of myself is formed. So this is just a small summary of the Darshana. Understanding this is the most important thing, and understanding and repeatedly listening and uh, evaluating by self is very important here to uh, understand the fact that the world is not true. World is a creation of the six senses. So repeated listening, repeated self evaluation. So finally, world and as I said, each of us have our own world, isn't it? That world includes the my house, my parents. So each of us do have different parents, different siblings, different partner or spouse, different pets, different houses, different vehicle, different job. Uh, you name it, there are so many things, isn't it? Different garden, different hobbies. So each of us have completely different worlds from one another. And that is the word that we have to understand. So there's no common world. But we think that there is a common world, isn't it? In that common world, we think that we are living. Not only that, we think that the animals, our pets, are also living in the same world, and the material things are there. And we get happiness and sadness and all kinds of experiences from this outside world. So that is the mundane world or the lay person's understanding. So as I said, what Lord Buddha said was that you can't talk about the common true world. The true world, we don't know. We have no idea. No one can say about the true world. Even Lord Buddha couldn't say what the true world was because he also had the sensor functions like you and me. So that is why understanding the truth is very important. So, and we know that the different animals do have different senses. This Aran Mahansa has explained so many times in the past. The dolphins and the bats do have special senses like radar, and the night animals do have special sensor function of seeing in the night in the pitch dark. They see the light. So how come if the light is coming from outside, they should be able to see very well in the night, in the daytime, isn't it? But the nocturnal animals are almost kind of blind during the daytime with this bright light, so called bright light for us. They are kind of blind and they can't see. Then what can you say about it? If we depend on the outside world, outside light, there can't be a separate group called nocturnal animals. There can't be a concept called seeing only in the night. So then that has to be decided by the sensor function. So the light is created, their sensor is such, the eye sensor is such that light is created in that time that we label as night time. So which one is correct? Which one is the correct daytime? Which one is the correct night time? For them, it is a reversal, isn't it? For you and me and most of the daytime animals, living beings, we have a separate uh, time frame saying that this is the daytime and this is the night time. So, as I said earlier, also the capacity of the senses of different animals, the ability to sniff and find out something, the ability to hear the sounds from long distances. And even now, we know that animals are communicating among themselves, isn't it? The dolphins are communicating among themselves. Whales are communicating among themselves underwater, which he can't hear. So then you can't say that there are no such sounds. There may be many, many more things that we do not recognize, we do not have the capacity to identify. So it's not something common to everyone. So that is why that correctly says that uh, Salayatana local sentence is very correct, because each living being has its own sense of function, which creates some uh, ability to realize or understand or know something uh, about the environment, about the self. We know that the worm, worm has only one sensor, that is the skin. Even with that one sensor, the animal feels that it is there, it is alive, the alive feel. That is why it tries to escape from the hot sun by burying inside, digging and going inside the soil. So that itta sanyava is common to all the sattva. Itta sanyava means the feeling of existence that is common to all sattva. So actually, itta sanyava means satta sanyava. The perception of existence means the perception of self. This is not one thing, but one gives rise to the other. There are kind of very fine difference between the two, but uh, they are not the same also. And one, the itta sanya essentially should be there for the sattva sanya or the atma sanya. That means the self perception that is a final product. So knowing these things is very important. As I said right at the beginning, uh, you might wonder, how can you say that there is no world? And if you are asked the question, how do you say that world is true? You can take an example and tell us how you think that the world is not true. So the person might say that my son is here. So how can you say that sun is a creation of the mind, or sun is just a part of that created world? So how do you recognize sun? It's a seeing to the eye, isn't it? Eye function. It's a sound to the ear, the sound ear function. And maybe if you touch him, there's a skin sensation, or that is a touch to the skin touch sensation, or kaya vinyana. If it is a small child, sometimes you have a particular smell from the baby, isn't it? Of course, or maybe older child who may be using a perfume, regular perfume. So that will be a smell to the nose. I think those are the four senses mainly which are responsible to say that my son is here. So the eye functions as a camera. Eye is not capable of giving any description. Ear can vibrate and create a sound, but has no idea what that sound is. The skin feeling, something may be firm when you touch him. So something firm is felt, that's all. And the smell, will recognize a smell but no specification. What happens as a part of the chitta niyama or the natural law of the mind, which is one of the four niyamas, four laws, natural laws that explained by Lord Buddha. You can't challenge those laws, natural laws. They will happen. So the Chitta Niyama is one of the most important natural laws that Lord Buddha explained. So as a part of this natural law, with time, not right at the beginning of the life, but after some time, maybe around 1, 2 years, these sensor functions that were experienced will combine together to form a thought. Now that thought or that mental picture has all those components. And repeatedly this thought is coming from the day that your son is born. In various ways, this thought is formed for you. You touch him, you smell him, you uh, hug him and kiss him, you feel that skin sensation, and you hear his sound, the voice, you see him as a picture. So these automatically brings up the concept sun, and the sun's picture or the sun's thought becomes stronger and stronger. That is called volitional formation or abhisankarani. And the result of the abhisankarani is the thought becoming real. So now you have a real sun now. Wherever, whenever the thought is felt real, that is a self. You feeling real means there's a burn there, there's a current there, there's a power which gives that feel, a heaviness, my son. You can call it love, you can call it affection, you can call it attachment, whatever the name you are giving. That is a heavy feeling, isn't it? The heavy feeling means myself. So this is where you can find yourself actually. Yourself is not your body. Yourself is not your mind. Yourself is that current that is felt with each and every thought when that thought is felt as real. Now, see, when you talk about your son, when I say your son, it's a sound to the ear right now, but you get the complete mental picture about your son if you have a son, isn't it? And that mental picture, not only simple picture, but it's very heavy. It's very heavy with that feeling of existence. And that heaviness means yourself. So I remember about my son, that sentence has a very strong power. That is the current that we are trying to explain as yourself. That is your mithya drushtiya. That means the sun is real to you. Sun is real, and that means the whole world is real to you. You can't select one or two thoughts and say, these are felt real, but I don't feel real about the rest of the world. No, it's not like that. If the sun is felt as real, the whole world is real to you, and yourself is also real. That means you are in full mithya drushtika side, the wrong vision, incorrect vision, opposite of the sammaditya or the opposite of the correct vision. So this is how the world is created. Now this is how the sun was created. This is how the sun became a thought for you, isn't it? Now, even if you see a shirt worn by him, that is just a vibration of the eye. See how the whole picture is constructed instantly in your mind. That is again a part of the chitta niyama or this natural law of the mind. No one is doing it. No one is bringing that memory right now, but instantly it is happening. So you can see it is a system, isn't it? You can see that the system is simply functioning here. So you are interpreting that current like feel as myself, and anyway, that myself is really helpless. Myself can't do anything. Myself can't stop these thoughts coming from. Myself can't block some of the unwanted thoughts coming. And so myself is simply a current that we have to understand. That is what Lord Buddha tried to explain. So if sun is a thing to you, or if you feel that the sun is real, even the chair is real to you, even the door, wall, whatever you experience, all are real to you. And Lord Buddha, actually a metaphor given by Anand Mahansi, our noble friend, he said that the uh, getting rid of these wrong drushtis or wrong visions will happen parallelly. As I said, you can't say that, of course, the sun is still felt real, but I don't feel this cup is real. I don't feel this wall is real. It's something like having a hole in the bottom of a bucket which has water. The water level will go down symmetrical, isn't it? From one side it will not stay up, and the other side it will not go down. So symmetrically going down means uh, the the samadhi or getting rid of the mithya drushtis will happen parallel. But you don't feel them in the equal way. That is why you say that only my son is becoming a thing, but not the other things. You don't feel the strong current that you have for the sun in the same way for the other things. But if you are in mithya drushti, or if you are in the correct, incorrect, wrong vision, yeah, you feel that the world is true. It's applicable to each and every stimulus. It's applicable to each and every thought. Actually, you are not going to lose the sun. Now, that is another thing that I have to explain. A person might feel that, uh, does it mean that the sun who is existing to be considered as not existing? No, you experience the sun in the same way, but that burning current which was underneath the sun's thought is the one which is going to get deleted. You will be able to help him, you will be able to show your affection and love in the same way. There won't be any difference from outside, but the current that you had each and every time when this topic is talked about sun is the one which is going to disappear. Now, in the same way, you can think about one of your son's classmates. Do you have the same level of current? No, you might have some sort of uh, kindness, some sort of liking towards that boy if he is a friend of your son. But certainly the current that you are having about that thought is significantly less than what you have about your son. If something happens, if you hear about an accident happening at the school, your first, very first thought will be, "Oh my gosh, is my son injured?" Isn't that how your mind is behaving? The immediate thought that will spring up in your mind is, just want to find out about my son. Now, once you find out that your son is safe, do you feel that relief the, that will experience? That is because the current that you had is so strong, the so called affection or love or whatever you called, because of that, your burning is there towards your son. And we, afterwards, you might inquire, who else is injured? So you might even sometimes help them. You might go to the hospital to visit them. But can you feel what a sort of relaxation you have within yourself because your son is not injured in the incident? That is how that mind is behaving. That is how the thoughts are behaving. The strong thing, strong value that was given to the son is the one which is explained as self. And if something has happened to your son, will you be able to concentrate on the other children at all? No. You will not remember about his closest friend or whoever in the class, whether they were also injured and how are they. That thought will not definitely occur because you are 100% concentrating on your son's well being. You will rush and you will like mad, you will be going here and running here and there, trying to talk to known people and rushing to the hospital. Everything will be there with utter confusion, isn't it? But if you are a person who is going on this Dhamma path, who understand these Dhamma facts, you will be able to do whatever you have to do regarding the son's hospital admission or the injuries. But thing is, you are not burning in that way. You are not burning, and you are in good senses. You are having a very clear mind. With that clear mind and clear understanding, you will be able to very efficiently act and do whatever is necessary, appropriate to that time. Not only that, you will be able to help even the other children who are in the hospital with the same compassion. So this is the beauty of this Dhamma. When you do not have that current or that burn within you, the you can understand the other systems burning current in a more easier way. But if you are devastated with this situation, if you are kind of mentally collapsed, your current is very high at that moment. In other words, yourself is very strong here. When yourself is very strong, definitely you can't concentrate on what you are doing. You can't concentrate and decide exactly what you are doing. So these are the ways that the mind is behaving. So what Lord Buddha said was that try to understand this mind and the thoughts. And as I said, the chitta niyama or the natural law of the mind is very difficult to predict. It behaves in very weird ways. The important thing to remember is that it's not the self certain. You can't say my mind is myself because if it is myself, the mind should not behave in that bizarre and weird manners. You should be able to control that mind if the mind is myself, isn't it? To behave in a more suitable and sensible way in whatever the incident that occurs. But it doesn't happen. Sometimes a person might say that, oh my God, I don't know what I did at that time. I was fully confused and I shouldn't have done that. So, whatever was done is with the thought, isn't it? So if the mind is myself, that type of confusing command should not come from the mind. That sort of confusing command should not come as thoughts. So then that again uh, verifies and confirms that the mind cannot be labeled as myself. So we also talked about the three realms. I think we mentioned that earlier in some of our discussions. So the if you take the same uh, example, sun, the love and the affection, that fire or that current which leads you to do all kinds of things to maintain your son, to do the things for him, is your karma loka or your sensual world. You want to maintain it, isn't it? You want to maintain your son's closeness. You want to have your son throughout your life. So that is your sensual world, or that is the mundane world. The moment I tell you son, a complete picture of the sun is created as a mental picture right now. His picture is coming up without anything to do with your eyes. His voice may be coming as sounds, or the label, my son, the sound is coming without anything to do with your ears. How you felt when you touched him or when you stroked his head is felt anything to do with without anything to do with your skin. So if you want to explain something like particular smell, nothing to do with your nose, but you feel that smell also. And that really living, alive sun is created instantly in your mind, isn't it? That is your Rupaloke or the form world. And beneath that, you feel that he's real, he's alive, he's existing, isn't it? Now, right now, sun may not be in front of you, but you have the feeling that he's either at school or he's at work or he's at a class or maybe he's abroad. So you have that deep-seated feeling that he's alive, he's real, that is your formless world. So if the sensual world is there, all three are there. Mind you, all these things are in one thought. So the thought called my son, with that affection and love towards him, you have all three levels there. You love and you want to keep him, you want to have him, and the instant mental picture which is created right now, and the deep seated feel that he's really alive. Those three compose the three world Tunlokaya, the three worlds that is explained in Buddhist teaching. Lord Buddha had a deep understanding and realization about these three worlds, and liberating from those three worlds is the thing called the nirvana, where there's no burn at all, but experiences in the same way, exactly the same way that uh, you and me are experiencing the sun. So, uh, in other words, feeling the sun as real means all three levels are there. And what is lost is that current or the power or the value which was added to sun. So that is the thing called nirvana. There's no fire, the no current or the power. In other words, there's no self here on this side. And just uh, one more thing I wanted to point out. Now, if you didn't have eyes, means you were blind from birth, and if you were deaf from birth, so no sounds, then you can't talk about having the picture of the sun, or you can't have a sound of the voice of the sun, isn't it? And also, if we add some uh, sort of imagined situations where uh, your nose is not functioning, then there is no smell also from the sun. And for some special reason, you have a numbness of the whole skin where you have no touch sensation. Then is there a sun in your mind? You can't see, you can't hear anything, you don't feel to touch, and there's no specific smell also felt. Then can you talk about a sun? No. The sun was created in your mind as a thought. So the salayatna loko loko or the chittena niyati loko, the phrase is becoming more and more true, isn't it? So the the samadhi or the correct vision is the most important thing here. Samadhi or the correct vision is the one which leads to the Samma Sankappa, which is the correct concept. Samma Vacha means the correct words. Samma Kammanta, correct actions. Samma Vayama, correct efforts. Samma Ajiva, correct uh, uh, livelihood. Uh, Samma Ajiva, Samma Sati, Samma Samadhi. So that is those two again, the correct ability to uh, uh, think about it, a correct ability, correct level of meditative state. So all actually starting from the word Samma. Samma means the correct. Correct means always the world is not true. World is a creation of the senses. So that concept should be there underneath this whole path. And Micha on the other side, Micha is used to explain that the world is real. That is the mundane world. So Aranahasi did an explanation about a part from a sutra actually, without any Pali terms. I will try to explain that because I feel that that is one of the most important things for a person who is in this path. So, knowing the Satya Dharma or knowing the Darshana is the most important component. We know that meditation is not going to help to reach Sotapanna state for a person. It is the first three, that means the Sakkaya Ditthi, Vicikiccha, Silabbata, Paramasa. Those three things are the ones which help to reach the getting rid of those three is the most important or essential thing to reach Sotapanna state. And which means basically knowing, having a deep understanding, deep realization about the darshana. So that is the requirement to reach the Sotapanna state. In other words, slashing down the thought of self and the world as real. So that has to be done as a knowledge actually first, because you have to know these facts by listening to sermons or reading the relevant books. But mind you, there are many incorrect advices. There are many, many incorrect directions uh, given on this path by different people. So you have to be very careful. If the person who is preaching this Dhamma is not having that inner transformation, the explanations given or the advices given by the person will be wrong. We are very fortunate because we are always getting corrected by our Aranohanse. So therefore, we are not scared to step into the water because we know that there is somebody to uh, come for our salvage if we are going to drown. So, as I said, what you hear has to be analyzed very carefully because we know that there are mm, instances where we hear that the Sotapanna state is given as a certificate, which is really ridiculous because Lord Buddha's time there were no exams, there were no books actually, and it was only the self understanding, self realization that was that gave them the directions to the path, and with the help of the noble friend who was guiding all the time, and many people who turned to this path reached the arhanthood. So that was without any technology, without any written books, without any kind of specific ways of conveying this Dhamma message. It was just word by mouth. And not only that, the word by mouth, the person or the system will try to analyze it by himself and then understand it. So it was very effective because it happened at Lord Buddha's time. But now many people are trying to give this message. Many people try to build up their own empires, and many people try to convey this in very attractive and simple ways. So attractive, the word attractive I want to use because uh, it gives them the feeling that there's nothing much and doing some simple things will help you to reach the Sotapanna state. So this is actually a tragical situation, I would say. Shouldn't happen to a beautiful Dhamma like Buddhism. So there's no way that this can be done with thoughts. It has to be the guidance of the self feeling. So feeling is the one which has to be surfaced here, not the thoughts. So the four things that was explained in this sutra was that uh, a person who has a very clear understanding about darshana uh, will understand or will feel that when the things go wrong, what is meant by things going wrong? When a stimulus becomes a thing, when the stimulus is felt as real. So we say that Besagani or දෙයක් That is how we can explain it in Sinhala. Besagani or දෙයක් means an instant value is added to that stimulus. The system feels that there was a burn, a heavy burn. So if I give some examples, uh, maybe you're somebody from your household scolds you for something trivial. So at that time, it is just a sound, but you feel that you are having a burning, roaring burn within yourself. You will have so many stories coming up with that. You are in the full drama, you are acting in your full drama. How can he say something like that? I have been doing all kinds of work in this house. No one is helping me, and for the slightest thing, I am getting the bad name. And in that case, they should do their work by themselves. And I don't have time even to listen to them. Now, all sorts of thoughts are coming, isn't it? It was just a sound to the ear, but instantly there was a big mental picture created, burning, right? That burning is should be recognized as yourself. So this thought is coming again and again. Each time you are burning, each time you feel sad, to label that burning as sadness or maybe anger. And even the body sensor might add the things. There'll be tearing, you are crying. But it was just a sound, isn't it? If your ears were not functioning, if you're deaf from birth, and if your eyes also were blind, you wouldn't see anybody shouting, you wouldn't hear anybody shouting. And there's no hard thoughts then formed. But because the two senses were functioning, it happened in this way. And a current created, burning created. And this same thought is coming up again and again. That mechanism we call synchronization. The same thought is born again and again because that thought was very powerful. At the time it was formed, the anger or the sadness, whatever the current which was created, is very strong. In such instances, that thought is born again and again as a fresh thought. But you don't realize it as a separate new thought. You think that the same thought is coming again and again and bothering you. So, this is an incident. And after some time, maybe after a few hours, you wonder, oh my God, this is where I have to apply Dharma. What happened to me? Something went wrong. Now you are trying to analyze what happened. As I just explained, you realize that it is an ear function. If your eyes and ears were not functioning, this tragedy or this calamity wouldn't have happened. And it became a thing to me. I was burning at that time, and it became alive or it became real. I didn't understand that it was simply the sensor functions, and that current which was created was not done by me. There's no person here. It's a part of that system. The computer was activated, computer was switched on, or the system, the mechanism, the machine was activated, and the product came out. What is a product? Anger and sadness. That current is a product. So the raw materials were from the ear and eye, but the ultimate product was the sad thought, a heavy thought. So was it me? No, it is just a part and parcel of that machine, part and parcel of that uh, system. So there's no myself. No one did this one. No one did it, and it is I didn't do it. No one did it. There's no person here. Automatic happening. Now you are trying to remember these facts. Yes, now you understand. This is what is called uh, the the akusal, or the defilement which was born is recognized later on with your skills. So upan akusal andunagena prahane kirima. So after some time, it may be that the time gap may be a few hours, maybe few days or few minutes, whatever the time gap is. And we know that a person who is analyzing it this way, that time gap will be less and less. So whatever the time gap now, the system realizes the mistake. Now you started analyzing it. Now that fire is going down, and that recurring thought also becomes less and less, because now you have translated through it, penetrated through that thought, isn't it? So that is the level one. Secondly, uh, right at the time that it is coming up, you recognize. So the baby is not allowed to be born. The previous one, the baby is born, and baby may be few days, few weeks old, or few hours old. Now here, the baby is not allowed to be born. The thought, the so-called alive thought, as soon as it is coming up, the system realizes, oh, there's nothing here. There's nothing to take it as real and alive. This is simply a thought which is felt as real. This is the part of the system. So this is again active thinking, like in the previous one. In both instances, it is active thinking. So with the active thinking, the neutralization occurs. So that is the so the you are not allowing the defilement to surface here, and that is the skill, that is the second level. And third level is that when you further progress, when the system progress further, each and every thought that is coming up is felt without much active thinking. Now you know that there's nothing in this thought. This thought is just a creation and just a collection of the sounds and shapes and smells and tastes and all kinds of form word things. So instantly the passive thinking is coming up about the uh, powerlessness of the thought, or the that alive feeling of the thought is neutralized then and there. So it's happening in almost all the thoughts. So it's not allowed to bloom as a defilement. It's not coming up in the sense like in the previous level. It's not coming up anyway. Each and every thought, it is seen as something which has no value. So all these three, Aran has explained that they are the person is in path. And the fourth one is the most important thing. The skill of feeling that there is nothing in any of these thoughts is static and persisting. That's a beauty. That is a sukha level where all the time a persisting sukha, a relaxed, calm uh, level is experienced throughout without any changing. So that is the level of the Arhan's mind. That is full inside transformation. And the Arhan's mind is such that the experiencing the things happen in the same way. That is the most important thing. Experiencing the different uh, stimuli happens in the same way, but without any power or without any current underneath. So that is the fourth stage. So these four actually is useful for a person who is following these Dharma facts and going on the path. As I said earlier, right at the beginning, things happen, you are burning, but understands it, maybe with a time gap. And more it happens that the time gap becomes less and less. And instantly, when it is ready to come, you know that there's nothing in this thought. So there's neutralization at the ground level itself. And the third one is actually there's nothing to do at the ground level because the instant that the thought is coming, the automatically it is tagged with the label that there's no person here, there's nothing here, no value here. And that level is more stabilized and firm when the system is in the fourth level. That means the state of the mind of an arhat. So these are some very practical points taken from sutras of Lord Buddha, uh, which is very useful for a person who is following this Dhamma path. And uh, it is always important to get the noble friends' help and the guidance because Lord Buddha said that this sasana or this Dhamma path 100% depends on the noble friends' support. We know that the very first and the most important noble friend that we had was Lord Buddha, and I'm sure the arhats may have given the very needed support thereafter to the people who are following the path during the time of the arhats were living. And now we are very fortunate that uh, our Aryan Mahansi, our noble friend, is there to give the uh, instructions and the guidance to us wherever and whenever we need. So it is important to understand these simple Dhamma facts. Now, we have been, as I said, we have been bombarded with this idea that things are there, people are here, and I am alive. So that thing, that concept was repeatedly given from our small childhood, small age. And there is underneath this what is called the tains or the sasava nature, which is kind of unused fuel, uh, ready to be used at any time. So that fuel or the tains not only started after the birth, but it was there from the level of the zygote. And even today morning, Aaron was explaining uh, how these people from the same family will have different uh, behaviors or different personalities, which he explained beautifully, which has been done even in the past, and which was something completely new to us. Even though we have listened to so many sermons from different monks, these facts have never come out actually. So we know that the zygote itself has a vibration. That is a vibration of the sperm and the ova. Uh, and that vibration is supported by with another similar vibration which synchronized from somewhere. We don't know from where it came, but synchronization occurs. So now the power or the current or the vibration is stronger now in the zygote. That helps for the growth and progress of the zygote. So that current which was synchronized is the one that is explained as pains. So the unused fuel is there until the child is born. And after the child's birth, the five senses are functioning. Five senses are functioning, and the senses do use this world in a small way because the baby sees the things, and there is a kind of liking to the things that he sees. There's a liking to the things that he hear, the sounds. You know that when the mother calls from the distance, how the baby stop crying because that is a sound, and that sound is felt as alive to them, and that is a familiar sound. So that helps him to stop the crying. They feel as if the taste is really there. That is why they like the milk. And if you try to give something like bitter, if you keep something bitter on the tongue, you can see the facial expressions and the baby trying to spit it out. So that means the taste is felt as a thing. But you can't talk about the thought formation here. But the five senses, except the mind sensor, the sixth one, the other five are functioning from the time of the delivery. To some extent, some of them may be even functioning even inside the uterus. Uh, it has been found that the babies respond to sounds, and of course, the babies respond to the pressure. I mean, something presses on the mother's tummy, so that will be sensed by the baby. So their skin sensor is functioning. Their ear sensor, we don't know. I think it has been proved actually that the babies can hear sounds. And we know that sometimes it is advised to chant Pirit for pregnant mothers. Sometimes the mothers are requested to sing lullabies even before the baby is born. So those things may be something to do with the ear sensor functioning. And uh, if the mother receives some form of blow on the tummy, that is felt by the baby because the skin sensor is functioning. So some sensors are functioning even inside the uterus. When they are born, of course, all five sensors are functioning. So they have a likeness to the sound. They have a likeness to the shapes that they see. That is why when the mother peeps to the cot, the baby's facial expression shows that the baby receives, sort of baby feels some form of happiness. You can see how they are kicking and indicating that they are happy when the mother peeps or when the mother talks from the distance. So, in both instances, we know that the senses are functioning, but has no idea whether this is mother or whether this is the elder brother who is talking to him. But there's something is felt, and with no description. So, this is how the paints of the saucer is indicating its presence. Aranmas is talking about these things in very deep level, but I am unable to do that sort of explanation. But what I can say is that it is the Sasavanage or the taints which are responsible for everything throughout thereafter. The taints will not sit quiet every day. When the baby is little by little growing, when the thought starts forming, then the taints will come up as the defilements. We know that the babies who used to share the things generously in the preschool, they change, isn't it? When they come to the school, when they are little older, they don't like to share the pencil or the pen. They will say, I need it. And they will not like to share watercolors sometimes, or they want to uh, cling on to their own things, a beautiful pencil case, a school bag, water bottles, beautiful lunch box, all kinds of things. They become their things, their own things. That is again volitional formation, isn't it? With the sense functions, these things are created as real thoughts. So they are now real thoughts for them. The pencil box is real. The friend who is not uh, helping is also real. The water bottle is real. So whenever there is something felt as real, always the defilements or the killers also will come behind. In other words, the killers means myself. Because there's a self here only, that current is created. So when you recognize that there is no self here, it is only the current which is formed uh, by the system. Just simply thinking once is not going to help. This thinking or active reminding has to occur repeatedly, because it becomes a thing or it becomes alive due to repeated thinking, isn't it? So, in the same way, you have to reverse this order. So, repeatedly reminding whenever such a thought comes is essential. So, that is, we call it savitaka, means active thinking. So, with the active thinking, you try to reverse this pattern, that this is just a system functioning. This is not myself. This anger which came up or this craving that came up should not be taken as myself. The system is functioning and creating a current. So when that self title is gone, or in other words, a person who is in the Sotapanna state, when the person has no self view, when the person is in the correct vision or the Sammaditya, when the person realizes that world and myself is simply created uh, with the function of these five senses. So when these facts are established, what happens is that self title is no more coming, and the thoughts are coming in the same way, but thoughts will not uh, thoughts will not create an additional current. Now you know that there is no person here, but it is just happening. So then what happens is the current which used to get created will come down gradually. So very first important thing is that getting rid of that thought of myself and the real world. For that, you know, need a very clear understanding about the darshana. So that is why Aryan Mahasi is saying always, your darshan is not clear enough. Your darshan is not clear enough. This is something that we hear quite often in our Zoom discussions. So, knowing that darshana and keeping it aside like a book that you have read fully and left leaving aside is not something that you have to do. Menehikirina or the active thinking, active analysis of uh, the darshanic component is essential. Then only it will start coming up automatically. We know that the common example that we are giving, the mirage. Uh, as a child, we may have tried even to run to that direction to find out where the water is. and that is what happened to the animals also. But with the repeated thinking, repeated active thinking, now you know that there is no water there. Now you will not try to run to that direction. So, similarly, the reversal of this process has to be done frequently by frequent thinking, frequent focusing. So, with the repeated focusing, the system feels that this is also a thought. This is something created just now, and there's no self. And with that only, with that breaking point, when the thought is becoming completely a fake construct, when, in other words, it is simply a system which is functioning. So then only you will be able to uh, see that the defilements which are already there are becoming less and less. So new defilements or the new raga devasha, new killis will not be added to a person who has reached the sotapanna state. And whatever the killis which were there will get deleted little by little. So this is uh, uh, an answer to the question of some people, because if you some people says that I got angry for this thing and now I am worried about my dhamma level. So what Lord Buddha clearly said, and also this was explained by R.N. Mahasi also, you are not completely devoid of the killis when you are a sotapanna person. You have your own portion of sadness, anger, craving. Those things are there, but those are the ones which will get dissolved little by little with time. And that level is we call asavakya jnana. Ashrava kshaya means fading or dissolving wisdom. Ashrava is uh, the defilements. So the defilements are fading off little by little. That is called asavakya jnana, ability to understand that the defilements are getting less and less. So uh, that sutra, of course, I can't exactly remember the name of it, but it really very beautifully explains the different levels of understanding, which is very helpful practically to a person who is following this Dhamma path. And this Dhamma that you are hearing, if you feel that it was helpful to you, we request you to share this with your friends or maybe your family members. But of course, the Dhamma should not be an event which leads to pressure. So there shouldn't be any kind of pressure here when you are giving Dhamma. There may be people who are still not ready. So then you have to wait until the correct time comes. As soon as you feel that the the time has come, then you can introduce this Dhamma in a small way. Use the simple words, simple explanations. Maybe you can quote an incident that led him to change his tracks. So maybe you can use the same example and try to explain it in the Dhamma path, Dhamma way. So the Dhamma should not be any kind of uh, event that leads to uncomfortable thing or a change in the behavior. In that case, the it's like holding the serpent from the tail. We know that if the serpent is held from the tail, it will bite the hand. Ideally, how the serpent should be caught is touching it from the neck. So it's something like that. If the Dhamma is taken from the wrong way, with the wrong angle, uh, it can actually uh, lead to a disastrous situation. We know that some people who have listened to sermons from different monks had even certain mental confusions. So these are the things that we have to think. For the name of from the name of the namesake of the Lord Buddha's teaching, if people are telling different stories, and if it is giving rise to some form of uh, mental confusion or disturbances, certainly it is not Lord Buddha's teaching, because we know that Lord Buddha is the best psychologist that we had ever. He understood uh, the exact timing which is suitable to give Dhamma to a person, and also the way that to be conveyed uh, to suit that person's mental state. So, in that way, you can't compare any person to that situation. So, the Dhamma has to be given in a very light manner, maybe in small doses, small sort of teaching at a time, and gradually try to build it up. And uh, the person can always interrupt and ask the questions, particularly if it is somebody new. They should be allowed to ask the questions if it is not disturbing the person who is talking. Or as soon as possible that there's a break, they should be free to ask the questions. Uh, so if somebody says that I'm getting a headache when I listen to Dhamma, or when I'm listening, I feel pressurized, certainly it is not something to do with Buddhism. Certainly it has to be something wrong with the person who is doing the explanation. And also, if they are doing some simple practices like offering flowers, going to the temple, observing seal, joining various other meritorious work like alms and all, always Aranahasi says that do not disturb that pattern. Do not try to change that pattern, because if you try to do so, that person's mental stability is going to be disturbed. I have been doing this for 15, 20 years now. They are asking me to not to do that. That may be the worry. So, what is very important is that what R.N. Vahasi was telling was that let them continue with whatever they are doing, whatever the practices they are doing, but give this correct, this truth little by little in small doses, and that will replace whatever uh, the bits and pieces which are hanging uh, here and there in their minds, that will be driven off by the true correct Dhamma. So while you allow them to continue with what they are doing, you can do your job. If you are tactful enough, if you are wise enough, you should be able to do it very successfully. We know even Lord Buddha's time, there were so many other religions in the Indian continent, and they were mostly believing the gods, and some believe the Brahman, which they think that the person or the spirit who created this world. So that is their belief. So Lord Buddha was very tactful with them. He didn't want to change. He didn't want to do a drastic change, even if he knew that they are not in the path. Instead, what he tried was using their own terms, explain the things in such a way. Lord Buddha added certain things. or sometimes he explained them as two paths. He explained the the experiences of them in one path, and parallelly he explained the experiences of the Lord Buddha's teaching in a different path. So they didn't get uh, offended. They didn't feel offended because there was some form of agreement with Lord Buddha's teachings. We know that about the meditative states now with the concentration meditation that they have been practicing for a long time. They also could reach some meditative states, but there was no nirvana in that. And Lord Buddha used the same terms so that the Brahmins and the Niganta, Jatila, those other categories didn't feel unhappy about it because Lord Buddha used the same words, but then he tactfully said that there's something like this also, and then explained his version uh, with the same terms. And he explained that instead of samatha bhavana or the concentration meditation, I'm telling you about the uh, uh, vidarshana bhavana, insight meditation. And with this also you can reach these states, meditative states, and the final result will be the nirvana. So most of these people of different religions, they were actually looking for an end. They were static at one level, which they thought is a nirvana, and then they were inquisitive to find out. Now Lord Buddha is saying a different nirvana, different thing from what we knew. So, little by little, they realized that what they understood was not exactly the thing that Lord Buddha was trying to explain. So, it's a very wise way, actually. So, that is what our Aran also says. Do not try to fully oppose what the people are doing. So be tactful and try to understand their level of thinking and be flexible with them and do not oppose what they are doing. And in fact, you can ask them to continue what they are doing while they are doing their practices. Just listen to this Dhamma, and uh, maybe gradually you can take them to more and more deeper understanding. And it's surprising actually to see the people who have been doing so much of offerings, so much of pinkang, the meritorious work, automatically leaves them aside because they realize that the Amisha Puja or this material type of offerings, Lord Buddha never uh, valued. He didn't say that not to do them, but what he said was, it is not the priority. The number one should be the practical side, prayogika vima. So, knowing the Dhamma and then applying that to the day to day life should be the number one. And doing this material type of offerings can come as a second thing. So, this Dhamma is beautiful. More you understand. It's something like Lord Buddha gave a beautiful metaphor. When you eat uh, the bee's honey, more you eat, the the taste is more and more giving a satisfying feeling. The taste becomes more obvious, and satisfaction is more when you eat more of it. So knowing Dhamma is also something like that. That is what Lord Buddha was explaining. More you hear, more you understand, more the Dhamma is being applied to the day to day life, it becomes so fascinating. And the most important thing is that it is happening without a person. Not that I am experiencing this Dhamma, not that I am feeling relaxed, not that I am feeling this sukha at the end of it. It is simply happening without a self. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma. And finally, I just want to say that mm, our RN Mahanse Noble friend has been doing these sermons for the last nearly now 6 years. And there are more than 12,000 sermons in the websites. If you type it as Buddothpado uh, dhamma.com website, it's beautifully grouped and titled, so uh, it's not easy to miss them. Actually, it's easy to find them. So if you are a beginner, I suggest that you listen to the sermons about Darshana first, because Darshana is the beginning. If you know something called Darshana, this may not be the real Darshana that you should know. Always give a trial, listen and see. Listen to the Darshana Deshana and see what you understand. The beginning, the Deshana are actually very simple, and Narayan Mahansa is telling it in a very slow speed also. And you can build up with that knowledge, because the present days, most of the discussions are at a higher level. But of course, if you listen to the practical experience Zoom series, in those, Aryan Mahasi explains them in very simple ways for the beginners, because there are people who join for the first time. And depending on the setup, depending on the person's level, he explains using very simple words. So you can always give a trial, listen to them, and see whether it tallies with you, whether you feel that is it the Dhamma that I have been looking for. So if it is so, please join us to this group, and we all hand in hand we try to spread this Dhamma to everyone, because we know that all the living beings are suffering. They all have the sadness, never ending suffering. So we want to end up this suffering, isn't it? So that is ending up of the samsara journey. You can achieve this in this birth itself. That is the most important message that I want to give. The most important message that we have received from our Aryan Mahansi, because we thought that it is a far away goal that we will never be able to reach, or we will be able to reach only with a huge effort and much later, not certainly in this life. But we know that concept is very wrong now. So you can understand this Dhamma, and we have the help always. So it's a gem like opportunity. Do not miss this opportunity. So I will conclude the discussion from here. I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahase, who is our noble friend, our guide, our spiritual leader, very respectfully, Tirvan Saranay Aryan Mahansa. And I, uh, uh, I wish that our listeners all be blessed by Triple Gem. And not forgetting, of course, always our Dhamma friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. Tirvan Saranay.
Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 32. When you have the wisdom of the Kruta Jnana, you just don't do anything. The seeing of the illusion automatically happens. Automatically happens means you don't think that there is no outside. You already feel that there is no outside. At the stage of Krutajnana, the moment you receive an aramana from any one of your senses, you will immediately be able to realize that the book which you see outside is only a thought and that it does not exist outside. And then you let go of that thought. When you let go of one thought, it is similar to letting go of a long string of consecutive thoughts that arise in the mind consciousness. To come to this stage of Krutajnana, you should be a Sotapanna. Only a person who has developed the wisdom of a Sotapanna and an Anagami could come to this point of Krutajnana. If we explain it even further, we could say that only a person who has practically experienced the pure truth, a person who has dropped off his concept of self, and a person who is on the path to nirvana can be at this stage of Krutajnana or at this stage of wisdom. At this stage of Krutajnana, you should already have a deep realization that the stimulus, aramuna, that comes from outside or the book seen outside is only a sanya, a perception that has been introduced to your mind consciousness before. You should also know very well that perception of a book is something that was not introduced to you at this moment. The perception of a book was something that was introduced to you before. Also, you must have a very clear understanding that except for the thought that was formed at this moment, there is no other thought. You always have only one thought, and you should also know that the thought is formed only in this moment. You should also have a very clear understanding that there is nothing as the moment either. Terusan everybody.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. We worship Aryan Mahamse at his feet. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Aryan Mahamse. And also we warmly welcome all the listeners through the Zoom or or some other means. Thiruvaan Saranai to all of you. Uh, and we also are very grateful and very thankful to the friends who are helping us from the background in the technology. Uh, so this is our daily English Zoom discussion. Today, the 1st of January, uh, beginning of a new year, and we are starting our English Zoom discussion. Thank you, Shani, for reading the 2 pages for us from the book. We have been talking about uh, the nature of the thoughts, how the thoughts are formed, and uh, a basic description about the mind and the thought. So we have not gone to the deep facts how the thought is formed, but some sort of superficial introduction about the thought was done and the mind. And also, it was briefly mentioned about uh, the what is meant by a thought. That means everything that we describe as the material or the outside world comes in the form of thoughts. And also, it was mentioned that thought is something that occurs right at this moment, and it's always a single thought which comes at a time, and then it's a string of thoughts which occurs at a very high speed. So that is the essence of what Shani read for us. We can start the discussion. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, and Sudharma. We can start the discussion on that basis. Teruvan Saranai.
Sanai. Yeah, we can start the discussion. It's kind of the similar things that we discuss on this line. So to add to yesterday, what was the main point other than yesterday in the book? What was the main point? So I think it is the continuation, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yes.
So it's still about the thought, still about the perceptions, mental formations.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we kind of discussed this a lot, but I think I couldn't even couldn't finish even listening to Andolnaatmaka Deshana yesterday. Usually I don't miss that, but today I couldn't listen to that. I listened to a little bit of that, the first part of that. And then when I listened to that, I was like feeling that how Aranhanse was worried about people misunderstanding Dhamma in different ways. So I wanted to just highlight that in English medium as well, just in case. Because when we say the thought is not real or outside is not real, we can, if we take this Dhamma halfway, we can be in great trouble. That has happened before. You know, there had been some vada or some, what is vada? I think like a debate about this ever persisting something and not persisting, something not persisting. So when we come to the no side, there can be a great trouble here if we don't understand the full Dhamma. That is where even Aranohanse, when he starts talking about something, he finishes it. Kind of he takes into the last bit as well. If we don't do that, I think the main risk is if we take this Dhamma in a half-hearted way or kind of in the middle, if you stop in the middle, there can be a kind of misunderstanding or misalignment in this part, because if someone just stop there outside, whatever is there outside is actually a perception in the mind, yes. And then if someone actually stops there, there's a very great risk of you being not understanding the whole story, because the whole story is about the self-perception or self-vibration. And if you don't go deeper and deeper and deeper, I think misunderstanding is possible, and actually you might be in trouble, because when we talk about something, about the whole Dhamma, when we talk about a chair, okay, we take it as an example, or we can take daughter as an example. So the daughter, I mean, this is a bit sensitive, but we can take it. So the daughter is actually a thought. And then, why are we doing this? Why are we even talking about the daughter? Is the self-perception, even though there is a self-perception or self-view, actually there is no self. What was out there was only a stimulus, which we have given so much value to. And how much this value has come, how this value has come is that we are actually researching. So when we try to understand that, we understand that the actual, when we try to understand the manifestation of the daughter. So the daughter is kind of a perception in the mind, yes. And then we, not only that, we actually understand then if we see daughter, even the light, because there should be the perception of light to see someone. That's how you understand that it is your daughter. And even seeing is not real. It is just a past vibration. So then we kind of keep understanding that the self-perception or the self-vibration is only due to this being misunderstood as a thing. Because the notion, the duality is felt when there is a thing. If there is no duality, you don't feel anything, you don't even know anything about it. But even knowing, you know that even Lord Buddha, when he went to see Asodara, he know that this is Asodara. There's no misunderstanding in there. There's no, he saw Rahula, who is the son, and when Rahula asked for the return for him something, I don't know how to say that in English, he asked Daya or something which should be coming from that. Then he just took him, so he knows that he's his son before being and before becoming Lord Buddha or understanding truth or becoming the truth. So before becoming the truth, he had a son, and he can feel the son. So when the self-vibration is not there, you can feel all the other beings, all the other vibrations, how they are and how close they are to the non-vibration, and how they can help this vibration to become the non-vibration. So I don't think I put it in a nice way today, but what I'm trying to say is we try to understand all about the stimulus just to understand that there is nothing to take granted for. There's nothing, there's no value. It is all constructs. Either it is a mental construct or otherwise it is a sensory construct, sensory organ construct. So sensory organ constructs would be the light, the sound, the taste, the smell, or the touch, or the temperature. But the mental constructs would be mother, father, moon, sun, house, family, husband, wife, daughter, son, yeah, friends, my job, my, colleagues. So the story goes on. That is a mental construct. Why are we trying to understand this? Is to understand that if there is no self, what do we feel? And what we feel is the self vibration, which actually arises when the stimulus is felt as a thing. When you keep understanding this, actually duality is gone, and we feel like we are becoming the sound, or becoming the actually you won't feel like as it is happening to you. So that is the important thing. So what Arenwanse was trying to say, I couldn't finish the sermon, but I just heard only a few parts of it in the beginning. He was trying to say, if you take this halfway, it may actually harm you. So take it fully. Don't stop anywhere. Just don't misunderstand this. So thought is not real, yes, but you have to understand that when you understand the thought is not real, what dies down is your power. So you are actually getting rid of you, not getting rid of anything else. So actually when you get rid of you, you become the daughter, you become the son, you become the person out there, you become basically everyone. That is Lord Buddha, how he was explained. He was the everyone. So yeah, anything to add? I think you may have listened to the whole sermon, but I couldn't. The 7 o'clock one last night. It is a new year, yes, but you can actually try and understand this sermon. It's happening one by one. There's no massive numbers, but still one by one, who understand this has a big power. But that to happen, you can't stop here and there. You have to understand the full thing, and the curiosity should be there to understand the full thing. That what we are fighting for, what we are actually fighting is to get rid of the self vibration, not to actually do anything else. And when you get rid of the self vibration, you become the thing. So it is very that is the Mahakarma, extreme kindness that Lord Buddha had, isn't it? Anything to add?
Yes, actually, that 7 o'clock Deshana, but there were lots of people who were giving their views towards the latter part and how they understood and all. So that was it at the 7 o'clock. And then today morning, Aryan Mahase joined to the last half an hour, like, and then he explained something very fine actually about the vibrations, the changing nature of the vibrations he explained. And that changing nature of the vibrations is what is meant by feeling alive. That was one of the things that I grasped from that explanation. And the that changing pattern of the vibration occurs within that vibration itself. So it's a very fast mechanism, but also with the time, the vibrations which occur regarding the same stimulus also can change. So within that same vibration, as well as with time, the vibrations that occur later on also can change. That was one of the things that he mentioned. As you said, in the middle of the part, that you somewhere halfway of your explanation, you mentioned about that duality. Now, duality means that the system feels that it is existing there, and then the system is here. So there is always two sides there. And you mentioned that it is applicable to the thoughts as well as to the sensor levels, isn't it? So the thought means
Yeah, but
simply.
actually, even if you, after understanding that there is no duality, you can we always talk about this, the Ratan Mahanse, or the person who has become this non-vibration will start living as normal again. Like there is no self-vibration, but he will be seeing as normal, hearing as normal. Everything will be normal without that power. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. So it is a bit difficult to explain also, I think, from Aran Hanse's perspective and our perspective, because some of the things may be not that clear. But we can talk within the limits of our feelings and how it should be kind of understood first as well, because these finer points, I haven't listened to the morning one or the nothing today. So yes, it becomes more finer, and I suppose there's no other word than finer. It becomes finer, and I think more kind of intricate, or kind of like very, very delicate, so that it is only you who will know even the difference, because this vibratory nature, how it changes, or the self vibration, how you feel and how it changes, and how the non-vibration, where the power is not there, how that happens. And you just keep understanding. So when we talk about these things, we usually feel that usually we have sense of faculties where we feel differently. Even that keeps changing, because you keep understanding that these sense of faculties are just one mode of just one vibration, actually. Like, even though the output is different, it's just one vibration. So the difference, that changing pattern, when changing patterns are there, definitely anyone would love that, isn't it? Like, that one day you would love to eat vanilla ice cream, one day you would like to eat chocolate ice cream, one day you might feel like eating some fruit and nut ice cream. So no one wants to eat the same thing every day, unless you have some allergic reaction to others. So we like the difference. We like to entertain the ears at one point, and we like to entertain the eyes at one point. We can't keep entertaining one sensory organ forever, because that is how it is, because then the living life feel is not there, isn't it?
Yeah, that is the superficial level, isn't it, Dr. Popila? I mean, the wanting to change the clothes or food or whatever it is.
It is a
That is,
superficial level, but in deeper down also,
yeah, it
in the
is.
feel also, even though you don't talk about the type of the ice cream, deeper down, even if you don't have any thinking pattern, even the baby has this problem.
Yes.
That's why when there is a thing hanging up their coat, when that is not one single color usually. It has multiple colors. It gives the various sounds. It doesn't give one sound. And just different stuff, like so they are mesmerized by that. How are they mesmerized and they don't know anything about it? So even in the field, that alive field, there is a very underlying need for alive field. That is the thing what I was trying to say. But I need to listen to what Arun say has been talking in the morning, because he puts these things really very, very specifically, very direct way. So it is beautiful all the time. But when we keep understanding how a baby react to stuff, how baby is wanting to live, how baby would, even a worm, how a worm would love to live, how he would like to maintain the whatever the comfortable way. So the humans are a bit different. Humans have so much like 6 sensory organs. So they have different ways of, but in the finally you understand, when you are understanding a bit more, you understand this feel is actually nothing but the self vibration which is playing up. It's actually wisdom mixed with the wisdom. It's because it's not actually something you would feel. What do you think? Anything else?
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Dr. Sakuntala, and Dharma friends. In the morning discussion, Dr. Sakuntala, another important thing Anand focused on is that in each thought, all the previous data, can be telepathized into each stimulus. That actually, as knowledge, we knew that the self vibration, the stains, that vibration was telepathized into the zygote. But actually, for the first time, I heard that everything is present in each stimulus also. Did you get it?
Well, actually,
Yeah,
that is
yeah.
very easy to understand. If you actually become if you can become the zygote, you can, I mean, through wisdom, just try to
Yes, Dr.
feel that.
Kokila. Yes.
Just try to feel that. And when you feel that, just become the zygote and say that vibration has all the samsaric cycle, isn't it? All the feels that you have felt, everything is there. It's just that whether you would be able to telepathize into one of them is quite different. It can be different from each and every time, but everything is there. That's why this samsaric cycle is not going to just stop by just thinking that it will stop. It's never going to happen. So this whole system should be understood thoroughly to feel it. And if you can feel it, you know that this vibration actually has everything. And this heaviness or the vibratory nature of that, or the frequency, I would say, I mean, it is very theoretical when we say that, but the frequency of that vibration depends on how much it is, how can we say, how thick that is. That's why even a small baby will not have much vibration, but with time he might end up in Nilay also, like very lower realms. How can that happen? That happens because that vibration in the Chutisita has every aspect of it. This one vibration, just one vibration has the ability to have this all of it. The thing is, the synchronizing to that level can be different. You know, the baby will not synchronize to the one level because that is the field level. So the baby will synchronize to the field level, but once you become the mind is developed, you synchronize to whole different type of it, you know. So the synchronicity changes as well. So the level changes as well, but it is just one vibration. I have to listen to Arana's sermon because he puts these things so beautifully that it is very important even for us to listen and try and
He
understand these things.
he reiterated what you said, Dr. Kokila. Now the child in the cot, how this power makes the child to grab the phone, and how the child cries when mother tries to take it back. And finally, he was talking about the cessation of perception, Sanya Nirodha. That was the in part of it. Uh, so when you reiterated everything again, it's very beautiful and meaningful, and it's for us, of course, it helps a lot. And Dr. Kokila, when you said the pitfalls or the challenges a beginner faces in understanding Dhamma, you said Daryan Hanse also said that one should be very careful when discussing Dhamma and introducing it to a new person. Basically, the main concept of Gautama Buddha Sasana is that there is no one and there is nothing. Kenek naha, deyak naha. So, since we have lived in this world made of four great elements and giving all name labels and stuff, at once when somebody hears this, there is no one, there is nothing, they are kind of shocked and they hesitate to believe it. They think we are kind of extreme. It's an extremist perspective, although it is the true message of Gautama Buddha, since it has been distorted over these 2500 years. At once they cannot get it because it comes as a new version, although it is the original version. So as you said, Dr. Kokila, when we
That's why
talk
we
to,
should not
yeah,
actually say these things like that. That's what
exactly,
the feel should be. Like when someone
ex
is talking about something, and you can just say, "Oh, okay." But you know, when someone says about the beauty of a flower, you can say, "Oh, that is not that beautiful to me. How did that happen?" The beauty is in your eye, isn't it? The beauty is in your mind. That is very tricky. And actually, one can actually kill someone for the beauty. Someone might not even look at that because it's not that beautiful. So this change in perception and the how these perceptions are tricking you, then and there, it's very very difficult because if you don't have like a good companionship with someone, you might not be even able to say any of these things. And specifically, not everyone will like to hear that, as you said, but no one should actually start from that heavy stuff. I don't think even Aranavanse started with heavy stuff. If you listen to Aranavanse's initial Dhamma talks, he's not talking that deep about this field. He's now talking about that because it is needed for long-term listeners. Otherwise, I think after this talking about this time, he will start talking about from Dhamma about from the beginning, because that's how it goes. It goes in cycles. Because how some or other, last bit should be explained by noble friend, because otherwise it will not be understood. It will not be like in the, when it is out there, anyone can go back to that YouTube video and listen to that, if someone needs it, because it's out there. If it is not out there, it will just not out there. That is the problem. So he's adding a bit more delicate things now, and which is needed for everyone. And when we try to tell something very, like for a newcomer, if you try to say there is no self, he might get shocked and he might not even want to listen again. But if you say, if you start with something like something simple, example doesn't come to me, but something simple, that might stuck it, because yesterday we talked about it, how Surangika listen to them, but these things are very extreme. Like I kind of liked it, because I kind of was trying to understand what is self, and I kind of liked it, so that's why I went on listening. And Surangika said she was mesmerized by the idea of like, you are not seeing, you are actually thinking. You are not hearing, you are actually thinking. You are not feeling, actually you are thinking. That sentence actually shocked her. So that shocking, someone can actually keep listening to that due to the curiosity, or someone might even say, oh, that is extremism, that's nothing, we should not listen to that. Yeah, these things do happen. We don't have to worry about that. Actually, we don't have to. And we shouldn't appear extreme as well, because sometimes mothers, actually, when they try to talk even about Dhamma, they're a bit extreme actually. You can feel it too, that they are actually, their self vibration is more when they are trying to talk about that. How come is that? That's extremely important, how you understand your own vibration, not actually other people's vibration. So if you can't understand your own vibration, you are at risk, let alone understanding someone else's vibration, isn't it? So the trick is understanding other person's vibration. And if you feel that person is not matching this vibe, don't even tell anything.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, there, Aryan Hase never leaves it just as there is no one, there is nothing. He always says there will be the projections of all the sensory faculties and things made up of four great elements. What we are explaining is that you can't find what you think is out there. So there again we come to that it's a world of thoughts, what you explained right now. So when we talk about Dhamma, we have to explain the full story kind of. I mean the entire
If you
concept
start
as
to
you
do
said.
that,
Yeah.
if you
Yes.
start
Yes.
to do that. So if you don't start, that's fine. If you feel
Yeah.
that the vibration doesn't match, you don't start. If you start,
Yes.
there's a risk also. I'll tell you this at this moment. Like, there's a risk if you just tell something and you leave there and you couldn't complete. There's always a misunderstanding. So the best thing is to say, are you suffering at the moment? If you are suffering and you want to understand about this suffering, how this suffering comes, listen to Buddothpado and say sermons. Be open-minded. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to you. Just listen and see. That's it. Without much
That
pressure.
helps.
Because if you put
Yeah.
pressure, everyone starts worrying. I have known this forever. If you go to a temple and if the head venerable there starts forcing you onto something, will you not run away? You will. I mean, I will.
Of course we will. Yeah.
Yeah, if
Nothing
you
to
feel like,
face.
if you feel like I don't think it is comfortable. No one wants to come out of their comfortable shell.
Zone. Yeah.
Yeah, but the main thing is, if you have someone, if you know someone, and if you want to give this, you give this very slowly. And if you know that person has no much capacity, you have to give it very slowly. And if you are feeling that you're not going to give it more than 2 days, just let them listen to them and just leave it there, because halfway done tasks are much more dangerous than not started tasks. Isn't it?
Helps a lot, Dr. Kokila. That helps a lot. And when I had some time with this, spent some time with this Bante from Thailand, those days, Dr. Kokila, when he was actually at the very beginning, I mean, at Matara, Tissamaharama, he was, his meditation was mostly towards concentration or tranquility meditation. So I was connecting it to, it also came naturally, Buddothpado sermons and explaining it. What happened at the end was, Dr. Kokila, he was talking about Buddothpado sermons. The language barrier was not there. He felt what was explained in Sinhala, and he also had a lot of discussions with Aryan Mahanse. He considered Aryan Mahanse as his Guruji. So he was telling Sudharma, now you have true Dhamma here. You have Aryan here. He calls him like that. And actually Aryan Mahanse was not there in Anuradhapura. He was in Mahiyangana at that time. When he finished the sermon at Anuradhapura, he invited all the followers that this one is listening to Buddothpado sermons. She is a lay woman, so please talk to her and try to understand this. This is, you already have true Dhamma here. He was, I mean, finally he was talking about Buddothpado sermons. When Aryan Mahanse said last evening he got an invitation from Thailand, and they have bought a block of land to construct a monastery and name it as Buddothpado. That actually he made the decision in Sri Lanka because he got Dhamma, and he actually, even Aryan Mahanse himself told Bhante is so humble, and he listens to Buddothpado sermons and have a lot of discussions with him also. So actually, this also is a good example to show that true Dhamma is a universal thing. It doesn't matter whether it's from Thai, everybody. I mean, despite the nationality, race, caste, creed, the truth is truth, and it will come up, and people, the fortunate people, will hear this message. So I just,
And also
yeah.
sometimes our vibration might not match the, sometimes, because RN1 says vibration, non-vibration matches everything. So it is very, very different vibe, and yeah, it helps so much. And not everyone would feel it, but if you feel it, it would change the person forever. But the problem is not about like getting mesmerized about a person. This is about Dhamma, and I have never met Karan once who haven't seen him myself, and same, like, not as a person, not as anything, but seeing through his sermons, his Dhamma, the non-vibration, that is the most important thing. And when we talk about this half-done jobs, we have to make sure that when we talk about Dhamma, we have to actually end up telling about the, deyak naha, when we started saying that. If we not finished with it, kenek naha, that they are similar. Deyak naha is similar to kenek naha, in the sense, the stimulus is equal to actually the value of the stimulus is the sensation of you. If you don't give this message, that is the trickiest part to understand, that it is the vibe, the stimulus only that can be worrying someone, but it is so beautiful to know, because if someone has not researched about yourself or myself, researched about what is you, then you will be like, oh, that is extreme. But if you go to someone who has thought about these things, that is not extreme, because they are thinking about it. They are actually trying to find out about it. They're actually worrying or wondering about what this suffering is. Why one time you are happy, why one time you are sad, why you are seeing different levels of yourself or others, if you've seen. And when they die, how unhappily they die. If they are dying happily, they are usually in a different world, thinking in a different angle. I'm going to God, and they might die happily because they are under the impression that they might go to God. So the vibration is towards the craving. So yeah, there are lots and lots of caveats here, isn't it? Anything, Surandika, in that context? I don't know whether she had time to listen to the sermons. I'm actually getting busy these days. I couldn't listen some of them.
Thiruvaan Sannai, Dr. Kokila, Thiruvaan Sannai Dhamma friends. I think last night's one was, as Dr. Sakuntala said, the latter part, or from halfway through the conversation went on to different people's experience, particularly because Aryan Vahanse brought up the 31st night, 31st,
Okay.
last day of the year, and how people are kind of going a little nuts on the road and thinking that this is the end of the year, means almost like this is the end of the world kind of thing. So then there were people from different parts of the world. There was a lady who spoke from Italy, and then Harshi spoke from the US, speaking about different societies and the way they tackle, the way they see the 31st and the materialistic things they do about celebration, food, drinks, and entertainment and so on. And that is basically their world. They don't know anything else, and therefore the foremost things in their mind is entertain themselves, enjoy, and then eat, drink, and be merry kind of thing. So, they work hard, they earn a lot, and they spend a lot, and that's about it type of thing. So without any access to true Dhamma, that is almost the fate of mankind through pure ignorance. And so that was the tendency of that part of the conversation. But then I think in the later stages, Mahacharya Tuma also spoke, and he was also talking, I think, about certain aspects about, I think, Aryan Mahansi brought up the fact that, if you are talking about the field, that you have to give an example about the field rather than just say, that a thing doesn't become a thing type of thing. And I think the professor was also trying to elaborate on that and saying you can't try to cover it up by thoughts, and that it's almost as if how a cat covers up the poo with the paw and goes off. It's almost like you're trying to hide it, but you're not really hiding it. You're just putting a sticker over it, and you're not addressing the problem. So that was, I think, the last bit of the conversation. And then, of course, there was quite a bit more of various things and Aryan Mahansen's plans for 2026 and so on. But coming back to Sudharma's question and that discussion, I think, as you said, Dr. Kokila, the advice is you really can't go into that go into the depths of it straight away, isn't it? Because if you anything for that matter, I mean, even if you try to teach something, you have to teach a child something. You have to take them through first grade, second grade, third grade before you can tell the child to sit for the the grade 5 scholarship. So it's something like that. And if the subject even is not introduced to that person, if the person is particularly completely new to this aspect of Dhamma, then you have to broach it in a way that is easily understood. And that's why I think Anand Mahansa also, most of the time you find with mothers, he asks them, what's your background? What do you do as a job? What's your husband's job? How many children do you have? And then he kind of brings out the person and the person's problems and all. And through the problem, he then gradually eases into the Dhamma by saying that, how did this topic of the child being away from you or the child being estranged, how did it create so much suffering for you? How did it bring so much sorrow? Was there a child from the beginning of your life? How did this child become so important? So it's a gradual easing into a topic which is close to that person's heart. And I think that is the way that one can actually bring the Dhamma close to the person and make them understand it. And to your other point, there are certain people who are, even in these countries, seekers of truth, meaning they are open to and they're receptive to listening to various facets of Dhamma or different versions or different ways of understanding the Dhamma. So to that extent, they're curious. Bring that curiosity mindset and they have an open mind. So for such people, again, you have to have a bit of intuitiveness to be able to discern such people, and then you can gradually ease into a topic of, for example, the sensory perceptions, how those sensory perceptions make up this world, and bring it from a point of curiosity, and then use an example where if you're in the monastery, you say something in the garden or some ritual that has been just practiced in the monastery, take some example like that and show. So then it becomes easier for that person to take, and they will approach it from a sense of curiosity, and then you just leave it. Again, if you bombard the person, then also, I have had this experience. If you say too much, also they get turned off. So there needs to be a bit of balance, and there needs to be a bit of an understanding and experience in handling that kind of thing. Some people are totally not tuned into it at all. And then, as you said, Dr. Kokila, then you need to know that there's no point. You just have to leave such people alone. Because I think R.N. Mahansio has also said that some people, there'll be a longer route that they have to take. And that can be through, offering flowers at a temple, doing that little ritual, which will still give them a bit of solace and comfort. Such people come about and get their happiness or peace in that way. But there are some people, the ones that are more spiritually intellectually curious in a spiritual kind of way, who would be a bit more receptive to being given the Dhamma in a more direct manner. So there are various ways in which, and I mean, we have seen this in the last 5 years with all these Zoom discussions, how R.N. Mahansa very intricately navigates the path with various people, isn't it? So that's the beauty of the way he can, not only he can tune into their vibration, but he also gets about it in such a skillful manner that there are lots of lessons for us to learn from.
Yeah, that's wonderful,
that.
isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it is a kind of a mastering thing which happens to feel. That's what he suddenly came into our Zoom and was like telling us, why don't you feel? Don't you feel the other human beings? And like, yeah, it is opening us as well, like kind of, yes, are an answer. And then yes, because he guides everyone. He guides us very slowly. He hasn't guided us in one day. He can't. But this these changes has not happened within one day. Has not happened in 10 months. Has happened with time. And to hang in there, kind of keep listening to same Dhamma for some time, it is kind of interesting. And even if someone is understanding even part of it, it is good. But the main trick here is to understand the non-vibration. Because if you haven't felt this power, you don't know what you are actually getting rid of. And you don't know what's the difference between the sensory vibration and the power, because you will be misunderstanding this all the time. So there is a tricky, intricate, or very fine points. But to come to that level, even sometimes we talk about these things, it can just keep changing. Everything changes very slowly. Everything changes, isn't it?
Yeah, and that other point you made right at the beginning about, I think, Dr. Sakuntala's point about this morning Zoom. I think I listened to it, but not, I was doing something else as usual, so I need to listen to that again. The Sanya Viparinama and, the vibration evolving, as well as the Abhisankarani and the volitional formation, both happening at the same time. And the next thought and the next thought is also changing. The pattern is changing. The power is also changing. And what you said, Dr. Kokina, about this moment, the stimulus in this moment, or the vibration, encapsulates the entire vibratory cycle or patterns of this whole samsaric journey or cycle in this moment. And that is why, isn't it, that one can also, through the true Dhamma and the practice, help, or the practice helps to seize that vibration as well and end the samsaric cycle. Because if it didn't encompass, if that zygote level vibration didn't encompass the entire samsaric cycle vibration, then one cannot erode it through fading of the defilements and through the access of the true Dhamma, isn't it? It works both ways. I mean, it has the whole thing in it, the vibration. And then because it contains the entire vibration of this whole samsaric cycle, which is why I think Aryan Mahansa said, what is vibrating in this very moment is not only the past perceptions, present perceptions in this birth from a conventional sense of the word, but it can happen from any past perception, even in a past life, can telepathize or synchronize to this very moment. That is what this single vibration is all about, although that vibration is also changing and evolving. So bringing that vibration to an end is possible because it is that one vibration which, when it ceases, becomes the non-vibration. The cessation of it itself brings about the non-vibration, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I need to listen to that actually, but
I don't know whether he
the
actually went into that. I can't remember that part of the talk. Dr. Sakuntala, did he just stop at that every moment
Uh,
has everything only?
yeah, he also mentioned that every vibration every vibration tend to get telepathized to another vibration which happened in the past. So it may be within a short period, or as you all mentioned, maybe some kalpa time away. That means a
Yeah.
innumerable time gap. So
Mm.
every vibration will get telepathized to some another vibration. So in other words, I think in Sinhala it says that Purana karmaya valandanawa. That means we are always
Mm.
well, can you say it's
Consuming. Yeah, this.
consuming, yeah, consuming the past experiences. So that was one of the things. So if there is no similar vibration in the past, this vibration will not happen, isn't it? I mean, for this vibration to happen, there should be always something which can be synchronized from the past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is the importance of the, or even the difficult part of the non-vibration.
Hmm.
Because if we have felt the non-vibration before,
Yes,
the story
exactly.
is a bit different. But um, there are instances in the Lord Buddha's time that they say the whole town, or I don't know if it's a town or the village, but that whole area, people actually understood Dhamma, you know. But they didn't go in deeper than that. So they can have this situation again. They can synchronize to that again easily. But for the first one, it is an experience that has never happened before.
And he's given some examples also in past talks, I think, about, how we come across a face that is so familiar in a crowd, but we are really quite sure we haven't met that person before. And then, some places he's given the example where some person gets this impulse to kill a person completely out of the blue, no warning, no premeditation, nothing, but just.
I heard some similar situation even in Australia. Suddenly, there's an impulse to harm another person. Has not seen or heard about that person before. I can't imagine things happening like that. But in Lord Buddha's Dhamma, everything is like kind of explained, isn't it?
And also the love at first sight, that is something that is described. So that also can be explained in the same way, isn't it?
The explanation, love at first sight, is not there. Actually, the field is different. Field is that the closer feeling. The feeling. The feel is different. The story becomes then, the perception we give is love at first sight, but that's the closer feeling. But this can come as good thing or a bad thing, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Also, we mentioned in the morning Deshana, I think Surangika may have heard, you might remember, this called in Anusote, or when you are going down along the flow, the vibrations, the way that the vibrations are evolving is such that the vibrations become stronger and stronger. Whereas in Patisote, or when you are going upstream against the stream, the evolving of the vibrations occur in a pattern where the vibrations become less and less powerful. That was one of the things that he mentioned. That means in Anusote, the vibrations will become stronger because of the, evolution occurs in such a way that the vibrations become more stronger. In Patisote, the evolving occurs into a pattern where the vibrations become less and less, becomes weaker and weaker, or less dense, yes.
Yeah, it's like that whirlpool example, isn't it? Because there's nothing to stop the flow of the current, two opposing currents coming together and drawing everything into the whirlpool. Is like the anusota, isn't it? Because every vitaka or every stimulus and every active thought around the stimulus, believing it to be real, takes that person along the samsaric cycle and the anusota. Whereas on the other side, against the stream, would be, I mean, we talked about like an antivirus, isn't it? The true Dhamma acts like an antivirus, where the thoughts and the binding nature of it and the underlying current is not allowed to go in full flow, isn't it? Because of the Dhamma understanding comes in there to arrest that flow or slow it down to the point that where the awareness or the vidarshana aspect of it then comes into play.
And this revelation solves a lot of problems we had in the sense now when five of us perceive the same stimulus, the power generated differ from one another. No? So the
Yeah.
thought power, yeah, it's very beautiful. And yeah, it solved a lot of problems, uh, of course. It's beautiful. Very
That was
And
what he named as, sorry, yes.
yeah, tell.
That was what Sudharma mentioned, that was described as this Nanatta-kaya, Nanatta-sanya, isn't it? Different systems or different bodies, different people will have different perceptions.
Yeah,
And
Dr. Sakuntala, this Gati Purudu also, that what we have innate things all. I mean, this one point answered lot of doubts in the sense the problems due to our ignorance. We couldn't come to terms with certain things that are advanced, but today's the explanation actually helped a lot. And all your guidance to deal with new people helps a lot because we are planning to start a practical program in Gaul. That's why I sought advice from you. Teruvan Saranai, and I have to leave 5 minutes early. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila,
Terwa
Dr.
Sarnai
Teruvan
Sudharma, I
Saranai,
also
Sudha.
want to congratulate you for doing such a marvelous job as the interpreter because you have changed the track of Bante Belly, I think, during that time.
No, Dr.
Yeah.
Sakuntala, he already had listened to sermons, and that's why he came down to Sri Lanka. But I tried
Yes.
my best to contribute in some small way. But I really experienced how Aryan Vansi can.
If you're
Uh,
actually going to
yeah,
do a program, that is different. That is okay. Then
yes,
who would come there is not going to they are coming
Yeah,
there with the open mind.
that's right.
No,
Yeah.
no one would come to this Zoom, and I mean, unless they have a very bad mind and they come here to, it can happen. Someone comes to a Zoom with open mind to listen to them. If not, you don't have to come. So that's the thing. Then if you're doing a program, that is completely different. It is different to randomly telling someone. It is completely different because you grow up to it, and when you start telling that,
and honestly speaking, you have molded us in such a way, Aryan Mahanse, I mean, all of you, because you never let us finish a point, I mean, stop a point halfway. No, you're asking where is the other part? Why outside is not real? Then what about you on this side? And what about the value and so on and so forth? So we have kind of that confidence is there, self-confidence is there, Dr. Kokila, and always there are people to help. And then and there, even we can contact one of you and experienced people, and even we can get them connected I mean, get them to talk to one of you, even if we can't contact Aryan Vasi, so that there is no any stress as such. So we are confident that we can do something for the people.
The
Some
main
feel,
thing is
yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Therun Sana Master. Therun Sana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 30. Craving, Tanha, or a liking for the book can arise. If there is a book outside, you definitely tend to get attached to it, or you would dislike it. If you believe in the book you see outside, then craving, clinging, birth, old age, death, sorrow, and lamentation will follow. To avoid going through all this suffering, how could you use this thought to realize this truth? Can we use this thought to come out of our suffering? We will teach you how to do that. You have to see the truth in the thought. You have to observe that there is no book outside. You have to know that the outside is only an illusion. The book is seen within the Sammutiya, which is an illusional, mundane world. This mundane world does not exist outside. The book is only a thought. It does not exist outside. And the thought, too, is a lie. It does not exist anywhere. If you have the wisdom to see all the above qualities in an aramuna or stimulus, and if you have thoroughly understood the Dhamma then you could begin your journey to realize the ultimate truth. Once you develop the Satya Jnana, it will lead to Krutya Jnana, which in turn will lead to Krutajnana. When you go on the path, you have to develop the Satya Jnana. Developing the Satya Jnana means you need to realize that you don't exist. You need to eliminate your Sakkaya Drishtiya. You have to recognize that everything that we experience or feel from our six senses does not belong to anybody. Once you completely attain the realization that there is no you, you automatically move on to develop the Krutya Jnana. Krutya Jnana means you realize that this illusion is created only by the six senses, and you clearly see the Nimiti Swabhavya of the six senses. Therun Sana, everybody.
Therun Saranai. Therun Saranai, everybody who have joined in several ways to this English Zoom discussion. First of all, we all worship Aryan Hanse at his feet, and may all of you be blessed by Theruvan or Triple Gem. And we warmly welcome to this English Zoom discussion, which is held every day for 1 hour 15 minutes from 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time. Thank you, Shani, for reading the 2 pages. And we have been explaining the contents of each reading each day, which is actually just a simple beginning, simple facts to start with. So yesterday and today, what mainly concentrated was about the thought. And as you read from the book, what the message we have to receive is that what is meant by thought, and that the thought is just a construct of the mind, and it is just a creation only, just an illusion. So thought is not something really existing. So just briefly, if we talk about thought, what is meant by thought? Thought is the collective vibration of the other five sensor functions. So in other words, the vibrations of the five faculties or five senses will automatically, as a part of the system, will automatically combine together to form a different type of vibration, which we label as thought. So thought is something that starts forming when the baby gets a little older. Small baby will have only the function of the sensor level. That this fact we have been talking very often, almost in everyday explanations. This is mentioned. So this is something very important that we should have as a basic understanding. And so talking about the sensor functions or the function of the sensor faculties, it's again just another creation of the rapid vibration, fast vibration. So then onwards, it becomes an illusion. That level also it's an illusion. It's something created then and there, and the collective action of these 5 vibrations turn into a different type of vibration. Lord Buddha's time, the beautiful example that he gave was that converting, to a different type of vibration from milk being converted to ghee. So it's another type of a vibration, but it's different from the previous ones. So basically, everything that we think or every thought that is a mental construct, everything is an illusion. So there's nothing to be taken as true. So these are the facts that we have to understand. I can see Dr. Kokila and Sudharma both have joined. I think we can continue it as like questions and discussions, because R.N. Vahase, I think, wanted us to, I think he indirectly mentioned that it has to be done in a different manner. Actually, it's very good if somebody can ask the questions from the listeners. If there is a question coming up, that will be the ideal way to continue the discussion. So whoever is here in the forum, or maybe somebody who is listening from the YouTube, if they can come to the Zoom discussion and ask a question, it will be very lively rather than our talking on a topic or trying to explain some words. So at least until somebody asks a question, maybe we can continue it as a discussion. Teruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Sarnai, Sudharma.
I think, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I felt it as well. Yes, I think sometimes our discussion can be actually, I would say heartless. I don't know.
Yes.
Kind of without a feel. That I think he warned us about that, so it's good. Yeah,
It
I
becomes
think
sometimes
the
monotonous,
main
isn't it?
important thing,
Yeah.
message I got
Mm.
from, the main message I got from him about that was from morning. So also he discussed about this English discussion. So I felt it as that, because the kindness to everyone. So the kindness to everyone who will listen to this soon one day, not today. I think kind of we didn't even feel that. So we have to feel that, because it is easy when someone asks a question and you try to help that being. It's easier. But I understand what Arana says, suggesting feel the beings out there who have no idea about the samsaric journey, the trap. Dr. Sakuntala, your mic is open. So it is very evident that when we talk, even if we are talking, maybe one day I would do a Zoom alone, and even that day, I should be able to do a Zoom discussion, even alone. It wouldn't be a discussion, then it would be an open talk, and the out of kindness too. And then I remembered how Aran once actually started doing that. And it was so, yeah, the out of kindness, he started telling this into an empty phone, kind of YouTube, we can say. He just started saying that. And we randomly heard that. That's so random, I would say. But, and of course we felt that. And now, after hearing him yesterday and today morning, how he is, when he, I mean, we are like little children. When he advises us, we are like, oh yeah, yes. And yes, actually, I think even one day, if it is only Dr. Sakuntala, if it is only Surangika, if it's only Sudharma one day, and one day, if it is only Shani, whether Shani can, or whether anyone can do that. That is the beauty of Dhamma. What you feel, and there's no problem in saying what you feel. And yeah, it's a bit tricky. Sometimes when we try to, talk about the definitions and stuff like that, which can be very monotonous and useless sometimes. But whatever you feel, if you, because we don't feel the similar ways, we feel different ways. We don't feel specifically how Aran feels, but there are ways and means of the explaining or actually giving that vibe out, whatever the vibration you have. If it is closer to non-vibration, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. So I think from today onwards, we should start doing that. Out of kindness, loving kindness to every being who might hear this Zoom one day. Yes. And that kindness comes from non-vibration, or even closer to non-vibration, it doesn't matter. Yeah, so the book was about the thought. So Aran Mahanse has completely moved to the field these days, which is beauty. And actually, it is very interesting. If someone is in the thought, or someone has value in the thoughts yet, these sermons will be taken as it is. But that's how it is. That's how it is. I mean, you have the ability to take it as in face value, even without you feeling. It doesn't matter. Just try to understand what he is trying to say. He uses a lot of metaphors, so you have to be careful that the metaphor is not the actual thing he is trying to say. So the metaphors are actually a way to give you this idea, because it's the best way to give an idea, because this is something that is not that easy to explain. So no thought is true, no thought is real. They're all constructs, yes. So do you actually feel that way, or do you have any idea how this can drag you back? Because you may be actually floating between feel and the thought. And sometimes you're in the thoughts only. Sometimes you may be in the feel only. But the importance of everything is understanding that whatever you think is not true. It is actually a construct. It's a mental construct. So if you're thinking about a flood or fire in that case, or what can happen next time. And I think he nicely put the way people feel change thinking. I think we touched it yesterday. The way we think change when we age. So we have to understand we don't think as a 18-year-old anymore. 18-year-olds are fascinated by looks of boys or girls according to their gender. So, and they feel so much warmth about the other gender usually, or similar gender in these days. We never know. But yeah, so our output is quite different to an older person. It's very catchy because older person might think about not really about the things that he or she has, but maybe how to or to who to give these things, or who to actually write these things, the deeds and stuff. And then, where am I going to die? Will I be looked after? What will happen to me? Will I be sick? How can I avoid sickness? And go on thinking like that, and end up thinking also, what will happen to me after death? A lot of people I meet every day when I work actually wonder about these things, but mostly if they are having a God in their mind, they usually say, I'm going to God. But some are not sure. Some are not sure. So the specifically, they have a liking towards or kind of a plan, which has so much ignorance or wrong vision. So we understand that it is very, very tricky when we take a thought as real, because there are so much thoughts, so much attitudes. So attitude is coming from a thought, usually what we observe every day from family, from friends, from workplace. The attitudes are kind of absorbed kind of thing. So if the attitude of the family is to not to care about the other, that will be the usual way that the children will be learning. But there can be an exception, because some people are really very easily feel the others. So Aranwanse takes this as an example, how quickly, how strongly he was feeling others, and as well as how Lord Buddha was feeling others. So the message is, do you feel others, or do you feel the suffering, in the sense, do you feel you in basic ways? So, because unless you feel that, you don't know what you are fighting, what you're actually trying to get rid of. So the importance of the feel, importance of feeling everything, and importance of feeling the non-vibration is also important. So the importance of feeling the non-vibration comes from the truth, not from any other way. Because you can feel a lot of things. It may be not directly related to Dhamma. But when Dhamma or truth comes, you can definitely feel how this works differently. Because we know, as any scientists in that case, they feel something too, but they have wrong vision. That means they feel that they are there and they are trying to find something for the others. But in the Lord Buddha's, for an example, he wanted to try a way to stop suffering for others, himself as well as others. So it was driven by like that. So the path for him was driven by that. So initially, when we start to listen to Dhamma, we didn't have any agenda at all. We were curious about this truth. So out of that curiosity, we kind of kept listening and listening. Not much of an idea about actual liberation. But when we understand Dhamma, we understand that it's not that difficult to understand that it's actually vision like a different angle. So the different angle is no self angle. So that is the important thing. To understand the no self angle, we have to understand how the self angle happened. How did the self angle occur? How a person, human, basically, how does a human get this self view about the self? That is the main important thing that we keep understanding. And then we keep understanding, okay, according to, because Aran Wanse was talking about this a lot last 5 years. He has talked a lot. So we have listened to a lot as well. And sometimes some sermons we might have listened twice. So we kind of get his message. What is the message? There is no self, but there is a thought about a self. And how does that thought has arise? It is due to the speedy vibration that it has arisen in the mind also. The mind is very tricky. Mind is the trickiest part, I think, because the mind is an illusion. So you wake up in the morning, you wake up actually to an illusory world, and you are part of that. That is the beauty of that. Not that you are static and you are seeing an illusory world. No, that is how we feel like, I am seeing an illusory world. No, that is not the thing. Actually, the most illusory part of this is the field of you. And that is what we are trying to understand. In that, we actually understand the other parts too. The main thing is, we are trying to understand not only about the illusory world, because sometimes I can see some others go on talking about that, like, yeah, I understand that the world is an illusion, but the way they talk is so powerful that you can feel that they have that additional power in that. So the more you understand Dhamma, this power is the one which is going down. So if you don't know that, you might not catch it, because you might go on thinking that, yes, thoughts are not true. So you kind of by heart that you know it by it's like the tip of the tongue, you know that the things are not true, the thoughts are not true, thoughts are actually giving out illusory world. Yes, but if you miss the sense of it, essence of this whole discussion is about how to understand the self, the feel of self. How did that happen? And how the thought, the self thought has happened. Then we come to this idea. No, actually there's no self. There's only a stimulus, which is arising from speedy vibration of the sensory organs. That's all that happened. Then we didn't know that. Obviously, we didn't know that. Otherwise, if we knew that before, we might not. We actually might not. Definitely, we are not going to telepathize into a cyber. So now it has happened, yes, and there is a vibration, yes. And Arnav was talking about that recently, how even a child, even after understanding that this self-dharma, it takes longer for them to actually feel these defilements, and actually it will go away. But definitely you have to have the defilements to actually get rid of. So it will take time. So he was talking about that recently as well. So out of loving kindness to all the beings, we try to talk about this not self-dharma, or that the actual thought is not true. We can develop a discussion around this. Any question? Actually, Shani can ask a question, but I don't know whether she would like to. I don't want her to feel pressed to do that. So I don't do that usually. So, but anyone can ask a question, because she must be understanding a lot now by being everywhere. Where everyone says doing the same. She sees him, she listens to him, and maybe she feels this much more than us. You never know, It's a very difficult thing to say. Whether you talk or not, it doesn't really matter. What you feel is the main important thing. Yeah, anything? Everyone, Sunday? Anyone can answer.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma twins, and we humbly worship Ayana once again. And yes, Dr. Kokila, as you said, Shani understands this and she feels it, but she will speak in time to come, because I also encouraged her to talk. She feels that was evident actually from the way she handles things, and this Dr. Kokila, in the past few weeks, the frequent question people asked me was, why have you selected this? Why are you listening to Buddothpado's sermons? Because I have been listening to, a lot of, monks before in the past 15 years or so. So, in the last month, of course, a lot of things happened. People got this message. Aryan Mahanse came out and spoke to people directly. And in all these ancient temples and all, after seeing this, many people were asking. So in the morning today also, when I went to the nearby temple, uh, I had to take morning alms, and there is a meditation center. I used to practice meditation with them couple of years ago. Actually, they also do something sensible there. They talk about these four foundations of mindfulness, Satara Satipatthana, then the traditional way, the mindfulness of body, the 32 parts. Actually, the vocabulary of this insight meditation was I got it from them, but the difference was they call something called sensory faculty meditation also those days. So what they made us do was to focus on the ear, then the sound comes, there's a sound touches the ear, and now you feels it and you feel it and you call it the crow, and that way the Tinna Sangati Passo was
It's very
three.
dangerous, very dangerous
Exactly.
way to even say that. I don't think it's a good thing to
Exactly.
even
Yeah.
say that, because
Yeah.
it is very tricky, you know, like if someone is making this assumption and telling to someone that sensory faculties, basically consciousness, if you feel that the consciousness is true, you it means you believe that the light is there, you believe that the sound is there, you believe that the touch is there, you kind of believe that the mind is there too, because if you are looking at that angle, so that is the main important thing, this angle. If the angle is slightly different also, you won't actually feel this non-vibration. That is the main I think the challenge for everyone in this world, because the moment you change the story even slightly, that's where Aranvans is coming to every Zoom discussion and trying to correct us each and every time, because if you say this slightly different, even in one, you know, the whole if we talk in a talk, like if we say we have talked about hundreds sentences, even if you say one sentence wrong there, the whole is can be taken so wrongly. So the important aspect of this Dhamma is you can't this, because the main problem with this self vibration is, which we even didn't know that it's kind of vibration, this power, this unseen, untouchable kind of thing that we thought that we have. It's a power. It's that power is really important to be understood. If we are to understand the power here, that is different to the sensory faculties. That is the trickiest part, to differentiate between the sensory faculty and the power, because even an arahant would be seeing everything as normal, hearing things as normal, feeling things as normal. They also feel the temperature, they also feel the coldness, they will also feel the pain receptors, touch receptors, mechanoreceptors, or whatever receptors, they are working as normal. But what is not there is that power. So to understand that power, you need to actually understand that that power is the main culprit here. To understand that, you need to actually get that kind of not give that power a chance at all, because whenever you give a chance, okay, someone can say actually outside is not true, but the feel is true, or the mind is true, something like that. You definitely going to get trapped anywhere. And if someone says, yeah, okay, whatever, the feel is true. And also there's the trickiest part here is concentration meditation, because we need to understand this fully to actually even to tell someone, because concentration meditation, you kind of has to take one whatever a stimulus as true. There's no way you can concentrate into one stimulus without taking it as a thing, because as soon as you take even respiration, even walking, if you take it so, I have told this multiple times, but I think it is worth reiterating all these things, because if you are taking respiration as a thing, because respiration is actually a perception, is a mechanism. It has nothing there. But if you don't feel that, if you don't actually get that, what is actually walking? Walking is a perception. If you don't have that perception, you can't walk. If you tell a small baby walk, 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 that baby will not know what is walking. So walking is a perception you get after formation of mind. So this perception is not true. And that perception, when that perception is not true, whatever you feel is whatever the sensory perception that was there. But if you actually in the some michadikti, because if Arananse has told this really beautifully, that how a person will never get rid of michadikti if he is believing that something is coming from outside. So as soon as you start to tell, concentrate on your sensory organ and see when the light comes, there you go. You're trapped, completely trapped. How do you get completely trapped? Can you explain it? How you get completely trapped is because there is a sensory, the main thing here is understanding the synchronization. That is why the synchronicity worked even in the zygote, because there is when the sperm and the ovum meets, there is a vibration, and that vibration is synchronized to another vibration. That is how this how even two zygotes are different, completely different to each other. Their lifestyle will be different. Their whatever happening to them are different. Their the main feelings are different. The feel is different. That is the main thing. Because the feel is different, their worlds are different. The worlds are different. Their attitudes are different. Their drishtis are different. Their thoughts patterns are different. But the main important factor is their fields are different. That's why it has happened. So how did the difference in field comes is because of the difference in the vibrations. How the difference in the vibration comes because of the vibration that has telepathized or synchronized into that zygote is different. It's a different thing, because when you understand that this synchronization, then only you understand this vibration is the culprit. If you don't get this, you can't get rid of that. That is the main problem here. How can you get rid of something if you don't know what has happened? And when you come to understand this, that this is the problem, I think it's very sensible. I don't think it is, I mean, it was very scientific to me. It was very scientific to a lot of people, I think. And it was very sensible thing to understand that there must be a problem in that level, because each and every baby is also different. What they feel is different. So we can understand there must be a difference, yes. So how can this, there is a, like Lord Buddha has always told that there's a samsaric journey. How did that journey happen? Because there is a connection of this synchronization when that happens. Because always the feel, you can, if the mind has not formed it, sometimes some babies can tell the previous details. That is how can that happen? Because of the feel. You can relate to the previous feels, but that vanishes when the new mind forms. So that's okay. But this trapping of this power or saso is never going to happen if you directly take as the sensory organ is the basis. That is why I'm telling every day that the people, spiritual leaders, they are in trouble when they take the consciousness as the basic, because I can see a lot of them are taking consciousness as the basic. Basic in the sense they don't see anything beyond that. They can say, I don't feel the consciousness anymore. But even that is the worst part of it, because if there is any vibration again, because self vibration nothing has happened to that. Because in this brain, you can't feel anything, yes, but the underlying vibration, it is there. So it can be very, very minute though. In some cases, we know even wrong vision, you can get into like very, low vibratory realms. So that's fine. In the sense, low means higher realms. So but what's the big deal about that is there's nothing big deal at all, because there's always chance for the self any vibration, if there is a vibration. Because what happens in the asanya, when someone is with the no self angle, or the self perception is still there, you might say, I don't feel anything anymore. Yes, definitely you don't feel anything anymore, because you are there and you don't feel anything anymore. And that is the great problem, because he can't actually feel anything. That is true, he's telling truth, but he can't feel anything, definitely. And the self is still there, and this underlying power, there is always chance. Even in 80 kalpas, that's a long time, we can understand that it's a long time. And still, if there is a vibration, there's a chance for vibration, and when there is vibration, there's definitely going to synchronize to the self vibration again. So it's like a long sleep, I would say, but still, the problem is there. So the main problem, when difference, because she asked a very good question here, Sudharma, because someone has asked her, what is the big difference? Yes, big difference is you will never be able to understand the self vibration if you listen to Dhammas with different angles. I would say no self angle has no multiple angles. You can enter this Dhamma by multiple ports, yes, but the actual end part of it is, it doesn't change, because you have to feel your vibration to get into the non-vibration. You have to understand your pattern of thinking to, understand that this whole thinking pattern is based on a dream. And that dream, underlying that dream, is the main culprit. That vibration, which is the main problem that the small zygote had. So we are actually sorting out the whole thing. We have to sort out the whole thing, not we have to. And when we understand this Dhamma fully, what Aranwanse is focusing on, even the way Aranwanse talks about this is really important, because as soon as you talk about something, and when he says, oh, that's a thought, and you get like, oh my God, yes, that's a thought. But then as soon as he feels that the person may be having a little bit of feel, he kind of stops saying that, because he's giving that being a chance to feel stuff. And then, because the person who feels is going to feel the non-vibration as well, because he understands, because the feel is in a not in the mind, but just once, if you feel this, you will understand that how important that is to feel the non-vibration, or where the actual sensory vibration would be there, but the power is not there. This is the trickiest part. No one can come to this level, this understanding of the zygotic level, without this understanding in the consciousness being a rapid vibration. I don't think so. What do you think, Surangika? Do you have, I think everyone can have different ideas, but it's very important to feel it and talk about that as well, because we can talk about these things as you feel. That is important. Whatever you feel, but then if you can feel the trickiest part in the now, if I hear someone talking about Dhamma, as soon as because a lot of sermons, they don't have much at all, so you can, from like 1 or 2, 3 sentences, we can feel that it's not going to talk about a lot. So you kind of, it is like sermons for better life, kind of better life, better humans maybe, but only few would be there even targeting this anatma or non-vibration. And even if they focus on that, because I have heard a lot of Dhamma, because my actual passion was at that time was to listen about every sermon, because when I Google, that is what I Google. I Google what is self. Like I can still remember. I kept Googling about what is self, what happens to the self, where is self, stuff like that. And these some sermons come up and I listen to them. It's fine. So when I listened to them, I didn't understand much about any of the pitfalls, but now it's really easily we can understand where that is going to end, whether that self vibration is going to get trapped in the consciousness level or in the asanya level, or whether that consciousness is going to get trapped in the nama level, or even in rupa level. If it is trapped in rupa level, that is completely mithya dustika. That means wrong vision. That is the thing. If the outside is you feel as outside is true, still you should be very careful. That is where the trap is. So yeah, it's I think the most important aspects of Dhamma, because as soon as you take the light as existent, again because you are taking something is existing as outside. If you have something existing as outside, well, that is wrong, because this is always like a point of synchronicity. If synchronicity is happening, what we understand here, culprit is the vibration here, not the vibration outside. That has nothing to do with us. Actually, we haven't even seen anything. We haven't even heard anything. We haven't even touched anything. We haven't even, I may be thinking, we haven't even thought anything that in that sense. So it's really important to understand this Dhamma properly, and you have to feel this. Then only we have the confidence to say, yes, that is the confidence. That is the confidence that one should have to say, yes, you have to feel the non-vibration, and to feel the non-vibration, the vibration here should die down. We are not going to get rid of all the vibrations around. You can't do that anyway. Even Lord Buddha couldn't do that. Lord Buddha could like show the path through kindness, loving kindness. He would say, listen everyone, there's no self, and there's a way to get rid of this suffering. And that's all Aranhanse could do. And that's what we actually try to do as I mean, we maybe not doing the best, but we are trying our best. Sometimes it is a bit tricky, sometimes without actually. So I thank actually, at least it's kind of a question that was asked from her, which is bringing out everyone's feel. I would like to ask others also. What do you feel about that question? Dr. Sakuntala or Dr. Surangika, you can answer any one of them.
Surangika, if you are free, you can join.
Maybe she's busy,
Okay.
so we'll give her time.
Yeah, okay.
No,
There
you
was
can go ahead, Dr. Sakuntala.
Okay. Yes, as you said, Dr. Pokila, it was really a good question because that is something that everyone who is sort of coming for the first time to listen to these discussions of Buddothpado and Vahanse will have to want to know. One of the aspects that I see is that the ability
Well,
to
Dr. Sakuntala,
apply.
I'm sorry. I wanted to add something actually. When you
Yeah.
said that, when you just said that sentence, I was like, no, this
Yeah.
is a fail. Because no one told us to listen to the R.N. Vahanse. I mean, and no one has told me to listen to R.N. Vahanse. I don't think you did. Anyone tell you to listen to R.N. Vahanse or just found?
I just found, yes.
Yeah, we were not forced to listen to R.N. Vahanse for
No,
any
no,
reason.
not at
No
all.
one
Yes.
has, not at all. So we felt something, so we kept listening, and we feel it more and more and more and more. That's how we ended up in kind of feeling and getting his essence of Dhamma from the point of angle that he's trying to give to us, because it seems very, very relevant to me, very, very truth. I don't think there can be multiple truths. I don't think so. So I have that I think I should say that, because if someone is asking why should I listen to that, I it's really tricky, but you can say an answer. We can invite for them to listen and see, because some people would not like the way R.N. Vahanse talks. Just only for an example, my sister couldn't understand anything that R.N. Vahanse was telling, and because sometimes he's too fast, sometimes he's slow. That's fine, but I think whatever she listened maybe was too fast, because sometimes he's in the mode that he will be like non-stop. He will be talking about this Dhamma, and for some reason we could follow that. For some reason, I have told this very long time ago. Even though I couldn't get to every point, I just kept listening because I was kind of interested and researching about what he was talking about, and to understand why there is no self. So the interest is out of interest to find the truth. And if someone is having a lot of thoughts about judgments, judging, I think it will be difficult also, because no one, even though you listen to R.N. Vahanse, this is all online, so anyone can listen to anything. There's no restriction. I know there are some places there are restrictions. You can't listen to anything else. They directly say that. There's nothing like that. You can listen to whatever you like, and you can just understand. What is there any difference? Yes, you're free to understand. This is online. This is a different world than Lord Buddha's time. This is completely different, and there are caveats in that too, isn't it? Sorry, Sakuntala, I just wanted to add that.
No, it's okay. Yes. Yeah, as you said, I think any person is free to listen and any person is free to understand also. Now, same experience for me also, as you said, when I introduced these things to some people, some will not sort of look in the angle that we are looking at it. So it varies actually. It's a perception of that person. What I felt the most interesting or what most sort of attractive in this Buddothpado teaching was that the ability to apply it to the practical side. It's when you talk about the practical side, now we are talking of so many Pali terms, and also we have so many Sinhalese terms to explain. But very simply, Aranvahase says
Yeah,
that
that's true.
most of the things mean one thing. That is also the same meaning, this is also the same meaning. So it becomes very simplified at the end. We try to sort of bear with so many words and so many explanations, but finally it is sort of concentrated or condensed into sometimes a couple of sentences. What you have to understand is basically that the very last essence of it. So that is the simplicity, the aspect of the simplicity, I would say. And also, like now, how the thoughts are formed, and that aspect we have never heard in any other Dhamma discussions by any other monks. Now it's very obvious. Now, for example, you talk about your mother. I mean, just the word mother, how that word, how that sound alone brings up such a big volume of information about the mother, and all the components are there. The all 5 components are concentrated in that single spark. And also, when it is described and when it is compared with the dreams that you see in your sleep, it beautifully tallies with the dreams. I mean, then you realize, oh yes, I am seeing a dream when I am awake also. And those aspects were never heard in any other teachings. And that is what exactly now, when we go back and when we analyze the Sutra Deshana, what Aranvasa is explaining actually, because we do not have a big Pali knowledge, he very simply explains the contents of the sutra and how it is being interpreted in a, I would say, in an wrong way, incorrect way. So the way that he explains, especially when it comes to Sutra Deshana, what we knew was kind of woven stories actually around the sutra. But when Aranvas explains that it is not these colorful stories that the Lord Buddha wanted to say, actually what Lord Buddha wanted to convey was a very hardcore message within it, and it all of them are related and in and around the mind. So it's not the not about the people or happenings in the outside world. It's all related to the person's mind. So it beautifully tallies with those explanations which is given in the sutras. So when you listen to this more and more, it becomes clearer and clearer that what we hear in these discussions by by Buddhothpada and Mahanse is coming closer and closer to the real Buddha teaching. So that from my perspective, from my side, that is why I was attracted to this teaching, because one thing very simply and very clearly it could be applied to day-to-day happenings and day-to-day behavior, the behavior of the mind. And secondly, it was very nicely telling with the Sutra Deshana. And so because of those two reasons, the faith or the belief that I had towards the other teachings became less and less. And then I was more and more attracted to this path. So now I am convinced, actually, very clearly, very clear convincing is there that this is the correct path. So I think Sudharma's question was very good, and this is a question that many people might ask us. So I think maybe you all have some other things to add to this one, to what I said. Teruvan Saranai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Sakuntala. On top of that, Aryan Hanse's definition of Nibbana, because we had we never knew what Nibbana was. We thought it's the destination, it's somewhere there. And as you also said, the telepathization, that there is nothing called the previous memory. That was a milestone in my understanding also. And at once, when he said there is no self, there is no external world, because earlier, and Dr. Kokila, when I was asking the question, also I was explaining that everything happened with the self. I mean, the person who experienced all so-called perceptions and the sensory inputs, the person was thickly there. As you very beautifully elaborated on that, it would be very clear to all the listeners. And then the person becoming Dhamma and non-duality, because this side there is no person to experience at least this meditation experience also. The person himself is the experience, or only that if you see if a sensory faculty perceives something, only that's there. There are no two sides. So all these beautiful revelations made this Dhamma unique. So and the other thing was everything is put in place, like when we Aryan shows the big picture. There are no, I mean, nothing is lacking. I mean, everything is crystal clear. It's so miraculous the way that he has shown everything. We don't have to listen to all 10,000 sermons. In 2, 3 sermons, everything comes into place, and I mean, that understanding happens, and feel also, that original feel. Actually, it took a lot of time for me to understand what it was, because the lot of work I had to do, because that depends on the person. That's why in the morning also, Dr. Kokila, I explained to that he was a very young monk. I told, yes, everything you do is very good. He hasn't read the 2 books that I have donated. And he said, no, I went through several sermons on YouTube. What I felt was they also listened to these sermons, but I don't want to criticize anyone, but they do not like to accept that they listen to them. And something very nice happened. He always ends up the conversation telling, okay, miss, you have to be very careful. There are certain waves, distorted versions. I didn't want to argue. When I was washing the bowls and getting ready to come, the phone rang from a distance. But actually, I heard the sound. I was not upset at all. I was just doing the. Then he was telling, I think that Dhamma is true, because I see that calmness. You never got upset when you heard the phone ringing also. Then I said, that's why, Venerable Sir, I mean, this is true Dhamma, because this is, what you all are doing is also good. Please listen to this and also try to integrate this into this. And I mean, in the people who come to this place will also be benefited, because I was able to tell that directly, because we do not have doubts whatsoever, because it's self-evident, as you all said. Then thank you very much, because this the Dr. Kokila, to tell the people the uniqueness. Actually, it is not to let down the stereotypical sermons. So I mean, all the meditation activities done by everyone, we never criticize anything. Even Aran Hanse never does that. But it is very important to explain the uniqueness of these sermons, and you have actually done that in an ample way. You have every day you do it. So that's why, since this happened today and lot of people keep asking why Buddothpado, that's why I wanted to bring up this question. Teruvan Saranai, and thank you so much for the contributions. And it's all, I know we have time. Teruvan Saranai.
Anything else to add, Sandra? You can summarize it.
There was a Dr. Kokila and my friends. No, I think everything was well explained, Dr. Kokila, particularly your answer to Sudharma's question and to the practices that they have been adopting. And it's actually quite right what you said. It can look similar in terms of the practice, but it can be fundamentally based on the wrong premise, isn't it? And if they take even the consciousness or any such thing as real and base it on something which is even non-existent, then it's bound to fail. So I think that was well explained. I think each of us have come across this Dhamma in different ways. Where I'm concerned, of course, a friend, a former meditation group friend of mine, recommended or just suggested to listen to Buddothpado sermons. I hadn't even heard of it about 3 years ago. And the first sermon I heard was where he said, you're not seeing, you're thinking. You're not hearing, you're thinking. You're not feeling, you're thinking, which was absolutely unorthodox and so profound that, it kind of stopped me in my tracks, because like everyone, I think there is that moment where one feels, rather than anything else, that this is something far more profound than any other talk that one has heard before. And so I think the journey started at that point. I had listened to other Paramartha talks by different priests and lay people before. So there was that comparison, obviously, because we come from a point of having heard so many talks and then realized that it was wrong. So, that comparison was done for a couple of years. But as Dr. Sakuntala also said, the practical aspect of it, there are so many things that even cannot be explained in this discussion. There are so many aspects that our advancer has explained, which goes so deep and so far and is so profound in terms of his explanation, in terms of the practicality, in the way he brings it to the daily life and links it to how a person can bring the Dhamma to one's own daily routine and so on. Every aspect, the perceptions, the vibration, how Rupaniya, the interpretation of Rupaniya as Rupa as Rupaniya. I mean, we hadn't even heard of those things. So the analysis of how the mind consciousness even works, even the Vatang Vatati, the two cycles, the fact that, that there is no light in the perception of light, no sound in the perception of sound. These are absolutely revolutionary and groundbreaking, which you can't say one aspect. There are all these aspects taken together in various facets have, I think, combined to break down the wrong view, various types of wrong views that have been harbored through different teachings that we have encountered, and been able to take us towards the understanding that this is in fact the true Dhamma. So I think as being on the path, there is much more that has to be felt from the experience that much is clear, that there needs to be more to be felt in terms of the way the path is being unraveled. And I think I'll probably leave it at that, Dr. Gopala.
Yeah, and the most beautiful thing that when you added that I just remembered, the most beautiful thing is that there is no self in the self-perception. And that is the most, I think, yeah, I think I don't have words to say anything about that, but it's so good to know that there is a perception, yes, but there is actually no self. So the perception, what happens to the perception? Yeah, there's no place for that perception at all. Self-view is broken down. Self-perception has no much to do. Just cessation of suffering is the outcome. And we invite everyone to come and listen to Dhamma. It is available in YouTube. It's available in websites, Buddothpado, Dhamma.com, Wisdom of Asia. You can listen to Sinhala Zoom discussions from 5 a.m. to middle of night or early morning, next morning. And you can listen to English discussions in this time. And we invite everyone, whoever who gets any interest in finding truth, and any open-minded person who is willing to listen to something and see whether it has anything to be like understood. It's for everyone, every being who is suffering. We invite everyone. Theruvan Saranai, I think we get into what's the time? Yeah, I think we are almost near 4 o'clock now. So we worship Paranhanse, we salute him as we usually do. We must have so much gratitude in sharing this truth and making us so different each day. And thank you, Dharma friends. And we keep evolving too. Don't forget that. So it is good. And no, there's no problem in anything. So thank you so much. And may Triple Gem bless you all.
Theruvan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, Dr.
Therwan Saranai,
Gopala.
everyone.
Therwan Saranai. All.
It is like experiencing your end or your death. In other words, you will realize that when there is no you, there is no death. Your realization that you never existed to face death is a very pleasant feeling. When you become one with the nature, you feel like a bird that left the cage to fly away into freedom. Your thoughts or your mind consciousness disintegrates into nothingness. Collection of thoughts or your mind consciousness keeps you a prisoner in your belief that you exist. Realizing the pure truth will set you free from all this illusion. You will feel a very pleasant lightness after you realize the pure truth. This is where our practical path would lead you to. You have to attempt to see just one thought. Now, you are also going to get ready to do a huge operation to realize the truth. The Buddha preached the Four Noble Truths to make us understand that believing in any of the stimuli aramunu that we receive from our six senses is called samudaya. Supposing we receive an image of a book, and if we believe that it truly exists outside, it is called samudaya. This belief that the book truly exists outside means that we are actually tricking ourselves. It is our ignorance of the pure truth, also known as avidya, which makes us believe in the outside. Samudaya exists only because of your ignorance of the pure truth. If there is a samudaya, it means that you have been tricked by ignorance, and that you believe that the book truly exists outside. If you believe in the book, you begin to develop an attachment or dislike to it. It can make you happy or it can make you sad. At this point, you begin to create karma for yourself by generating thoughts of lobha, desire, dvesha, ill will, and moha, delusion. Therun Sarna, everybody.
Therwan Sarna Shani, very thankful for you for your reading. Uh, what you read was 2 pages from the True Dhamma Has Awakened Volume 2 book. That is the book that we have been discussing. We first of all worship Aryan Vahanse at his feet. Therwan Sarna Aryan Vahanse. Aryan Vahanse is our spiritual teacher who is clearing the path for us and also explaining Lord Buddha's teaching, which has happened 2600 years ago. And there were lots of areas which were not very clear because when it was written to the books, the certain facts have been changed because depending on the person who did the translation, the exact true Dhamma which was disclosed by Lord Buddha has altered into some extent. So therefore, there was a sort of mixed kind of information given in these books, but our noble friend Aryan Vahanse has been clearing up all these dark areas. So we are able to understand more and more facts about the true Dhamma. So we are very grateful to him. And also all our Dhamma friends who have joined today to the Zoom discussion are welcome most very warmly. Everyone Sarnai for all of you. And our friends who are helping us behind the screen with all the technical aspects. We are very grateful to you. So, Therwan Saranai. From the 2 pages that Shani read for us, the things which came out was actually you never existed. That means this is the misconception or the wrong belief that we had, that me, myself, or you, or whatever really existed. In other words, there is a world, there's a true world, existing world, and then on the other side, there's a person or myself who is existing or alive, who is enjoying this world. So that was the concept that we had. So because there was a person who was supposed to be alive or supposed to be existing, there was death also, because always the death is tagged to the life, the alive feeling. In other words, it's like the two sides of the coin. Wherever there is birth, there is always death associated with that. Then, if there is no person who existed, then you can't talk about the death either. And what is meant by birth in Buddhism is not actually what happened some years ago as a little baby. That means that is the mundane world birth, where depending on the person's age, you can say I was born this number of years back, and you can name the place also. That way, always there is a death which occurs after a number of years. But in Buddhist teaching, or Lord Buddha, what he mentioned was every fraction of a second there is a birth. How do you say that? What does it mean really? What Lord Buddha meant by the word birth was the birth of the self-feeling. So the self-feeling, each fraction of second it happens, and each fraction of second that birth comes to an end and there is a death. So in other words, there is a very fast series of births and deaths. Therefore, you can't talk about a death which happens after so many years just as one incident. There is birth and death happening as a series every 1,000th or one fraction of a second within a very short period. What does it mean? Now, talking about the Buddhist teaching, what Lord Buddha taught was, one of the main facts was that Four Noble Truths. What is the first one? Samudaya. Samudaya means what does it mean? That the stimuli which are created by the senses will give rise to the thought. So that is where the samudaya is. Samudaya means the rising or the formation or the birth of a stimulus. So what does it mean really? If these stimuli, which occurs as a result of a vibration, fast vibration, as a part of the natural process, there is a formation of the thought. Or in other words, the five senses are there. Five senses means the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. So those are the five senses. And what happens is this: in these senses, there is a function. Actually, the sensor means the function. So the function is seeing, hearing, or feeling. Under feeling, we talk about the taste, smell, and the skin feel. So there is a feeling that these
are there actually. Something, a light is seen, a sound is heard, taste is felt, and the smell is felt, and also the skin will feel the warm, cold, and the hard sensations. This is what is described in the little baby's level, where only these feelings, these sensor functions occur. And at that age, there is no naming or there is no identification of this stimuli. So therefore, they are limited to the sensor function. The baby will see a light, but there is no idea what that light is. Baby will hear a sound, but no idea, no naming, no words for that to say that what is that sound. So in other words, these sensor organs are just receptive entry points only. And the sensor organs do not identify what it is. The identification is at the level of the thought formation. And when does that happen? It's a gradual process. It happens when the baby is older, little by little. And these sensor functions will come together to form the thought. So this we can talk about this samudaya only at this point. Samudaya means some form of construct or some form of formation. Now, for example, we receive a stimulus. Say we can see a coconut tree, or maybe we can see an image which we call mother. Now, this is the thought. Word mother is a thought because it's just a light for the eye faculty. It's just a sound for the ear faculty. And maybe the other faculties also come into action when it is the thought called mother, where the feel of the mother, when you touch the mother's feel, and also maybe a particular smell from the mother. Sorry. And maybe a small baby, when the baby is suckling from the mother, the baby will receive the taste of the milk. So all these 5 sensor faculties come together to form the thought mother. So where does this mother, where is this mother? It's always thought is projected to outside. So there is the mother, and it's a thought. It's a thought in the mind faculty function. But the projection is to the outside. So the outside world is composed of all these components: the mother, father, brother, sister, house, flowers, dog, cat, car, everything, whatever you can name, everything is projected to outside. So there is this outside world and the other end experiencing person. So this is called duality, where it's divided to 2 ends. And automatically what happens is what is projected outside is taken as real or existing. That is where the samudaya is. So this is where you identify an existing world and myself on this side. And this process doesn't stop there. Now, when you have this existing world, so many other things are coming behind that, as so many other things follow that. The defilements, all the clinging and aversions, and also the ill will,
and sometimes the feeling of merely just existence, which means an illusion. So all these things are the byproducts of this so-called existing world. So when there is existing world, each and every fraction of second, whenever the stimuli are taken as real, the birth of the self is there, and it's always followed by the death of that existing feeling. So this is happening at a very fast speed, and uh, the system doesn't recognize any gaps in between. So it looks like a continuous formation of the self feeling, and this is where the solid myself, the feeling of the solid myself occurs. Uh, so this is basically what is meant by the samudaya, and when there is samudaya, when you understand this process, that is the only way to uh, disentangle this process of uh, uh, the birth of the world. So understanding this mechanism is the most important and essential part here. So the existing world means that you have things outside. That means the thought is projected to outside, and also you have a time frame where this existing thing was there in the past and it's there now, and also it's going to maintain, or it's going to be there for future. So you have the uh, three levels of the timing also when you take something as existing. Not only that, the things that are liked or also disliked, the beautiful and the ugly, and the crude things and very fine things, like that, so many features or criteria are attached to this stimuli, which is considered to be existing outside. I can see Dr. Kokila and Surangika both have joined. I would like you to add something to what I was mentioning. Teruvan Saranai.
Peron Sanai, what was the initial bit discussion from the book?
Initial bit was actually the very first thing, that means a samudaya, about four noble truths. It just started mentioning about the four noble truths, and just took an example of the book, which is believed to be truly existing outside, and when it is taken as something truly existing outside, how the defilements occur as a result of that and around that. Only the word samudaya was explained briefly.
What are the four noble truths when we say in Sinhala or English?
In English, dukkha in Pali, if I
How did
say
you
dukkha,
say?
it says only about the samudaya here in the book. Dukkha
So how
satyas.
was it? Just said Samudaya, not in
Yeah,
English, maybe.
yeah, only
Oh,
said
okay.
samudaya. Yes, what he said was it's the that we receive from our six senses is called samudaya. I mean, the believing in any of the stimuli that we receive from our six senses is called samudaya. That is how the stimuli are taken as real. I think that is what it means. The four noble truths are dukkha satya, samudaya satya, nirodha satya, marga satya. So dukkha satya means it's the suffering,
And samudaya means actually how it is, how that construct comes. When you understand how this happens, then you go to the nirodha. That means you understand the mechanism, and then you slowly get relieved from that. And then the marga is the path that is described. So Rangika, I don't know whether you can give a better explanation than me for these Four Noble Truths. Therwan Sarnai.
Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Sakuntala and Dr. Bukila, Therwan Sarnai, friends. I think that's right, but that part of the book that was read out, I think, only dealt with the samudaya aspect of it.
Yeah.
But if we use some
Is it arising,
traditional,
or how do we say that?
so it's Four Noble Truths is generally called dukkha means suffering. And then samudaya is the origin or arising or cause of suffering. That is the samudaya. And then nirodha is cessation of suffering. And finally, marga or the path is the Noble Eightfold Path to end or to cease the suffering. So that's generally the the Four Noble Truths. And if we talk about the suffering itself, I think we've discussed dukkha, isn't it? The suffering can be interpreted in different ways, particularly even from a very basic notion of what is dukkha in the sense of suffering, the basic suffering of, somebody dying, old age, death, disease, and so on. That too is suffering. And we've also, I think, spoken about nirvana or cessation of or liberation is also there where suffering is, isn't it? Where there is suffering, there is the cessation of suffering. And then in terms of the dukkha, there is dukkha, the suffering, and then there is dukkha satya, and then there is dukkha arya satya as well. So dukkha satya is, I suppose, I don't know, how do you say it in English, the dukkha satya, suffering, truth about suffering. That can be by taking the external world to be real, not taking the external world to be real. So that is the second stage of ceasing to be to believing in a so-called external world, and therefore to that extent suffering is limited and suffering has been eradicated to that extent. But as long as there is still a belief that there is that the thoughts are real, then there is still suffering. So finally, the stage of dukkha arya satya, the noble truth about suffering, is what is being discussed in these forums through Buddothpado and Mahansa's discourses and through these discussions as well. And that is the final ultimate truth or noble spiritual pathway, or the true Dhamma philosophy that is being discussed, which is that even the thought is not real, and therefore understanding that the thought and how the mind is made up will finally bring about the cessation of suffering, and the pathway to that is the Noble Eightfold Path. So the samudaya aspect that you spoke of, Dr. Sakuntala, is the second stage, which is as long as the thought or the construct is considered to be real, and whatever that is getting manifested through the senses, if there is no understanding that these are just sensory perceptions through ignorance, if there is no such understanding, then there is a entrapment, isn't it? An entrapment or a betrayal almost of what is occurring in the senses, unknowingly, unerringly, not knowing that this is just a process, and because of that ignorance, a false sense of I gets created if that external world is taken to be real. An inherent self or I is born on this side, as if there is something that is being seen and that is being taken as real, if there's something being heard and that is taken to be real. then invariably there is a person who's seeing that gets created, and then there's a person who hears that gets created, and this so-called duality, where duality does not exist through ignorance, this so-called duality arises, and with that the suffering. So yes, that is essentially what Samudaya is about, and I think you gave a good example of how the perception of mother came about from the point of the baby in the cot, and how through the senses at that time with the radiant mind there was no self-perception as such, although the self-vibration did exist in certain levels, but how after a period of time, through a few years later and through the learning process, the thought and the construct starts, and with that construct or the mind consciousness coming into being, how this mind objects and everything associated with that starts to become real, and this external world, this facade, starts becoming a reality, and with that the taints that existed at that initial state starts progressing and expanding and evolving to be defilements, which is again just the way the suffering gets promulgated, isn't it? So understanding the true Dhamma and the Dhamma philosophy helps to unravel this whole fabrication of the mind, and then lead the person, or lead that process, or you can't say a person as such, but leads to the understanding and inner transformation gradually by the fading of the defilements to the final cessation of suffering. The pathway is quite important, and the pathway, it is in the pathway that we do need the noble spiritual teacher Aryan Hansa's guidance, because the guidance can come only from can only come from the awakened one, the fully awakened one, as it is the fully awakened one who has completely transcended and seen to the very end that cessation of suffering. And with that sense of non-self vibration, it is an enormous support and encouragement and guidance that is being provided to followers of the path. So maybe I'll just stop there and let Dr. Kokila continue. That was
Yeah, actually the Samudaya part and the Vaya part, cessation, arising, causation or rising of the suffering and the cessation, both should be understood really properly. Initially we try to understand this with our knowledges. It's okay, but it is better if we feel it as well, because when we feel the actual how the self vibration becomes zero when stimulus is not a thing, so we can say, but then only we can feel that the suffering part or the self vibration was not there, so the non-vibration. So that is the actual practical part, is that all of these things, practical part is just somebody should feel the non-vibration, then only he will properly understand, he or she will properly understand the arising and the cessation both, because arising will not be properly understood until we see the cessation as well, and cessation is not going to be properly understood unless we understand the arising as well. So they go hand in hand actually, and cessation or arising, both these things are actually due to ignorance. We understand that this arising happened because of the ignorance, and the this not knowing that the speedy vibration of the sensory organs is the main reason for all these changes. Well, we never knew that. Now, after hearing Dhamma, someone will now start feeling this. We'll actually know this first, and we'll discuss about it. We'll think about it. We'll talk about it. After some time, we might even start feeling that. So, what do we feel? That the arising of the self vibration is not there when the stimulus is not a thing in different levels. But importantly, it should go to the zero level of feel. So then that is the most important aspect of arising and the cessation of suffering, because arising is fully understood and cessation is fully understood with the experience, not really by the theory. But the theory helps us all the time. It helps us to understand what is being said, what is happening. Isn't it? Anything else to add? We can develop a discussion as well about this. And anyway, understanding of how this stimulus becomes a thing, or becomes real, or becomes gives, when the stimulus is felt as existent, automatically the self vibration is there. So the alive feel is there. So that is the main thing that we keep understanding. That is the actually arising. It arises within one stimulus, so that is another thing. So for you to get to know this, one should see the cessation of suffering as well. Otherwise, you won't know that it is within one stimulus that this thing happens. Otherwise, usually people believed, before hearing Dhamma, we believe we lived 60 years and we died. That's how we know. Like we might live 90 years and then die. But then now only we understand, after listening to so much Dhamma, we understand, no, the self arises within one stimulus. And it never actually, we have never felt the cessation, never ever. But if we, through Dhamma, if we actually felt the cessation, that means feeling the non-vibration, or telepathizing into the Buddha status, or we can say so much words, but whatever the word, that is the cessation of suffering. And that is the main thing you are going to understand, how this arising happened and how the cessation happened within one stimulus, isn't it? Anything to add to that?
Yeah, actually, when you talk about Samudevaya, the cessation will occur only when you understand it, isn't it?
Understand and felt it.
Felt it, yes. So how it arises, understanding as a knowledge, and then how you feel it, then only you can talk about the cessation. But as you said, because of this PD process, you never can see any gaps in between these. It looks like a continuous suffering, isn't it?
Yeah, but at least in one stimuli, if you feel this, it is going to affect you, your whole thing. That is where you know that there is self vibration, you know that is the suffering, and you know that self vibration arises when the stimuli is a thing. And then when that stimuli with the wisdom, because wisdom actually fights with the ignorance. So with the wisdom, if someone is aware that no, there's nothing to do with the self, there's no self, but what happens was the speedy vibration of the sensory organs only. Within one stimulus, you will definitely one day feel the cessation of suffering. That means zero of this vibration, or the power that Arhanvans is trying to tell us every day recently. So this is the importance of practical Dhamma. Because initially, not initially, long time ago, we used to hear Dhamma, but we were actually by heart in these things. Katapadam kanna, isn't it by hearting? Yeah, I think so. Like we practice them, we tell, we chant, we do so many things, but we never thought that this has to be felt, and now it has come to the forefront. It has, I think, Aranwan says, main everyone to feel this.
Yeah, actually, as a part of that reading, just briefly it was mentioned about the karma also. That is where when this stimuli is taken as real, as something really existing, when it is given the alive feeling, or when there is self-existence, the feeling of self-existence, that is where the karma also comes to play a role, isn't it? Because karma is a word that is very frequently used in even in our Buddhist teaching, not only in Buddhist teaching, but
How do we say that
many
in
other.
English?
No, I'm not sure actually what is the exact English word.
Do you know,
But
Suranjita? Do we use the word for karma? Like, I know even English people say, it is karma.
I know. Lots of English people also use that because it's not confined to Buddhism. I think Hindu and various other religions also they talk about karma. So I'm sure that word is familiar to many people.
Yeah, I
What
think
do you
that's
think,
right. It's
Surangika?
that's right. I think it's universally accepted. There's lots of people,
Mm-hmm.
even in these countries, using karma. I'm not
Yeah,
sure
Yeah.
whether they
there's,
even understand it fully, but they still use it because of the wide usage in Hinduism, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think so. Even if someone is like, someone, even children use that. If someone hits someone and then that person goes and hits on a wall or something, they say, that's karma coming back to you, something like that. So yeah, they even joke about it. But yeah, it is. This cause and effect Dhamma is completely, I think, different to karma.
That one, I think I've heard Aryan once maybe saying action and effect. Dhamma, I don't know whether that's correct. Maybe
Yeah,
action and effect,
action.
I think, as opposed to cause and effect.
Yeah.
Okay, for karma.
Yeah, for
No.
karma. Because
Is
that's
it
what
for karma
that
or okay?
yeah, that's
Yes,
for
yes.
karma
I think
because
so.
what the conventional world goes on or mundane world goes on saying that if you do good, you get a good birth, that kind of thing. So it's like action and effect, like every action has a equal effect kind of thing. And that's that way, and so that's where our advances says that that was existing, that concept and that myth, if you can call it that. But
Yeah, the actual problem is the karma, or the karma has the whole thing in it. Like if we talk about the karma, usually there should be someone. It's all savinyanaka. I don't know the English word for that either, because it is like taken as someone does something to someone, another one, and this action will bring an effect. So there is always someone or something. There is never ever a Dhamma which talks about there's no something or someone. That is so beautiful, because if there's no something or someone, the karma can't do anything. Can they? It can't. It just can't survive in that context. But it is not familiar to us because it has been buried for a long time. This cause and effect Dhamma was not there. So the whole world has come to the thinking of, like, you are someone and you do something to another one, and you get something back in the another way of happening. But this is not true. I mean, this is, we can't say this is not true, because it can happen in that mode of thinking, because the mode of thinking or the way of thinking, when it is different, of course, because you keep thinking, you know, I did this, I did this, I did this, so the bad things will happen anyway. But the main cause and effect is mainly about actually not, there's no self. That's the main non-self angle Dhamma. So the non-self angle Dhamma, there's no thing also, because the stimulus has no power, the self has no power anyway. So because they are similar, the self arises when the stimuli is a thing. So then there's no someone, there's no something, there's no another one, nothing. So then that talk is actually nullified, isn't it? I don't know, the wordings are good. What do you think, Suranika? Do you have?
Yeah, that's right, Dr. Kokira, because you can't have your feet planted on both sides of the equation, isn't it?
No.
That's what Aranwanse has been saying to people for the last so many years. All these years, mothers and various people, followers, have been used to this conventional way of thinking that every action has an effect. There is karma, and there is a person, there is something, and you're not only are you chasing stimuli in this world, now you're taking that and extending it beyond death as well, and thinking that you want to go to that world and this world. But as you said, that automatically assumes that there is a thing, there is a world, there are good things, there are bad things, and there's a person here who is trying to get to another life. And so all that is implied, that continued existence, a person here wanting to get to a better life, get to another better birth, better whatever. All that is then assumed, whereas this is fundamentally no soul Dhamma. So if there is no self at all the other things, as you said, gets completely invalidated, and you cannot harbor that notion of karma on the side and then do this like a hobby or something and listen to no soul Dhamma, because there needs to be a complete
Can't be
convincing.
mixed at all. Can't be mixed at all.
It's like oil and water kind of thing. It will not get mixed. But to the extent that one still is in ignorance, yes, then that samsaric cycle will invariably continue, because the self vibration is going to be there.
Yeah, it is actually interesting to see how people try to put them both together as well. Even some sermons of the day-to-day life, when we hear some speeches from even spiritual teachers from any other country, they kind of mix these things and try to give some sense. It's okay. I mean, whatever the thing they understand, they talk about, that's fine. But it's actually it's not a possibility that but the cause and effect is the final thing to actually understand this no soul or non-self Dhamma. And importance is that this happiness will be, I mean, we can't even call it a happiness, but the tranquility or the happiness or the super happiness in that sense you can't find it in the other way of thinking. I don't think so, because we were there anyway, isn't it? We believed it. We believed karma. But still, if the Dhamma is not properly understood, we will be in that stage anyway. That's why Aranwanse is trying to tell mothers a lot, like, keep doing stuff that you are doing, don't change them, just keep understanding this until you fully understand that, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, and that's what we've also spoke of many times in this Zoom, isn't it? The danger or the risk of becoming stagnant on the path. or getting comfortable with the moment, the feeling that the stimuli is real, and that so-called vibration, which we didn't even know was vibration, which we didn't know was the self-vibration that was the cause of suffering and keeping this continued existence in this samsaric cycle. We didn't know that vibration, that feeling of wanting to be there, the sense of existence, the sense of being alive, all that was actually understood by the revelation of this true Dhamma philosophy. Then only the light was shone on it and said, that is that so-called heaviness, that so-called reality, or that existent field, that is the self-vibration. And when you actually understand that, the cessation starts from that point, isn't it? The dwindling of the defilements is a very gradual process, but it is through that understanding that then you know that this is the vibration, this is the self vibration, in order to be able to find a way out of it. So yeah, that's where the key to this whole thing is, because until such time the spiritual teacher shows that is where the suffering is occurring, through the thought and thought alone, and stimuli, and making the stimuli taking it to be real. Everyone is just caught in this big maelstrom of what they think is an external world, but what is known only through the Dhamma as a thought-driven world, isn't it?
Yeah, and for the self vibration to become zero, one should understand that it is a problem, that it is the problem. The self vibration was the issue. So then that because if there is a vibration here only, you will be synchronizing to some other vibration. Otherwise, if there is no vibration here, there's no synchronizing effect or the telepathization into another, to give another birth. So even in next thought, you are not born if it is not happening. So if the stimuli is not a thing, so it is very, very critical that the understanding of true Dhamma is should be heard by everyone, should be discussed by everyone. Like I think anyone or whoever who is open-minded and has some genuine interest in knowing what is me, what is I, what is the soul, then it is very that will be so inspiring to know, isn't it? Then they will understand that the karma land that we were believing, or we thought we were in, was actually much more deeper than that. Because it's very simple to say, I do a good thing, come back. It's very simple. It's not as simple as that. But people wouldn't like to hear complicated stuff. But we invite everyone to actually try and understand this. It's not that bad. I mean, it might take you some time to understand this, because once you understand this, it's become so easy, and you become Dhamma anyway. And life will be full of tranquility that you can't even explain, because you will be acting the same. Doesn't necessarily mean anything to anyone else. So, but the inside burning is not there. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma. And we know definitely that the person who killed at least 1,000 people actually attained this happiness, super happiness, by understanding Dhamma, that he exactly understood this arising and the cessation of suffering, isn't it? It's a very beautiful example. What's his name? Angulimala Thero. Venerable Angulimala actually understood this bit. What is the bit? He understood that the arising and the cessation is in one stimuli, and the arising and arising, if the rising doesn't happen, the cessation is already there. And the beauty of that is that all the things that doesn't really matter, does it? It's a beautiful example. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, Angulimala Thero's story is a very good example to knock down this action and effect theory, isn't it? Because that has been there in practice even before the birth of Prince Siddhartha. So that was that was the theory that was taught by many spiritual leaders at that time, and it in the history it says that even Queen Mahamaya, Prince Siddhartha's mother, was doing lots of good meritorious activities, including observing Sil, because that was a concept that if you do the good things, you will end up receiving good effects. But actually, the action and effect and the cause and effect, there are two streams flowing to the exactly opposite directions, because one will prolong the samsaric journey, whereas what was found by Lord Buddha, which is the cause and effect, will bring up the cessation of the samsaric flow. But as you said, many of our Buddhist preachings in our country, I mean, just forget about the other religious leaders or other spiritual leaders. But in Buddhism itself, in our country itself, if you listen to 100 preachings by different monks, at least 80-85 will give a mixture of these two. They say that do the good things and then you will receive the comforts of the heavens, and maybe ultimately with after seeing the next Lord Buddha, who is going to be born after maybe I don't know how many millions of years afterwards, when he see, only we will be able to understand the nirvana. And until that time, you have to do good things and then collect as much so-called collect, like you are collecting them in a bank account. Collect the meritorious activities, and then be and have the assurance of being born in a good realm. So that is the tragedy here actually, because they just briefly mentioned that there is something called cause and effect Dhamma that was taught by Lord Buddha, but nothing beyond that. And then mostly they talk about the action and effect aspect of it. So the true Dhamma is actually underneath. I mean, it's not surfacing enough for the people to understand it.
Yeah, actually, our understanding was very poor when we started to listen to Buddothpado sermons. This understanding change. I have heard so many sermons before, like saying, "Keep wishing for nirvana," to
Yeah.
wish, yeah, and that's what we did, and we kept wishing. But even my father, who is not alive today, wished for that, and they didn't know anything to do other than wishing.
Yeah.
So they thought it will come one day, and they had the notion of something that is that they will find one day. And but the thing is, nowadays the truth is out there, so everyone living at this moment is very very lucky, so that you can understand that actually the arising of suffering is here. And if you see that in one stimulus, if you see that how the stimulus is the cause for this whole mirage, or the stimulus, even light or the sound, how the vibration of the sensory organ brings about this mirage effect, illusory effect. So this illusory effect or the illusion makes us to believe that there is a self. So in vain we have suffered in the karmic level all the time, for a long time in samsaric cycle. But there is a time now, time has come for you to understand this Dhamma, which is cause and effect Dhamma, which Lord Buddha has had so much, he has told so much sermons, and we didn't have anyone to really understand that and explain it to us. So now Buddothpado and Vanse has started to tell that he still actually may not have told most of it yet, because he's actually, he can feel lots and lots of things, but he's just explaining the things that is needed for liberation of mind, which is the culprit for the illusion, isn't it? Anything else to add, Surangika?
Yeah, I think so. The issue is, unfortunately, there are, a mixture of people in society, and some of these things that monks or these teachers say in terms of karma and do good things and all that, you get this you feel great compassion to not only the followers, to the teachers themselves when you hear it. Because they're all in the same fate, isn't it? They're all in the same basket. I think if they had access to the true Dhamma themselves and truly understood it, then they wouldn't be saying those things. I would have thought, because if you think about even the example of the Thai monk and the time he spent here, and the transformation and his words as well, due to the association of our noble spiritual teacher, that itself has given an enormous message about how that good association and that good guidance can do wonders, isn't it? With the true Dhamma imparted by R.N. Mahansa during that 1 month stay of that Venerable Bhante. So if they did have access to that true Dhamma, it would be a whole different picture. But one also cannot help but get the feeling that there is an appeasement, shall we say, of the followers, almost as if there is a worry or there is a concern that the expected support or contributions may not come their way, or stop or cease if a different message is being said contrary to the traditional teachings. So it is, I was listening to the talk of R.N. Mahansa in the Cavanier temple today, which was in December, I think, about 2-3 weeks ago. And in his in his usual and very direct way, he said, "Can you not say out loud with confidence and with directness that this is the Buddothpado way?" Because he said, I think, looking Nivanamaga, Nivan Dakinamaga and all that, and this is Buddothpado Kalyai. So, and he said that you need to have a spine. You need to have a spine to attain nirvana or to achieve true liberation, what he meant. But you need to be able to have a firm resolve, to be able to see the truth, and then to practice that due diligence, practice the Dhamma diligently, and to be able to voice the truth of the true Dhamma to people, to followers, to the seekers of truth, with clarity, with confidence, and with that great compassion. And if you're going to be beating around the bush, if you cannot say it convincingly, then what is the point? Do you think you will have the courage to attain that true liberation yourself? I mean, that was such a direct key message.
Yeah.
He said it in just one sentence, but it spoke volumes, isn't it?
Yeah, he does. Yeah. I mean, his directness, his power is immense in that way. I think because of the non-vibration, because he doesn't really mind. He just wants this truth to be out there. Just that's all. So
Yeah,
because I
everyone
think in
else.
Sri Lankan culture, with the Sri Lankan culture, it is very difficult to put a new thing out there.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, even in these cultures, they will just ask us to just do it on your own. They won't come and damage someone else's wishes, but still, they are not going to allow you to spread it, because I think that it's just something you should follow according to their own heart, which is true. I mean, we don't force anyone anyway. But in Sri Lanka, it's quite different because most of them are Buddhists and most of them are aware about some Buddhism by school, by Sunday school, by tradition, by home culture, something. We have heard a lot of Dhamma discourses. We know that, at least we know, the God is just, we don't really go into that part, even though we think that we might become the God. We don't really think that the God is doing everything. I don't think so. But maybe there are people who think that. So it's weird that how these things are, all the vibes, and someone like Aranahanse to stand up and say, Minisune asau.
Yeah.
People listen that there is no self, there is no person here, but there is a field, yes, and how this is how it arises. And if you understand this, your suffering would be not there. And if you have the will, if you have the capacity, if you have the keenness to understand this, come and listen and understand. This is out there in the YouTube. It's out there in the internet. So that's the message, isn't it? Yeah, it is very direct.
I mean, people don't understand, don't even have an inkling as to how fortunate, just like you mentioned a few minutes ago, Dr. Bogara, how absolutely fortunate they are to be living in these times. I mean, can you imagine Buddothpado, the reawakening of the Buddhahood, the Buddha state, and all the teachings in its purest form occurring in this very lifetime? I mean, even saying it, it brings so much of joy, so much of, purity, pure.
Siran
Yeah, I think original feeling is as a message. It's a Buddhist time also. Original is a feeling. It's a message. It's a transfer, not a words. So, Arana's Zoom discussions, I'm there. The people getting the message. People getting the feel otherwise. It's a telepathy. Many people, many guys. Example is the today. It's 9:30. As a Zoom discussion is gone. That's university student is called the Zoom. You can realize that it's not a talking. It's a message. That boy getting that message. How? It's a feel. How is getting that message? The feel. It's a telepathy. It's a happening. At, at, at the moment, alive, it's happening. The present is happening. That boy is very happy, finally. First, boy asking the question. Secondly, I explained the Dhamma. But normally the sound is the words. But there is not only the sound, there is a feel. Feel is transferring the boy. The boy, internally, that feel is boy know that feel is happening. Boy's inside is transferring that present moment. Yeah, the boy have the feel. What is that feel? It's nothingness feel. That none, so not alive. No, this is nothingness. So what is this nothingness? Not alive. Not, that's a non-soul. No? It's a feeling. It's a nothing. Nobody's here. What is the feeling is nobody's here. It's not a words. It's not a thoughts. It's a feeling. We're interested in this feeling. I think these Zoom discussions want to be happen in this. It's, few days ago, I'm not there. I'm not there. Zoom discussions. So many guys leave the Zoom. No more guys there. But few days ago, I'm coming again. The Zoom. The many guys coming Zoom again. Ex the the example is the Andolanak Zoom. Andolanak Zoom 7 o'clock evening Sri Lankan time. I think it's 15 or 14 guys there. Finally. So I'm coming the Zoom. You see that 70 and 80 guys there. Why? They know that one. It's not only the knowledge. It's not only the talking about the datas. It's transferring the field. How is happening that? It's really happening. Someone discussed with me. He know that. The feel is coming. That nothingness feel is very nice. It's really happening. This Dhamma is not the words. How is feelings transferring? How is feeling telepathy is happening? You know, this message is not the we are talking about the words, but you know, this words inside the feel. How is feel transferring? First, you want to feel. Secondly, you can transfer the others. You can't do this artificially. You can't do this physically. Because feel is not the physics, physically is happening. It's not a material. It's a rhythm. We are talking about the vibes, vibrations. It's a rhythm. It's a frequency. You can feel it. This Dhamma, someone have the feeling. What's this feel? You think you if nobody is here, no one is here, it's a thought. But alive feel is disappearing. It's not a thought. It's not a thinking. It's not the words. It's a vibration. I'm vibrate that that non alive feel. How is telling this non vibration? It's okay, but it is inside changing. No? It's a feel. So other side, someone there, this telepathy is happening. It's very important. It's really happening. Example, today, 5 o'clock, early morning. I explain the formless world, the sky. You can hear. Have you heard that, Suranga?
Yes, Ariman.
There's a feel, no?
Yes.
That is not only the words. Sky is there, the earth feelings and the sky feeling. How is that? How is that one? It's very nice feeling. Because that's a formless stage. How is that explaining? It's the first time I did it. 10,000 over than Dhamma discourses I did. But today one is new one. It's the first time. Sky. How nice that. You see that? This is very important. First we want the feel. It want to be happening, no? So feel. Secondly, others can feel it. Actually, it's happening. It's very important. Now time is going now. But I want to say, this is not only the discussion. This is not only the explaining. Day by day, the how long? Now 5 years. By now 5 years, but today is the first day like that. Same. Because the feel, I'm given others the feel. It's non-vibration feel. It's very nice. It's very interesting. So newcomers, and they want this, the feel. It's very important. So monasteries there, the Metmalarana here, Sri Lanka. I'm trying the schedule, timetable, especially the feeling. That's why it's a silence is very important, because the feeling is very important. Explaining is very important because someone don't know the truth, don't know what happening. It's very important. But otherwise, the feeling is a relaxing. It's a non-so Dhamma here. Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working. Someone feel it. It's a nice feeling. It's very important. This discussion also won't be happen there. No one is here. No one. Nothing here. Anything. No one is here. But everything is happening. This like a feeling. That is the Dhamma. That's an Nibbana. Non-vibration feeling. Yeah, it's very important. English language, English pronouncing, sometimes not easy, but it's happening. I have experience otherwise. Someone have this experience, then nobody's here. Everything is like nature. It's nice experience. This practically path is going that way. It's a nice experience. Yes. Okay. Tomorrow we can join again. The feeling is very important. We want to explain the message. How is the feel? How is the Nibbana feel? How is the super awareness feel? How is the Adhigata Samadhi we are talking about? That everything is, but nothing anything. Okay, we can join again tomorrow. Okay, Kokila, okay, Skura. Yeah, others. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Other Zoom discussion is now. Oh, now it's starting, no? It's okay. Kokila, Terosanai. Terosanai.
Thank you, we worship you.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you, and welcome to the Buddothpado Dhamma discussion, which happens from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. First of all, let's all worship the Buddha Dhamma Sangha, the Noble Triple Gem, and our spiritual teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi, for his selfless service to spread the original message of Gautama Buddha entire mankind to the entire world. And uh, may all Dhamma friends who contribute in some small way even to spread this message be blessed uh, by the Noble Triple Gem. And until our Dhamma friends join, let's try to understand what this original message of Gautama Buddharajanan Mahansi is. So, as we discuss every day, this Dhamma of dependent origination or Paticca Samuppada, how this idea of self, idea of the world, and the idea of suffering arises when there are certain conditions present, these formations that arise due to the sense faculties instantaneously creates certain uh, perceptions. So these it is these perceptions that uh, we associate with as e- existing, as an existing world and an existing self. So this message was first disclosed by Gautama Buddharajanan Maharshi. At that time, he was able to help the people who lived at that time to liberate completely from the suffering uh, through penetrative insight or vidarshana, and which ultimately lead to vipassana. But over the 2500 years, this true message of the teachings of Lord Buddha disappeared from the world because of the certain twists and turns. Uh, Dhamma had to face, and certain foreign invasions which resulted in change in the original message of the teachings of Buddha due to translation difficulties, and also the lack of practicality. So, as we know, this Dhamma cannot be written in a book, although we use these Buddhist scriptures, Tripitaka, even it is common sense, something that is experienced practically cannot be documented in the very same way without affecting its meaning. So it's like one cannot uh, explain what the taste of salt is. For that, one should try it. Similarly, this Buddhist philosophy should be experienced. So by now, Buddothpado Aryan Hansi, who has involved in the path with utmost commitment, has proven to the world attaining Nibbana is not merely a dream, or it's not something that would happen in the next birth or after 5, 6 births. The world gets generated in a single stimulus in a fraction of a second. And this sense of self arises due to the taints, which is the samsaric vibration that synchronizes into the zygote. So it is because of this power or the samsaric vibration, which initially is there in dormant form or latent form, which is passive. And as a system grows due to the sense faculty function, this dormant power becomes manifest. And with so this power arises in each and every stimulus perceived by the sense faculties. And it is this power that arises in each and every stimulus that decides the destiny of a certain system. Through Dhamma, first one understand when one hears this message of dependent origination, someone understands the mechanism of this human system and how this idea of the world got established. So gradually, when one matures in the path, when he or she fulfills the requirement of Satyajnana, that is perfect understanding of Buddhist philosophy, the heaviness of the self gradually diminishes. This false belief of the self develops due to the alive feel that results uh, that which is a result of the change or that samsaric vibration and environmental factors and certain habitual formations. So gradually the notion of self gets established, and the individual, if we talk about the human system, the individual may experience all the sense faculty experiences as my experiences. My, me, mine belief grows like a huge tree with each and every stimulus. When each and every stimulus becomes true, the self gains power because it's like the two sides of the same coin. The existence field is exactly the self perception. Now that the truth is there, truth is here, truth is explained by someone uh, who experiences the beauty of Dhamma, who has walked the path and has attained that perfect tranquility. So, all the practitioners who listens to this original message of teachings of Lord Buddha and who follows the path recommended by Lord Buddha, which comprises of 3 steps as Satya, Krutya and Krutak, will definitely end the sufferings in this life itself. This is actually not an easy journey because for so long we have believed in a strong person. We have like carried this body here and they are thinking this is me. We have uh, experienced the mind as me. So the investigation into all this research, which is defined as RA research, is so demanding. One must make so much effort, especially at the initial phase. One must listen to Dhamma, one must participate in these discussions, one must clarify and verify the doubts because, as we know, this path to Nibbana or Arahanthood consists of 4 levels as um, stream enterer, once returner, non-returner, then an Arahant. So at each stage, there is a path level and fruition level. So one should fulfill 4 path levels and 4 fruition levels. So the first stage actually uh, is the biggest challenge as well as the biggest achievement a practitioner can make. Stream mentor, to become an stream mentor, one should eradicate the self view, the skeptical doubt, and the uh, belief in rites and rituals. These cannot be done instantaneously. even if one makes so much effort, depending on the strength of the self view, depending on the level of ignorance, this journey towards truth will take time. So, only way to this self view is to explore how this self view has got established. So one should go back to the radiant mind level, and one should hear this message, hear about this message of taints or the sansaric vibration from a spiritual teacher. So we have that opportunity. Lord Buddha's this original message is here for us. It is given to us in very simple language and with very simple, timely metaphors, so anybody can understand it. So when we know how we feel as if we are there, as if we are living or we exist, and this idea of the world and also the sense faculties, how they function, how the eye perceives some formation or shape of light, and how they become objects, how the worlds get created. So when all these hidden, or actually the mystery gets revealed, naturally the self view begins to dilute. Self view begins to turn upside down, like the, the, the belief that there is a self, and uh, the person in this body is doing everything or experiencing everything. That idea is challenged. The more one listens to the sermons, which carry this original message of the teachings of Buddha, how these eye perceives stuff, and how the ear perceives sounds, and how they become mother's voice, father's voice, the sound of the vehicles, and how these smells become the smell of the dog, smell of the jasmine, fragrance of the rose, or the tastes, how these tastes become the taste of pizza, or salt, or sourness, bitterness, sweetness. It's a beautiful research, and also the bodily perceptions, how they become coldness, heat, um, then coolness, etc., hardness, softness, delicateness. So one should genuinely explore all these. Then the fact that this is nothing but a system will be self-evident to such a such an explorer. So that is the only way to eradicate the self view. Otherwise, however much someone thinks there is no self, there is no person, there is no person in the body, there is no person in the mind, it will not work. So that the fact that there is no person in the body is actually, if there is such a powerful person, that person should be able to control the sense faculties. But do we have that ability? Do we have the ability not to perceive the smells, not to gain the visual formations, not to hear the sounds, not to feel the temperature, hardness, softness, or whatever, depending on the situation? If something touches the tongue, not to feel the taste. So, when you contemplate like this, it will be self evident to you that there is no such a self in this body. In terms of the mind, actually, mind is also a sense faculty which arises and ceases instantaneously. This also should be understood through wisdom. So, mind, just like a computer processes information, mind has the ability to telepathize due to the telepathizing phenomena to uh, attract data which is related to the original thought. For example, now, if you think of tomorrow, just imagine you have to do 10 things tomorrow. So you think it's you who prioritize that list using your mind. But if you use an AI tool and tell the 10 things that you have to do tomorrow, just use Gemini or ChatGPT or some AI tool, and if you feed the data, they will jolly well give you the priority list. So it is the same phenomenon here. What happens is the mind processes the information just like a computer or any other AI tool. But we, as a habit, believe it's me who is doing that. So this mind sensor should be explored very carefully. Now, I told you it has the capacity to uh, attract data related to a certain stimulus with this phenomenon of telepathization. Now, if the thought of your car arises, all the details related to the car, the journeys you have made, the problems, if you have faced any accidents, all data related to that car, the initial thought arises continuously. That is happening due to the synchronization or the telepathization. It is actually, to understand this fully, you can even go to the vibration level, how the vibrations of similar frequencies interact. So that is the same system which is explained by Lord Buddha as Samanantaraya. That is what happens. So it is not that a person does it, person mm, think deliberately, but that is a false belief. Just imagine you are facing an exam. So the eye perceives certain symbols, actual shapes. So the identification, the words with the mind sensor, the identification happens, and all the data related to that stimulus at once arise, instantaneously arises. So the body comes to work and you put them on the paper, like that is how you answer a question in an exam. So it is this natural telepathization system or synchronization system, which we believe, it's a belief as me doing or I am writing. So we always associate mental images. All these actions are mental images. Writing, sitting, running. When this thought arises without any effort, you stand up. When the thought of the run arises, running, the mental image pops up. So running happens. So whatever the action, whatever the activity that you want to do, pre-fed, actually preconceived mental image is there. So we always, maybe actions, abstract concepts, or even this things that we associate as objects, things made up of four great elements, something that we find in solid form. Even this solidity, liquidity, they are also constructs. So what we always associate with are mental constructs. So this is the truth revealed to the world by Lord Buddha. So we were talking about the first phase of the path. So when we explore like this, contemplate like this, the fact that there has never been a self, only this power, samsaric power, gives the alive feel and the feeling that you exist. And on top of that, sense faculties start the next level of uh, illusions, generating illusions. So, due to ignorance, and at the same time, as the human sense faculty fails to see the fast occurrence of vibrations. We believe in this existing self and existing world. So when this gets clarified, the spectacle doubt that there is a self, there is a world, that doubt will fully disappear. The doubt whether there is a world, whether there is a person, for that one, one should thoroughly contemplate and uh, actually practice how things happen without the involvement of a self. One, it should be self-evident to someone. In this case, the 4 points of contemplation recommended by our spiritual teacher will definitely help someone to practically experience how things happen without the involvement of a self. How this idea of the world comes with uh, mental constructs. Now, whatever you perceive, the clock, fan, light, floor, house, tree, whatever you perceive, it is a mental construct. The name form entanglement is the biggest trick. So, this name form entanglement happens in various stages of one's life. Even at this age, also, certain names and forms gets established in the system. New inventions, technological devices, but basically the things like colors, shapes, basic objects, toys, family, or those vocabulary items established in the system at the age of 3 or 4. So once a certain uh, identification happens, it always remains the same. Now, once the child is told this is a ball showing a shape, whenever that shape arises, the ball, the name comes. And whenever the name arises, name is heard or seen, that image arises. That is a natural phenomenon. So, whatever the object, whatever the concept, whatever the uh, living being, or whatever the phenomenon, uh, it is just a mental construct. So, Teruan Saranai, doctor, I didn't see you.
Yeah, I was there. I listened to you.
Oh my God, I was struck, like trying to explain. So, only 3 of us. I was checking the time and I didn't see you, doctor. Teruan
That's okay.
Saran. um, that's- I thought you would be late, but still I was wondering it is Sunday, why you are late. Like,
No, I
Champa.
was there. Actually, I joined at around 7 minutes late, but then I was thinking whether to interrupt or not interrupt. I
Oh
wasn't
dear,
sure.
you should have. I was trying my best to fabricate this story of self and the stuff because Champa was also not there.
Yeah,
Dr.
that's okay.
Sakuntala had sent a message. She's awesome. Even I was wondering, thinking Surangika would join, but the number three didn't occur to me. I thought always there are three no with the person. Normally Champa, the technical person, and me. Yeah, true, doctor. So I was just trying to
Anything you
see.
listen today or yeah, last night or anything? Anything new?
Today, not a new thing. I joined the morning discussion and Asanti, and I was talking about certain stuff. I mean,
And
how
Aran
this
Hanse joined and did a
Aryan once they joined and gave a beautiful explanation, and there was a problem with the connection. So he left. So what he said is this the Arya Bhumia, Arya ground is not something one can imagine. We have been always imagining and depending on our experiences, trying to imagine what it is like and define. So he was
Mm.
talking basically about. Actually, I can't even think of this. They are known the love which is not a thing. Uh, Actually, that is what Aryanva's words are true. I can't even later. I was wondering. Even though the words are used, I can never imagine what it is like. They are known Andre. They are known Satuta. They are known. We are not mature in the path to feel that. That is the issue. Yeah. So it was basically. mm, so he said, talking in the Zoom, it is good, and he feels which level people are in when they expose. And one thing became uh, clear to me, Dr. Kokila, when people talk, actually what they talk is their thoughts. That is evident because I now the examples we take in a certain scenario,
Mm.
those examples are what from what we I mean from what we think about uh, I mean now just if I
From this dream, isn't it?
this dream, yeah, that again Narayana says it, yeah, even being in the dream, it is uh, an effort to talk or something. He said that it is important to so yeah, I actually tried to listen to it again because it was so there were although very short sermon, it was very deep, I felt, so I should listen to it again.
Mm. Yeah, actually, it is deep. But he tries to remind us all the time about importance of going forward and
uh,
not get stuck
and
in the mind.
yeah, and the other thing, Dr. Kokila, he said that you begin to suspect RS
Mm.
and it will be a big hindrance. That also was highlighted. Yeah.
You know, sometimes Aranvanse is also sometimes shouting, sometimes nicely talking. He said,
Mm.
"No, can't go by that."
Yeah, yeah. He said so. So
The thing
we
is with the alive field, that's the thing. Because Lord Buddha, the this what do you call it? Self perception is not there. So the craving to exist is not there.
Mm, mm,
That's a different story to everything else.
mm,
Because in every other religion or every other story, every other dream, there's
mm.
craving for persistence or the existence.
Yeah.
When that is
And
not there, whatever the system feels is irrelevant. That's the
yeah.
thing.
And Doctor, now Aryan has said this existence field is so strong that we have the belief that everything, some certain things exist even after death, like heaven, hell.
Yeah, that's a self
Uh,
view.
we, oh, self belief. Yes. Mm,
Because in the self, when someone is understanding Dhamma, they have to understand it fully, know that the moment thing.
yeah, yeah.
The moment thing is very important. Understanding that it's a momentarily thing that
Mm,
arises.
mm, mm.
And then this next birth story is gone.
Yes, it goes with the Satyajnana, no, Doctor. This,
Satyajnana and the
yeah,
experience, because it has to
experience.
experience this Motatavadi.
Mm.
That's the thing. So this heart is no first you get to know and then you feel. And
And
then only the path will actually open.
yes, and existence field is so, I mean, tricky and so strong. Now, uh, we are fully aware. We talk about the existence field, non-existence field, but still that underneath that exist, I'm talking to existing Dr. Kokila. I'm talking in the existing Zoom. That knowing is there. It is so much challenging that we can't eradicate that no by force. So when we can't actually imagine um, the beauty of non-existence field. So when Narayan Maharaj talks, although he says everything is there as it is, but it doesn't become a thing. It should be, I don't know what kind of experience it's like even.
No, that's the consciousness which doesn't fall into anything.
Anidasana. Ah.
Yeah.
Mm.
So anyway, it is tricky, yes.
Mm.
Suranka also just joined, I think.
Ah, Champa had
Not
sent
Champa,
them.
Surangika.
Ah, that's beautiful. Great. I
Champa
did.
is in the Maharagama one.
Maharagama, she has sent a message. I actually didn't expect Dr. Kokila to join soon, but I was looking forward to Surangika, thinking she would join. I knew one day Dr. Kokila joins at 3:30 or 3:40. No? That is a weekday, no?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Peron Sana is Surangika.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. කෝකිනා තෙරුවන් සරණයි සුධර්මා.
Everyone's
I wanted to ask this morning's 5 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
talk. Sudharma, I think you had a good conversation with Santi, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Was
I
it the
was,
5 a.m.?
yes, today, yes.
There was one point I think you were trying to explain about the burning, and she elaborated on that, saying it's not the burning, or there are different ways the burning was
Different
manifesting, or
ways.
something.
Yeah,
Do you mind elaborating on that a little bit?
actually, I joined there, Suranka, when that mother was explaining some incident. Can you remember the she
Yes,
told
about that
what key
keys, bunch of keys
husband,
or something.
yeah, husband threw the key and she threw it down. She said, no, she also threw it. Husband threw it to her and she threw it again. It was an autonomous reaction, she said. She didn't, I mean, that pratika kriya kind of thing. But when she was explaining, she said, then I felt now Aryan, no, Basunne, person, whoever is working, is not a problem. Husband is also, then it is my fault kind of thing, she said. So that is the, so, but she is telling the action was, but that what I felt was that thought that බාසුන්නේ හෙත්ගේ තරද්ද නෙමෙයි කාගේවත් නෙමෙයි මගේ that thought occurred instantaneously, and with that she threw it down. That must be, we can't define it like that, so that's why I joined. And yeah, Santi was telling that the October, even we discuss it here also, no, even yesterday Dr. Kokla was telling don't talk about ginna in every stimuli. So that was the same thing which is elaborated there also.
Dr. Kokila, were you able to listen to that?
Yeah, I listened.
But,
What is your question?
The question there was that act that she did. She said that with a laugh, I think, that mother.
Mm.
And but then Sudharma says she gave that explanation. In that explanation, she said, well, it wasn't anybody else's problem, it was her problem or something.
She felt that, she said.
Yeah, she said she felt it, and she felt that actually, yeah, nobody else made it a thing, but she made it a thing. And I kind of thought that there was a burning there.
Yeah, there was a burning, but from the way she said, others didn't catch it, because finally only she said, මට හිතුණා බාසුන් හෙත් නෙමෙයි දැන් මමනේ කියලා යතුර මට ගැහුවාම, so that is the, even Indrani said that it is the burning, but she didn't admit. But it's one thing is clear, Doctor and Suranka, it is very difficult to define others' ginna. It's the biggest challenge that the presenters have.
The thought is
Yeah.
different.
Yeah.
So if you actually try
No,
to,
that's coming from the field, no?
yeah, and can't you see the actual thing is becoming a thing afterwards? So just imagine as a reflex act, you can do anything, right?
Yeah.
You touch a worm, you might take the hand away in a quick reflex activity. But look at the way she thought about it. I
Later.
thought that, yeah, everything else which followed is not reflex. It's all in the mind. So, and the way she looked at it and was trying to dissect it, and the way she laughed, I thought it has become a thing.
Yeah, it was an affected laugh, wasn't it?
Yeah, affected laugh. And the other thing, they are also, now if it is a reflex thing, when something falls on the lap, you would throw. I mean, she can stand up, like throwing the leg when the cat is coming to bite. But here she said, I also threw it. So I also threw it, happened with anger.
Yeah. I mean, no one can really say
Yeah.
whether you hit a child with anger or not.
No. Yeah.
It is very, very, very intimate thing. Imagine I'm a mother, so I can hit a child with anger or without anger. What? So this is a really tricky area that she's trying to ask others. What is that?
Yeah. And there is a beautiful film also, no, Doctor? Now the bars, that Mason, no, whoever came, So the wardrobe is open. Now valuables are there. I asked husband to give. Now he's throwing the key. Normally he must not be throwing the key on the left. So she said, threw it down. Otherwise, oh, I got scared and I stood up, then the key fell. So that is pratik. That was the point I was trying to say. And
Yeah, it is difficult to say.
it is very difficult. And but food for thought for everyone, for us basically.
Yeah,
That's
the
yeah,
only reason why we bring
yeah,
these up is not for
yeah,
anything else, no, for
yeah,
us.
yeah.
And my thing that I wanted to ask there was, Santi said she, of course, felt it was a reflex action. And then you brought up the burning sensation, and then Asanti said burning doesn't manifest in an obvious way. And then she went on to say different ways the burning manifests. That was the part that I thought we can discuss a bit, because I didn't quite get that
Mm,
part.
yeah, but
Okay,
yeah,
Sudama, can you remember that part where she explained?
yeah, but she explained that sensor level, sensor wind. Is that the one? And later again, she said, yeah, it could be with burning even. So that is why I said it is,
It's difficult, right?
yeah, very difficult to talk about someone
But what
else's.
is the point, Surangika? What was the point you caught? I mean, there are so many points we catch, but what is the point you caught?
Yeah, I think because Aran Mahansa has been saying, isn't it, the last couple of days also, Ginnaduraganda. So the
I thought
burning can manifest in
ගින්නඳුරගත්තේ
different.
නෑ එතන.
I was thinking
I
there
don't
could be
think they were
subtle
talking
ways.
about the self at all in that scenario. That was I thought it was a shortcoming. Because Ginna is not about this key or the nothing. It's about the I mean, sensual craving is something, yes, but sensual craving, if you're talking about sensual cravings, we can go on talk about sensual cravings until we, die. We can talk about sensual cravings, but we are actually trying to go beyond that, right? The craving for existence and craving for non-existence. So I thought it should have gone a little bit towards that, at least. Because a mother with self-view and mother without a self-view. So mother with self-view looking at this drama is a way. So whether the question is coming from the sensual world or the question is coming from any other world, it was a sensual world question. It was about the drama. So if it is about the drama, it is in the sensual world.
Sensual world, yeah.
So the answer should be about the way you look at it. And it is very complex, this thing is very complex. That's why we get regarded by Aranwansi all the time. But the thing is, the self-view has to be tackled some or other in these situations. Otherwise, mothers get the idea that situation is handled well, done. A situation is there, it is nicely handled, no problem. But this Dhamma is not about having a good situation. It's not about being happy or being good or being bad, nothing. It's about self-view, self-perception and self-vibration. That's the thing. The Dhamma angle has to come out some or other. So the trick is to bring it up all the time. Some or other in that situation to try and bring it up all the time is the problem. But we have to try. We have to try because in that situation, what's බාහිර ඇත්ත වුණාද නැද්ද? ඇත්ත වුණානේ මොකක්ද කියන්නේ? ඇත්ත වුණාට පස්සේ
Yeah.
අනිත්‍යව කියලා වැඩක් නැහැ.
And at that point, Doctor, that Indrani's examples, I thought they are very good. She told when we look at the mirror image, we feel that we are happy with the look, and we think that image that I saw in the mirror is going on the road. So actually, it's a mental construct. No, that I am going to work dressed up like this. So that actually it hit me. And then her explanation about this O-level results, how this self-perception is felt at subtle level, this hidden thing, always when you are
That is
somebody,
again
yeah,
outside though.
outside. Yeah, that is
It's
outside.
outside.
But
That is all
yeah,
outside. So
outside.
imagine,
Yeah.
Surangika, the body outline,
Mm,
key,
mm,
whatever is actually outside. This even self-thought is outside, you know that.
outside.
We
Yes.
all know this Dhamma. It's just the practical aspects we keep missing.
Yes.
So the every thought is actually whatever experience is, we feel it as outside, but the outside is not true. When someone says outside is not true, we take it so liberally, so lightly, but it's a very big issue because from about 1 year of age, for us, the outside is true. How many years now? Like 40, 50 years, it's true. Imagine Aranhanse today said in Maharagama, in the last minute, just I heard him saying that any fraction of second, this particular moment, actually is the whole sansaric journey. He says this all the time, but it can't, isn't it so important that that we actually understand that this self vibration, telepathizing, telepathizing or synchronizing to this self vibration is the whole issue. We have never synchronized to non vibration. If we have never synchronized to non vibration, we don't know what non vibration is. But we have been synchronizing to vibration all the time. The vibration is the tag. Vibration is the tag where every aspect is tagged. So the thing is, that mother with the laughing tone, she's taking it so lightly that that whole thing is bit. I mean, I don't know. I don't know whether she was suitable enough to at that moment to understand a big dose of it. So maybe the answer was suitable, because big dose also difficult, no? If you sometimes we get a big dose, sometimes we don't understand that at that level, right? Dharan say 5 years ago, what he told me, I may not have understood at that time, even though now also we may struggle with that. It doesn't matter. But what I'm trying to say is, mom may not have been in that situation. But the thing is, the people who listen has to be a bit vigilant also. Yeah, that's right.
No, I mean, she wouldn't have been in a frame of mind or whatever it is to take too much out of it. But Sudham, I think that Indrani's analysis earlier, I felt was kind of more towards pinpointing it, but in a way that was, I think, more productive than some of the things I hear on Andolnatmaka,
Yes.
where it's more like it's not as if it's different when Anand Mahansa says, because you feel as if some people are kind of, it's too direct, and then you don't allow them to speak, whereas Indrani kind of tackled it quite well.
Yeah, that's the thing. So the very difficult this whether to say directly, because some people are very very good enough to catch that. Some people are not. Some can get offended. Some can get actually withdrawn so that they will never hear Buddothpado again.
Now,
Such withdrawing can happen because
yeah,
withdrawing is, so then it is our problem that that one vibration has withdrawn from Nibbana, like non-vibration. It's not a person, no. So
Yeah.
this effort to maintain this dialogue and maintain the non-vibration, the somehow other bring up the non-vibration. It's a thing. I mean, it's a something that is we try every day. I mean,
it was like disorganized, I don't know, mm, mm, talk discussion in the morning. Then one mother jumped in and she was asking about the leaf that Aranwase has told very, I mean, deep thing, no, that without any thought
it was the
sometimes,
same mother, I thought.
don't know, that without a sense of a self, sometimes we stare at things like in such a situation also, uh, the the focus is changing. So according to that, one can get an idea of the level of taints. That's what he said. It is not that not about we looking at the leaf with full awareness. What he said was, in childhood, we just stare at things with a blank face and at things, and so what he said was they are only the taints function. So this mother was telling it is external world and so on. So very difficult to handle it. I don't know, Asanti said something. But the thing is, she was not happy with the answer when she says it is a very deep thing. Aryan Hanse said it is not about sense. No, no, but anyway, the leaves are in the external world like that. Very difficult to handle, answer some questions of mothers also. They try to get the, I mean, without thinking.
Yes, answer.
Yeah, yes, answer. And now that is the danger, doctor. When Aryan Mansi says they are known as Satute, everybody does everything and says they are
Mm.
known as Satute. People very openly talk about Aryan Mansi. I experienced this, they are known as Dukkha. So they were, I personally knew they were like very at a very initial phase in the path, but still they talk boldly about their. So there is a, that's why Aryanase himself says it is not always good to share his experiences in open forums. People take them with the mind, and we also used to do that. Take it from the mind, and then another illusion arises.
Oh,
Illusionary
yeah,
our
100%.
experience arises.
Mm. Yeah. The thing is, tackling such situations is mastering as well, I think. It's not easy.
Yeah.
And if we go to the mind, that also a disaster. And that's the thing.
Yes. There, Asanti was also talking about mm, losing loved ones. I can't remember. Whatever, it is also the film. Even Naryan Mahasi told it at the end. We, that's why I told Dr. Kokila, we even forget that it is the film. So this awareness is that much important. Having the presence of mind is important. Knowing that there is no self in any part of the body, it is just the taints and the sense faculty function. When we go to explain things, that instant the entire world becomes real and we are in complete ignorance.
Mm.
The point about what Asanti was saying, that sometimes you are in the field,
Mm.
but before you know it, you go into the mind.
Yes.
So that problem is also there. So then you the explanation, even to in response to a question, starts off in the field, but unknowingly to that person, facilitator also suddenly gone off at a tangent, means the mind or the strong mind has taken over through the knowledge rather than the field, maybe halfway through. So that also can be a issue.
It is a tricky area because even that after all that mother was also trying to say something new, so that yeah, it is an issue. I don't know. It's either you just let them talk and not talk back, or just I don't know. It's difficult. I think sometimes Aranwanse also keeps his mouth shut. I think because it's in vain that people try to say something which is quite irrelevant after such a big sermon. Because Aranwanse is doing a sermon which is completely in the field.
Yes.
And again, bringing back the film is not 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 matching that. That's the thing. But the thing is, we are all falling into that category here and there, so it's a problem. But I was trying to actually understand that that question that we sometimes answer when a mother is talking with self-view. Highlighting it is important. What is self-view? Aranhanse asked this from someone. It is yesterday or today, I can't remember. He asked, what is Sakkaya Ditti? And
World becoming true, I remember. It is the world becoming true.
So the world becoming true, the I, me, mine also falls into world.
World, yes.
So that's the thing. After that whole film has become true, and then asking about that thing again has to go to A to Z. Like what Aranwanse usually does when we talk nonsense, he goes to from A to Z. That's what has to happen. But they might get annoyed. But that's what happens anytime. But I think that is the thing, because බාහිර ඇත්ත වෙනවනම් බාහිර කියන එකේ ලොකු කොට ප්‍රමාණයක් තියෙනවානේ. Can't really that's why keles the taints are not taints actually, the defilements become like a handful compared to the Mahamera. Why? It's not going anywhere anymore. It's not wide enough like that before. Again, new defilements are not going to happen. What is going to happen after that is whatever the power you have, that is what is going to slowly reduce, not additional power. So that is a tricky area.
And Dr. What I felt was earlier at the very beginning of Zoom discussions, they were asked to give this Pratipada on the Zoom. No, with that, many people got proper clarification of the six sense faculties at least. Now, people, most of the newcomers, they talk, with their Dhamma knowledge, but they haven't clarified this function of the sense faculties. That is an essential part of this path. No? If someone is unable to identify the sense faculty, each sense faculty separately, whatever is said and done, without a proper foundation. So even the gentlemen, I think they are talking with the knowledge. They have a lot of egoism also. When people talk like that, to, I don't know, Dr. Kokila can talk to any person like that, but I don't know. I'm unable to tell that you are having the self ego. So RNRC can say, but if there is an essential, I mean, mandatory Pratipada thing for any newcomer would be very beneficial, I thought.
Mm.
Even one Dr. Asoka, someone was talking last year, they always try to show that they have good knowledge of Dhamma. So we feel sorry because it is not the thing in this forum, in this part, that is a barrier actually for most of the. But Aryan Mahanse does not tell it directly depending on the personality. He goes by the feel. So when the right time comes, he would say. That's what I felt. For some people, Aryan
Yeah,
Mahanse.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Because do usually uh, he will hold on to that. But actually, there are. I felt he has some down to earth patterns as well. So he might actually benefit from joining to Zooms and keep track with Taranhanse, because um, once he can, because he talks in a bit of a egoistic manner, but I think it will be handled. I think it will come down because he has some other aspects, like he respects Aaron Hanse. So he will slowly dissolve, I hope, because
And he has such faith in this Dhamma also, no, Doctor? He said everything became
yeah,
clear to
he
me
has,
because of,
yes.
yeah.
Yeah, so it will get better, I think. Because there
I
are
think
so many waves that people get tamed.
Mm.
People has to tame.
Mm.
It will get tamed, I think. The ego will get tamed. Yes, Rangi.
for me, yeah, where that person was concerned, I felt that there was the sincerity that was coming from the actual realization of the Dhamma, Dr. Pokirabe, and
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's
the
what I'm saying.
little bit of where he says, "I am Dr. So and so," comes
Mm.
from the Purudha.
Yeah, must
Yeah.
be. Yeah.
Yeah, you
But
can
Yes.
see that is a
Mhm.
Because
authoritative
he is
kind of
actually
thing.
one
Yeah,
of the
specialist somebody, huh?
very senior
Mm.
doctors I know.
Really? That must be. I didn't know that.
He said Visheshakta Vaidya, also Dr.
Really.
Pokirabe said.
He's a very senior person.
Very
Uh,
good to have such a person. Mm.
not
And
not
why?
very good to have. Not that way. I'm not
No,
talking
no,
No,
about
no,
no,
that way.
that's not.
no.
I'm
What I
trying
meant
to
was
say
no, doctor.
the
It came because no, now actually there is a problem in Sri Lanka. No, people like questioning after Aryan Mahanse came out. Uh, some people have begun to question um, his the fact that he's not a monk. So that on that ground only, I said it's good to have such people, kind of thing.
yeah.
So yeah.
No, but the thing is, whoever who gets the sense of no self
Mm.
is a gem.
Yes.
Mm,
And
every
Yeah.
person in these Zoom forums, if they have gotten to this system because they have heard the no self word, they are gem. Because no self is a tricky area that people can't even listen.
Mm.
So if someone is actually into no self and saying repeatedly, Aranohansa, you told this no self thing, it is a good thing. Whether they have become that or not, or whether they have experienced that or not, is a
Mm.
different thing. Because this is a kind of a pattern that
Mm.
they are catching this as a like a habit from sansaric journey. Also, they can be arranging that. As according to the thing, sometimes Aranhanse says Dr. Chandani, right?
Hmm.
But Aranahanse tells him Ashoka. So,
Ah,
so he
yes.
nicely it will
He
be handled,
handles, yeah.
but it is not done in a actual way. Like he
Hmm.
is not doing it in an actual way, but it is happening. Like
Hmm.
he's not purposefully doing it, but it is
Yeah,
happening. But
happening.
as Surangika said, it is a habit because people, all people, whole Colombo NHSL, we call it, Colombo Hospital, knows him. Like he is
Ah,
a kind of a very senior
specialist.
specialist.
See.
So has taught so many doctors, has taught all the doctors probably
Hmm.
because they have to teach.
Hmm.
So it is such kind of thing. But the thing is, he's still talking about no self dhamma, so much appreciation. So that has to be
Yeah, yeah.
slowly cultivated into actual tackling of his ego.
Hmm.
But his ego is already very down when
Very
he's
down, very
saying
down. I mean, that's
Oh.
when
just
he's
that little
saying this
only.
truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, to a person who is not even a monk, not even whatever the God, the society says, whatever the thing, because
Hmm.
these are very specific areas
I
that
know of the 3 or 4 consultants who secretly listen to Dhamma, who doesn't want to, who actually don't want to say that they are listening to Buddhothpado.
that's what I'm saying. So the other thing is accepting this after listening to so much Dhamma. He must be very old now, like must be very senior now. So he must have listened to all the Dhamma. He has understood Tripitaka also, which we don't, which we haven't. So he has tried to understand Tripitaka. That means he has been in this scenario for a long time and
Yeah.
has understood no self Dhamma through Aranase. So that's gem.
He said that, yeah.
Yeah. But the time for his ego to come down is a different story. We never know.
That would happen, I mean, until one attains Arahanthood, it would be there, no? That's what
The self
Aranase says,
vibration of the
Mana
self.
Uddacha
Yeah.
something. Mana
Yeah.
Uddacha Vidya.
But even if just by understanding Dhamma, we have to experience also. So, but all this starts with the no self. The word no self itself is a eye opener. So it has to be highlighted because no one actually listens to this no self Dhamma much. Someone would say, do some good thing, they will do the good thing. Only few people will go deeper and try to understand what Lord Buddha has told. That has to be appreciated, I think. Anything else? I think Suranta said that nicely as well, the habits. When we come to these countries, the Western countries, all the habits are dropped. So that's a good way actually.
So you acquire new habits, right?
Yeah. The egoistic job pattern is gone. Because no one cares about whether you're a doctor or not here. Even if you are the most famous specialist in Australia, it doesn't necessarily matter. It doesn't necessarily matter. It may matter to him or her. Personally, it may be a thing, but actually, society doesn't necessarily. What do you think, Suranka? I think
True, yeah, because you don't have that. There is quite a level in these countries.
yeah, I think so.
In that sense. And then, you don't call people even doctor, no, in these
No,
countries. It's either Nick or Jack or something like that.
yeah,
So Nick and Jack can be a nurse or whoever, doesn't matter. That person can be a top surgeon. Even we still call him Nick when we go and see him, isn't it? So it's like that. And some of them are also pretty down to earth. You can have the egoistic people here and there also. But
Yes.
society doesn't, there is no
Society doesn't
toleration for
support
it.
it.
Yeah, there is no toleration for it, whereas in Sri Lanka, it's a given. It's accepted that they are treated like that. And that adds to their egoism.
And it's not their problem either, because even the laborer can have a ego. Even the beggar can have a ego. I'm the head beggar. I mean, there are beggars like that, no? Even the beggars can have the ego in a different angle.
Yeah,
So
like that.
yeah, it's a very, very tricky thing, no, this ego. Ego can be in adimana, heenamana.
Yeah. And you can have, I mean, even this beggar thing also can be almost like unionized. No? There
Yes.
also, you can deploy the people into different streets and then you have to go and give the main person something.
Yeah, bonus. Not bonus, a part.
Something, yeah. So that
Mm.
person compared to the other beggars has a egoism there.
Mm-mm.
But in comparison to something else, all are beggars. I mean, if you
Yeah,
think about it that way. So then what is that? All this is Sapekshawadi, right?
yeah,
Comparative. So
yeah.
all that is where in this mundane world. So
Just
mundane world
imagine
is
me being
full
the
of all this.
mother of the child, mother of children. It is complete comparativeness, no?
Mm. Yeah.
To say I have 3 kids, that's a kind of a joke, no? But we say that.
Yeah, and Mansa said it in the Maharagama one today. He
Did
was
he?
he was talking about the Hatha Sutra. So
Okay.
he said, I'm sorry, but I have to say it. He said, these are all drushti in society. You think you had a kid? You didn't have a kid, he said.
Yeah. Yeah, and even though when as soon as you enter the house, don't you get that vibe, the mother vibe? You get the mother vibe. If you don't know that, you don't have any kusalatava. If you get the doctor vibe or the mother vibe or the normal person vibe or the dhamma vibe or whatever, if you don't know that, yeah, that's your inability to. It's your non skill. Is it the word? Non skill or
Oh, yeah, skill. Akusale
what is the
skills.
akusala word?
Kusale is skill. So we have to form a word,
Don't know.
non-skill. Yeah. Do.
Absence of skill.
Yeah. Your inability to. I don't. But
Lack of skill. Yeah.
um,
Yeah, the savior part of it. This is the thing. This everything starts to get dissolved once the Dhamma is fully in the place. That there is no self. This slowly, this vibration, additional vibration power starts to dissolve, so that uh, it becomes so much easier, so much easier.
in the morning sermon at the end, Aryan Hanse actually couldn't conclude it properly. He came up to the point that people sometimes leave the spiritual teacher and after that they get stuck. Something he said. So actually, I was to ask a question when I said my daughter-in-law later. I was trying to ask this question from Maranasi. She was telling it's got better that he got disconnected. It's not a suitable question. I wanted to ask. I said Teruvan Saranayarana, so I wanted to ask whether Aryan Mahansa, when someone leaves the spiritual teacher uh, with the sermons, will that person be able to go up to Nibbana, complete realization? I don't know whether it, but it occurred to me at that point since he was telling that people are leaving the spiritual teacher and so. I think it's not
I
possible.
think he has answered that question before, isn't it?
Really?
I
But
think
it,
he has said that those people's path gets closed or something.
really?
Isn't that Doctor?
Yeah,
So Doctor
yeah.
Kokila, because, or at least becomes very difficult.
Yeah, imagine someone like Vishaka.
Mm,
At least if you come to that level, it may be okay.
mm,
But it is difficult because even Anepindu Satutuma asked, no, why didn't you tell me this Dhamma before, like just before that? He
mm,
didn't have either a chance to get that, but um, it is difficult after that. But at least if you have uh, attained the stream mentor status, then it may be okay. But
mm.
stream mentor person never leaves the teacher.
Teacher, yeah.
But it can get delayed, no, Doctor?
Yeah,
Yeah, 100%
without the
delay.
guidance. Yeah.
100% delay.
Because
And
all those intricate things where you can go wrong in so many places,
mm,
only a person who has trodden the path would know, isn't it? So if you are
mm,
trying to figure out everything on your own, I mean, if this is like, 100, if a horse's hair has to be splintered into 100, and even that is easy, does anybody in their whatever imagination can they ever think of attaining that kind of length on their own? Now, I mean, even our advanced said for Swarnamali also, if she makes a mistake, he won't bother to say it in the forum because it is only even
relevant to her.
understood by her.
Mm,
Because for us, it would be like we'll be completely in the dark. We won't know what he said. So it's not relevant for us to be said out
mm,
in the Zoom. So, the more one gets towards that Arahathood state, the more intricate it is going to be to
Mm.
unravel those little things, isn't it? So not having the guidance of the teacher, I mean that's why the Buddha said, don't say that Ananda, the whole
Yeah.
sasana lies with the help of the fully realized one.
mm. Kalyana Mitrya
He has
Matamai.
answered that question, as
Ah,
Swarupa said, he has
yeah,
answered that
that's great.
question.
Mm. And even joining the Zoom discussions, Doctor, we don't plan on our English Zoom. We know it's a kind of responsibility. But other discussions, we don't even plan or intend to join no, while listening sometimes on the YouTube. If we feel like joining, we just go there. So it is also like happening with the field, no, in such situations. We
Mm.
at least we don't know what we are going to ask or tell even. It, suddenly when there is also some telepathization system working because depending on the discussion there are no we feel like joining or talking.
Yes, yes. Actually speaking, I have this experience for a long time now because I have been
Mm,
listening to Dhamma for a long time.
mm,
Uh, all the time, uh, when I thought I understood, I have never understood
mm.
for my
Yes.
whole time. And whenever I thought, oh, finally I got it, I never got it. And whenever I felt um, like uh, like I didn't get it,
You got it.
you got it.
Mm,
Mhm.
So it's very weird things. Very
yeah.
weird things.
Yes. We cannot analyze it with the mind. Now, the morning sermon, actually, I didn't understand that much. When he said that everything is there, he says as usual, but no burning. It is just imagination, image, mental image only I have about that
No, the
situation.
thing is,
Yeah.
Sudharma, in that
Yeah.
thing,
Yeah.
first step has to be mastered for we to talk about this second step. That's the
Mm.
problem.
Mm.
Now the second, third, fourth is the දෙයක් නොවන සතුට comes in actually in
Mm.
like higher things.
Yeah, that is Arahant, isn't it? Arahant level. Oh, non-returner.
Uh,
Non-returner.
non-returner,
Aryan,
I think.
non-return. Aryan was mentioned about non-returner level also in the morning. No? Yeah.
Yeah,
Some,
that's the thing. So
yeah.
the thing is, in a forum like this, you have to be vigilant. If the
Mm.
outside is still true, it is a
And
tricky area.
those things will never happen. Yeah. First, we have to, I mean, fully, I mean,
And
realize that.
nothing can be by forcefully done also.
Mm. Mm.
Only thing we can do is keep understanding Dhamma,
Mm.
keep repeating Dhamma.
Mm.
No self thing has to be repeated a lot.
Mm.
Every Zoom it has to happen.
Mm.
In a way, in a non-judgmental way. That's
Mm.
what I think Sudharma is very worried about this. I can feel that the 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 judgmental way can make people go away.
Mm.
But it is a risk Karan is taking because he wants to everyone to talk.
Mm.
It's a risk Karan takes.
Mm.
The facilitators in the Andolnatmaka, it's obviously they must be having the feel, and I don't want to say anything because of the lack of all that. But and some of those things all of us can resonate to as well. But I think it's the delivery.
Delivery, yeah. Delivery is an art, those Rangika, isn't it? Delivery is an art,
Sometimes,
I think.
actually, sometimes it comes out really well by them.
Mm.
And sometimes it's too dominant.
Yeah.
In that dominance, you can, as Sudharma says, you can discourage people.
Ah. Once I
Can.
got really, um, it became a thing to me a couple of days ago. Even Dr. Kokila was asking, why are you so sad? Then I got, it was like frustrated. I thought everything is coming to an end. Now, no, Saryanvan's appearance is not there. People are doing, there somebody was dominating and shouting at a mother. I mean, talking bit rudely fine, and she is dragging that to the next answer, even referring to that mother should feel it like that. In, uh, it is not the way to talk in the Dhamma forum. No? So I called two people and told, I don't know what RF is, like he is not monitoring at least this. So yeah, now things are better. If anyway, not because of that, Aryan Vasi always changes the people, the
Yeah,
presenters.
he
He gives
changes
the
them.
chances.
Yeah.
But that is also a good opportunity to see how you react to it as well, isn't it?
Hmm. Yeah, that's what I told. It became a thing to me.
How we react, yeah.
Yeah,
Because
because
there is an
obviously they
expectation.
were having a certain art, and it is not the way to give Dhamma, and they were
We
like,
have
No,
we
when
have an
Aranase comes to
expectation.
the forum, he talks
yeah.
like no whatsoever uh, guidance, like no guideline in his
Mm.
talking. We have guidelines, so we have a way. We have some aspect to that. I mean, sometimes,
Expectation. Yeah, we
yeah.
expect these people should talk like the way that we want. It's our problem.
But at the same time, Aranhanse also changes his way of talking also to because our task is to give this to so much whatever vibrations we can. Offer the chance of non-vibration to every vibration we can, right?
If you can actually, even Surangika used to talk in the morning Zoom once in a while, come and talk, it would add variety and like it's so boring sometimes. The morning Zoom especially would be very good. Even Dr. Kokila used to come. No? Whenever you can make it, at least 2-3 times a day, if you can join, it would really help others. The same person talks in the morning, Aryan Hansi always in. Actually, however, the system in certain any system have some unique certain limitations. No, that system cannot go beyond that. When that's why, as listeners, we see another perspective of that. So it would that variety is, I mean, very good and now Dr. Kokila doesn't join, no, at least once
I may
in.
be able to actually join in the future now because the basketball era is over, maybe because almost all the weekends I was so busy.
Depending on the question, even when Surangika can ask a question, Aranwanse will go on, I mean, describing something, some Dhamma point, that sermon is really, really important. More than one person asking a question. Sometimes Aryan Hansi doesn't explain that much. No? So I think morning Zoom we can contribute whenever we can. It would be very because so many people and the morning is the best time, but unfortunately it's not the morning for you. But for me that is the best time. Despite I have to leave home, I would love to be there.
And I think everyone feels a bit tight because of Aryan Hanse. I mean, it is tricky. So you have to lose yourself to actually, you can't be in the mind if you are talking. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is also the thing, isn't it? Because whilst doing the practice, it's difficult sometimes to recognize whether one is in the field or
At the
talking
same
from the
time,
mind.
the talking itself is good to expose to the teacher. That's the thing.
Yeah,
That's
at the
what he
same time,
said
that
in
is
the
also the.
morning. That's what he said in the morning. He said, even though you are nowhere near the Ari Bhumi, it's good to hear something. He said, no, yeah, something he said, it's good to be exposed to. And when we talk like that, I mean, Aryan Hase can shout at us at any time. No, that is even not a thing for us. No, now there is no person to accept that. Like earlier, we were really. I was so scared. Sometimes I was trembling when I was talking, but now we are always. I mean, it doesn't matter. No, we know whatever the response. It's to push us on in the path.
Yeah,
So
but at the same time, we get annoyed now if someone else does something. Because
yes.
Aryan Hanse is the teacher, we have accepted that he can blame us.
Yeah,
It's
that
like
is the
mother
thing.
blaming us.
Yeah.
My children will not get annoyed if I blame them. I mean, they
Yeah.
will not even hear that. So like that, like that, because they all have acclimatized to that or accepted that.
No, I mean, just think about it, Sudama. If, say, the front curb of your outside your house has got overgrown, right? And say somebody close relative who is at home tells you that, Sudharma, maybe it's time to mow the lawn or something. You
Yes.
might accept it in a particular way depending on how
Mm.
close and how
Mm.
used you are to that person.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, if the next door neighbor comes and says, "Hi, time you mowed the lawn, Sudharma,"
Would be irritated. Yeah.
you'll be like, you won't say it, but you'll say, "Who are you to tell me? I'll
Mm.
mow the lawn." Meaning, it'll at least a thought will come,
Mm.
right? Something
Mm.
like that.
Mm.
And sometimes
Meaning
the
that
thought doesn't come either. Only the irritation is there.
sometimes, yes, you'll have the irritation without anything. There'll be some tension, isn't it, inside?
That's what Aaron Hanse is detecting. This he said in nice way. He said last night to a mother.
Mm.
The attack කරන type එකේ what is the word he used? The raga dvesha type. Patiga. Yeah.
Yeah.
The that
I
type
was,
of
yeah,
thing.
yeah. Mm. Mm. No, Patiga, he didn't say it's bad. He said some systems
Have
show
more of that, no?
more Patiga, some have kind of loving tone, kind tone. That that is not the person's fault. It is a certain,
No, it's a vibration
yeah, vibration.
because this sound. Actually, this mind is the
Mm.
dhvani, the
Now
it's
even
kind of a vibration.
Asanti has a like authoritative voice, no? Even Dr. Kokila has a kind of authoritative voice. It's
Mm.
not that, I mean, so some people now, Champa, I was like, when Narayan Mahase said that last evening, I was trying it, what Surangika was kind of maybe loving and no. So actually, 5 people, Dr. Sakuntala, uh, what kind of? So I was trying to figure out what this was like. Yeah.
Yeah, kind
It's a
of.
Gatipurud, the habit. He didn't say this partigo, whatever Aryan Mahanse does not, um, and he is not judgmental about even the worst person in the society. No. That is,
Mm.
he accepts that it is the system. Why? So that is, if we can also do that. Even last evening, he was particular is something, but that mother got upset, I think, being.
No, but they are actually eye openers. So
Mm,
if you actually can understand that friction is our type, we
mm,
need to find out why the friction is there. This is Arya Parekshana.
mm,
It's not actually simple because why the friction is there. That's
mm,
a different
mm,
story.
mm. So Aryan Hanse said the lawyers and doctors, especially Asanti, is arguing sometimes. Now with I know also uh, that is there. Even when she was talking to me, I have told at once when somebody says something, she whether it is right or wrong, she rejects. Then only she admits. It is a habit actually. Since she is a lawyer, she is. That is a problem. I mean, not whatever the thing, even with Aryan Mahanse, even Dhamma points, she is reluctant to accept it at once. That is Gatipurutta, she is here. Even in the morning, I felt when I said something, no, that is not the way. And then after some time, she is coming to that. So it is a Gatipurutta. That questioning tone is there because this is not like easy thing. Yes.
Yeah, it's not an easy thing. But even in that,
Mm,
our inspection or our investigation has to go back to the childhood and find out, or even maybe before that. But there are things that may have happened
Mm.
Even your work, yes, maybe, whatever, that
Mm.
can happen.
Mm. Anyway, in Sri Lankan doctors, of course, are made to be egoistic. It is, they are. My sister, I know. Now, Dr. Vokila is not that. She thinks she is the all-known person. She, whatever happens, she is there to tell us this is the way to do this comes from the profession, and also to be a doctor in Sri Lanka, you should be having outstanding kind of thing, no? Best out of best, because of the limited number of places in only the cream. So that also, I mean, energizes the self importance, and everybody looks up to doctors. So this, I mean, it would be a challenge for the doctors. Even Aryan Vasi told that no recently, no doctor. And
Yes, yes.
the brain power, mind power, because analytical skills doesn't, I mean, always always
Actually, I was thinking of that, what he said, Dharma, that
Mm.
lawyers, he said, no, lawyers, doctors, he
Yeah,
has been
yeah,
observing lots of cases.
yeah,
But on reflecting on that, I was thinking it's not only lawyers, doctors, anyone nowadays. I mean, you get lots of professions now like that.
yeah, yeah,
Those days, now you had lawyers, doctors.
Yeah,
mm,
now
Now
there are
all these
CEOs.
people,
yeah,
yeah, so
yeah.
now all these people who have either done a lot of academia
Oh,
Mm.
or
actresses
who have
even.
either really come to the top rungs of the corporate ladder or done a lot of research, done like, PhDs and things like that. Those people also have this.
Yes, true.
And then, so that is another caliber of people. And
Mm.
then there is the other caliber of people, like the mothers of doctors, the mothers of lawyers, and the mothers of very successful children,
Mm.
who, by virtue of the children's success or the husband being the doctor lawyer, has a massive, massive ego, sometimes more than the husband who is the lawyer or the
Mm.
doctor.
Mm.
My God, teachers who are married to doctors, they
I
kind of,
don't even know
yeah.
about them.
I just survived because my son is a doctor. Otherwise, no, there was that much of ego. That is the reality. They like stay together. So in Sri Lanka, basically,
And I
maybe
mean,
in
what is the
India also. Yeah,
what is the salvation without the Dhamma, isn't it, for
yeah.
people like that? Because
No salvation.
you and I can't talk to those
Mm.
people and say, no, this,
No,
that, and the
no.
other in a layman's kind of way. It has to be the Dhamma that'll have to be the conduit, no,
Yeah.
for them to understand.
And most of the people that I have tried with, they are more comfortable with Jataka stories, almsgivings, donations, and knowing Dhamma, facts as information, rather than listening to sermons of non-self. And the fact that this is a
That's what I
system,
said.
they
Yeah.
are, that will shake their, I mean, Vidurumaliga, and they
Very
will,
foundations, yeah, they
yeah,
don't want to go there. I mean, if they're leading a comfortable life, no,
yeah.
giving alms to the temple is comfortable for them.
That's what I said. Whoever who listens to this no self dhamma for some reason, it's very random. Also, for some reason, is very very fortunate. Whether they will continue or not, I don't know. It's up to their luck. But yeah, it's very 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 unusual, and uh, has to be like what do you say, make them more into that, not shy away from that. But as Aaron once said, I also feel there are some people who have dropped. I didn't actually realize that until Aranwansi said those names. Some
Yeah,
have
here
dropped.
also they say uh, we are following the path. That is the only path. That is the only true message. Uh, you can't find it anywhere else, but we do it silently. I don't know whether it is possible even, but they say they follow the same path. They listen to Aryan Mahansi's sermons of the bygone, but not bygone days. The, what he has done up to 2024. I don't know. That's why this path, the Mara can appear at any point.
Mhm.
And the other thing, what I right now feel is Aryan Mahansa is only Dhamma for me. I don't bother about his whereabouts, his whatever, I mean, personal life or where he is doing the sermon or Metmalaram or anything. Aryan Mahansa is Dhamma, that is enough for us. I don't know if we try to, on all problems arise when he is taken as a person and we try to analyze his behavior from using traditional Arahatun Hazela's behavior. So unnecessary problems. So that must be, I don't know actually the reason, but Aryan Mahanse also set the list. Now here in Gaul also I invited some of them to join the forums because they have conducted Zoom discussions even before we joined the forums. One guy, one doctor, but he is reluctant to join. He says, no, I'm better like this. I have my own. Don't know. It's up to them. On behalf of them only, I wanted to ask that question in the morning.
So you're saying there are people who are listening, who have listened and who are now not
No,
getting
they are not
involved, is it?
coming, not involved, not having any contacts either.
What is the reason?
They don't give a particular reason. They
Okay.
just maybe the fact that Taranasi is not a monk. I don't know.
No, I think maybe we might be putting ourselves into it, isn't it? If they haven't given reasons. Sometimes in this path, I mean, there is, I don't know, to Dr. Kokila, I mean, I think Dr. Kokila, you are an exception. There are lots of people who have listened to Buddothpado. If you listen to those very old sermons, you can't hear those voices in Zooms, no, even occasionally. 5 years ago, the people who joined those Zooms, you can't hear some of those voices now. So, and they have had a fairly good understanding of the Dhamma at that time. So I think there is a point of where one has to, I don't know, but I kind of feel as if there is a point in the journey that they might want to do it silently. I think Aryan Masi said yesterday, දෙතිස් කතාවෙන් මේ
Yeah, that's
තොර
very
වෙලා
important.
යන ගමනක් මේක.
Yeah. Thank you
So
so
I
much
have,
for.
of course, always felt that, and I mean, he has
Yeah, but
told
the
me.
Jetiskata is different, but coming to a forum and talking with Aranwanse is different. But
No,
we
it's
don't know whether
true, but
Aranwanse is, whether they are talking directly to Aranwanse. We never know because I never talk like that. So
yeah,
I
that is
don't
the
know.
other thing. They can always pick up the phone and talk to him privately, you know. So that means he has contacts like that with a lot of people all over the world,
Yeah,
not
so we don't
necessarily
know.
the Zoom also. But I think what he wants people to do is to, whoever who has listened like that, to come and either
Talk in
help
this forum. Yeah.
or come and talk in the forum as an encouragement to other people, because it's only
Yes.
people like Swarnamali and that Korean person, Korean boy, and that some other boy who spoke recently, are the people who kind of come onto the Zoom, no?
Yeah.
and other people don't. So, yeah.
But some people disappear for some time and then rejoin.
Rejoin. I think
Yeah.
even she was like that because I didn't know she was listening. I think about 5 years. He was saying before Zoom also. And I remember that first time she came on to a Zoom after a couple of years or something. Maybe about 3 years ago or 2 years ago or something. So, I think in every system, isn't it, Dr. Popila, there is in each system, the system has a way of the Dhamma having to take its time. No, Aryan also says that, no, what is the big hurry and this and that, and, what are you striving for? So I think that system needs the space and the time to be able to come to terms, so to speak, with that realization, with the path wherever they are. And I suppose in the correct time, they will come back, isn't it? Or they will reach out to our enhance, I think.
Yeah. Yes.
Say never. I mean, he would say, so now even to Dr. Kokila, he says, no, do this and that. So if he feels it's difficult for us, he never mentions it. He is so, kind in that way, and he shows immense understanding. Now, regarding the program in Gaul, now he knows I can't do it at home. He never mentions it even. So he's not, because of that he has told even when people can't do, I know that I perfectly understand, even to someone else also he said. He even doesn't mention that. Now if we go and say we would like to do, he would say. So he is such a kind-hearted, and we can't say he's a person. He really, really understands and feels others' difficulties and what they can do. Yes.
I think we have come to the end of the program, isn't it? Today, the discussion
Yeah,
time.
it's 5 o'clock, Dr. Cook.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Aran Hansa, for your noble guidance and so much perseverance to give Dharma to everyone. Thank you, Dharma friends, for coming for the discussion. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Everyone, Saranai, everyone, Saranai, Subai, Master.